Oh, hello, friends. Looks like we connected and we're live. Goodness. So we've got some fire news and some of it's dark. I want to wait for people to come in here. If I look and sound weird, I'm still running a fever that I noticed after midnight last night. I assumed getting rest this morning. Yeah, I don't use the word very often, but vomitous last night. I suddenly was overcome by nausea and just couldn't sleep. And I knew if I pushed myself through the day, that would just be really quite bad. So I apologize for not being here during another red flag day for Eastern Washington. I'm quite frustrated that I'm still sick, and I'm not even sure how I'm sick, but there's a puffy spot near a tooth, and I am seeing the dentist in the next couple of days. Nothing hurts, though, but I can just feel a fever, and it's 99.3-ish to 4-ish. Hey, Christopher, glad to see you. Before I ramble on about that, I'm just saying sorry. Have patience with me. Hey Shaz, how you doing? Shaz73, if you guys ever need a pick me up, go to her channel. She has the most soothing, awesome streams in England where she goes to places like Hadrian's Wall or plays with puppies in the yard. And how are your puppies, Shaz? What kind of dogs are they? It's been pretty cool. I catch it when I can. We've got some grim news, and then last night I expected to be offline right around midnight, but after midnight, I'm trying to find out if they made any arrests. Somebody drove on I-5 near Myrtle Creek, which is in southern Oregon, southern and in the western portion. I-5 is the grand highway that goes from Mexico to Alaska, California, Oregon, Washington, Alaska, Canada, then Alaska. See how I'm off a little bit, guys? So just when we were going to wrap up things, Nick Giles, the Lady Street moderator we have here, Nick, like Nikki, she says we're listening to Douglas County Scanner and somebody's lighting fires along the freeway. And sure enough, we tuned in and they were. They didn't seem to have much of a suspect description. But it was a passenger vehicle car. Somebody kept pulling over, cutting the headlights, on right off of I-5 and 99. Lighting fires, holding a green-colored flashlight. I'm not even sure it was a man or a woman. But then they would go to the next place on I-5 and do it. And so I think at least 2 witnesses said somebody with a green flashlight was doing that. The firefighters were confused, and dispatch was confused at first. They thought that a van that was disabled by the side of the road had accidentally caused the fires. But then when they went to assist the driver of that van, they're like, nope, nothing. Yeah, so that was quite scary. So I wanted to know if they made any arrests or if it's on the news or whatever. I've done it. I started to look online. I thought, what, I'm going to go live because maybe some night owls and people in England and such in Australia can tune in, and maybe I can either sit here and do my research tonight by myself, or why not just go live? So another shocker is brush fire, active arson that was earlier in Washington State, early in September. It looks like trying to cover up a murder that somebody tried to burn a body of a young woman. And this I just came across. That's horrible. So it was a wooded area. Oh, this is I-5 too, but this is Tacoma. This is a little bit south of Seattle. So I may have covered this one or not. And maybe it was just a local thing. But that is unfortunate that the reasons for arson, usually revenge is like number 1. And number 2 is like mental illness. 3 is insurance fraud. And it depends on where location. It's not like worldwide statistics here, but if you consider all the top 5 reasons, murder and crime cover-ups is actually pretty high on the list. But yeah, Shaz, I do not understand why somebody would just pull over to the side of the road. The arsonist that was suspected, excuse me, witnessed by several people, who was driving up and down I-5 last night, or I should say, yeah, last night, because it's after midnight. I'm going to say the early wee hours of the 17th. How about that? Like 2 a.m. or whatever it was. That person, I don't understand the random acts like that where somebody drives along the road, gets out, starts a fire, drives along the road, gets out, because it doesn't seem to have a specific target. They were spaced out along I-5, just in the Douglas County area, so far spaced out that they assumed a vehicle was dragging a chain or something, or broken down and caused it. But no, it was deliberate. Multiple witnesses called 911. And I was really hoping that we'd hear about an arrest or something today, but we're going to try to find out if it's even on the news. Oftentimes we hear this kind of stuff on Scanner Radio. We think it's big news for tomorrow, and nobody's covering it. I've even tried to report it myself. Like, did you know last night in such and such county, such and such happened? Here is the link to the dispatch. Here's your sound bites. Please alert the public to be on the lookout for such and such. And sometimes I've been ignored by the news, like in Yuba County, California. I'm shocked. I don't understand the way the media is today, but it is what it is. We're here to inform you, though. But Shaz says, you've got 9 Labrador puppies. Oh, you've given some away and down to 5 now? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, Shaz, are you going to go live today? Because let me know, and I'll be happy to send people your way who, haven't found you yet. Whenever I did an all-nighter stream, I would go to Shaz's channel to just unwind and cool off and just relax in the woods. Like, didn't you go to Nottingham Forest once, or is that my imagination? Something similar? She goes to amazing places in England and finds awesome rocks and fossils and Victorian trash dumps and stuff where there's bottles and things. Have you done a lot of walkabouts, Shaz, lately? They're usually either 1:30 in the morning Pacific or 4:30 a.m. Pacific. So sometimes I'm just drifting off to sleep to her channel, but she's got a soothing voice. We both admire each other's voices and hate our own. Ah, so it's good to see you, Shaz. You're awesome. So we got a whole 7 people now. Welcome, everybody. How are you doing, Chris? So I'll explain what I'm trying to catch up on. I'm also concerned about some earthquakes. I've got an earthquake monitoring app on my phone now. I tried to turn on people to these apps, but because I used some copyrighted song that day, I was going to clip it so people make a short out of it, like that these are the best earthquake apps. Sorry, where did my phone go? I have to find it. To explain what app I'm using. There's a 5.8 earthquake off the coast of, I think, Washington State. And there's continual, like daily 4.1 and 3.8 quakes out there in the Cascadia subduction zone, and that's where everybody is very concerned about the west coast of the United States. Possibly, it might ripple across to Japan. We're all ready for not ready, but anticipating the big one. Oh, my phone's plugged in. Okay. I rearranged my area. So a question might be, could a mega quake 7.0 or to 9.0 be generated in the region? Absolutely. Alaska quakes were the biggest, and those tsunamis did kill people in Hawaii and up and down the west coast, like Crescent City and Seaside, Oregon. And they were high up there, but just off the what's scarier is than Alaska quake, because you get a little bit of warning. You get 30 minutes or something, maybe at least 20 minutes for the sirens to go off. Oregon has a lot of sirens now, but if something happens right off of our coast, there would be almost no warning. It would just be, most people would see the tide going out unusually. And so myself and CPRO are involved with ODART, Oregon Disaster Airlift Response Team, ready to help coordinate emergency delivery of supplies to any coastal communities impacted by quakes and tsunamis, especially. And we're drilling, but it's making me nervous. It's making me nervous. We've also had some big earthquakes in Indonesia, and can those tsunamis reach California? Absolutely. One with the Tonga explosion, which could have been a bigger volcanic eruption. I mean, it could have been way worse if that volcano had peeked out over the ocean surface a little bit more. If more, if the volcano was taller and it had collapsed into the sea, the splash would have been bigger. We had 3-foot tsunami waves hit California, 3 to 6. That doesn't sound like a lot, but people don't realize that's just wave height. But there's so much movement of the water that keeps coming in. I like the old word tidal wave better. It better describes the action. It's a series of like 6-foot tall waves that come in. It's like the tide coming in, and it gets deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper and goes over seawalls. Suddenly starts sweeping away cars and homes before you really notice, like before you notice how bad the danger is. Like you may be standing on a second-story balcony thinking, oh dear, the first floor is getting trashed. That sucks. But then the water doesn't stop rising, especially like in bays where water has nowhere to go, like surrounded by cliffs. Sometimes they can make rivers run backwards and stuff, but the point is that if you think about it like tidal wave, don't expect the wave to stop and get to way higher ground. Don't think of it like a giant 100-foot tall wave like in movies, right? So to have a 5.8 in magnitude go off yesterday, we've had another series of 4.1s and 4.3s today. That's been alarming. A 5.8 could have generated a tsunami. First thing I did when it hit my phone is I went and looked. Chaz says I had the perfect voice for audio books. Maybe I don't have the good clarity and diction and poise and voice acting and voice training though, but maybe I could get there. I have a partial Southern accent that comes out, especially when I'm tired, and I'll just start slurring and drawling and stuff. So there's that. So Chaz 73 is going to go live today. Your little ones are sick. I'm so sorry. So you'll be live with the puppies. Oh, do let us know. And I'll say go watch Chaz live with the puppies. I don't intend to be on all night. I just need to catch up today on the fire news. There's still new ones like near Madras, Oregon. We have a couple new ones. I'm going to check on the current status of what I missed today, but I couldn't leave bed. I still have a fever. I got up out of bed around I don't know, at 8 p.m. I finally felt like I could do something. And C-Pro was playing a comedy movie at his house, and I got to meet his guests. I hang out with them. I was like, yeah, comedy movie I could deal with and just lay there. I figured that was resting, and I had never seen the producers before. Gene Wilder. I had never seen Blazing Saddles either, and so they said it was similar to that. And I went, okay, cool. Oh boy, I was not prepared for what it was about. I thought it was just about a comedy play, and it was a musical. You should see my face. They were absolutely laughing at my reaction when a whole bunch of guys in those costumes started tap dancing. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I don't really want to spoil it. But the old one, not the 2005. But wow, that was a good movie. Oh, a donation. Thank you, Larry. You're wonderful. Welcome back, Larry. How have you been? So I am concerned about quakes too. A lot of people don't realize Seaside, Oregon was hit and a giant chunk of it was washed away. And people died and homes were knocked off their foundation. I was kind of astonished that the last time I was in Seaside, there was a, new, as in not like, I don't think it was an old family business by any means, stretch of the means, but like, new in the last 10 years. Tsunami Cafe on the boardwalk of Seaside, Oregon, which is the most popular beach destination, really, west of Portland. I thought that was in poor taste to put a cafe or a bakery or sandwich shop called Tsunami Cafe right on top of the place where people died, but maybe they're unaware. Well, I would like to do more safety awareness. Earthquake survival and safety is another thing that this region, the West Coast, Pacific Ring of Fire has to do. So mostly, how to get to higher ground and stuff, how to dispel the myths like don't stand in a doorway that's retarded. Go through that door and leave the building. Get the hell out of the building if you can. Doorways are not any more safe. They're actually holes in the wall, and they're less safe than just being next to a wall in a building. But the worst place to be is inside of a building during an earthquake. As long as debris isn't falling in the streets, you have to walk under falling glass or bricks. Get the hell out. Like that myth, for example, occurred when early California days, like Spanish missions, when most structures are made out of adobe. And so there's no wood framing of the entire structure. It's like a mud brick, mostly manure, mud, and hay, straw, I should say, mixed together. And of course, that's not really stable. The only places that survived out of those buildings was the doorway because it had a wooden frame. So unless you live in adobe, just get out of the building as quick as you can. And, I'll make some shorts and I'll make survival guides for not only wildfires, but that sort of thing too. Because a lot of people now die when they could have been outside of a building just because they decide to sit in a doorway instead. And what happened in Morocco? They had basically adobe structure. Like, don't live in an adobe structure. In earthquake territory without some crazy reinforcement. They're great they have like built-in air conditioning, but make it sturdier than it has to be. In other news, the Libya disaster, I have been following, and it just breaks my heart. They had a double dam collapse, and that's a tidal wave. They said 21 meters. Shaz, that's a lot, right? 21 or 22 meters tall. Not a tidal wave, an actual tsunami, like a curling wave from a double dam collapse, ripped through the center of a town, and there's 9,000 people missing. And I tried to figure out more about this dam collapse because it has a lesson that California already learned, and that is about dam construction and spillways, things. The San Francisco Dam collapsed in Southern California. That Mulholland guy designed a poor dam and ignored warning signs of its failure. And there was a tidal wave that killed hundreds of people. Right next to one of the fires that I covered is the remains of that dam. And it took out multiple towns on its way, and it finally, the floodwaters hit the ocean near Ventura, California. A lot of people are unaware of that, but what happened in Libya happened to California. Not on the same scale. This is a bigger city, and dams, the floodwaters undermined their big, tall, concrete apartment blocks. And so they collapsed because of the soil eroding beneath. And so can you imagine hundreds of Surfside condo collapses? That's why they have a death toll above 5,000 and missing 9,000 total. Just unreal. I always wanted to have a let's learn our lessons to prevent disasters and how to survive them kind of a channel. So fire is just the first one. But it's been incredibly sad. Let me get to the next fire news. The active cameras we have right now for the fires. Hang on a second, let me fix my browser. Off screen. Okay. You guys see my face okay? Is the lighting all right? And thank you again, Larry, for your kind donation. You're very good. Good. Your night out tool, or am I soothing you to sleep? Yeah, Shaz, do you have a time frame in mind for when you might go live if you're still with us? Because I'll happily funnel people your way. So this is our new one that happened today at Madras, and I used to call it Madras because I thought it was being French, but it's all the locals go Madras. Oh, okay. It's hard for me to break that habit. Sorry, I got a sore throat, friends. I'm gonna have to get a coffee. I have honey. That'll be good. So this is a new one, and it began today. Well, it's after midnight yesterday, after 1 p.m. I couldn't get too much information about it, but we should check it out. So let me, excuse me. I want to make a timestamp. Tell me, you guys, any news, fire news you want me to either look up or tell me about. You're a night owl too? People just don't know what it is like to be a night owl. They, like teachers would tell me to pay attention in school and stuff. And really, it's like, how well would you work and play and whatever if somebody told you get up at 3 in the morning every night and work like everything's fine? You know, like when somebody tells me to go to bed at like 9 or 10, I can maintain that for a bit. But to me, it would be like telling you, hey, just reset your sleep schedule. Why don't you go to bed every day at 3 p.m., huh? That's if night owls talk. Today, the larks, you know, I like the way they talk to us. We cannot help it. It just doesn't work. Okay. I can get sleepy around 10 or 11, but if I don't immediately go to sleep, I get a second wind even if I don't want it. And I realize it's with sleep health, it's a window of opportunity to go to sleep, and then it shuts. So I try to catch it. But if any of my fire streams go longer than that, past 11 or midnight, I'm gonna probably be up all night. Hey, Christopher the Trail says, was it over like Santa Barbara County region? The Francisquito Dam collapse? I'll be happy to show it to you. The last time that when I covered a fire, the last one that was that far south, I was doing the topo maps, and I was like, wait a second, San Francisquito Canyon, where have I heard that name before? It's a mouthful of a word for a dam collapse, for a dam. But yeah, we could definitely study that, and I'll show you the crazy pictures. I wanted to go film it. There's chunks of the dam that are still in that canyon, if you know what to look for. So the tsunami risk. I can show you what happened at Seaside and Crescent City, California, are the two most vulnerable places on the West Coast for tsunamis because of geography. Hey, White Dove, thank you so much for your kind donation too. You guys keep me donation based. I would never want to do ads. I was thinking about it and just getting angry the way that YouTube is making it so hard to make a living anymore. Even from last year, it's a vastly different environment. YouTube is now trying to force us all to pay for our own promotion for every time we go live or have a video. Yeah, that's right. Not just connect to people who are interested in your work, but you got to pay for play. Like a payola scandal in the 50s, that was illegal. You know, like they're already taking a huge portion of my income, like 30%, and then I have to pay them more just so the people searching for me and exactly what I'm saying to find me. Ah. So I'm sorry, I don't want this to be a big whining sort of a moment. Okay, so 24 minutes in, the Libya dam collapse is like the San Francisco collapse. I want to do a fire roundup and then we'll do these other topics. Tracy, hello. Good morning. You're in the UK too. Are you near Shaz? Because I don't know if Shaz is still with us. But Shaz is going to go live later with Puppy Cam. That's so awesome. But yeah, White Dove, you guys are keeping me going. Larry, you guys are super supporters and you deserve your hearts. So you get double hearts. Ah, there you go for Larry. And double hearts for White Dove. How are you doing? I thought we had a really good conversation about mental health last night. Well, Yeah, last night. I'm just gonna call it last night. We're after midnight here, but um, that was really cool. Very, very nice and supportive. There's few things like wildfires that can do a number on your emotional. In fact, I think it should be called emotional health. Things like depression, anxiety, bipolar or manic depression. These things are emotional health. Mental illness, I think of as something like schizophrenia, which has nothing to do, well, not much to do, right, White Dove, with, say, your moods, but just has challenges that are unique, right? Like hallucinations and other life challenges, but which can be very depressing. But I don't think it's the same as, say, PTSD. You know what I mean? So I don't know. That's just my idea. I would totally rewrite the DSM just because I would want it to be understandable by the public. The terms, you know, like I don't know, like the word sicko, is like a bad word. And so just saying somebody is sick can be either bad or good. So I would just make it understandable to the public. Chaz is up north. You're on the west coast. Okay, whereabouts, Tracy? Are you near like uh yeah, yeah, yeah. Life gives you mental health issues, exactly. But I would just try to make it more like a pie instead of everybody being together and the challenges are extremely different and the treatment is very different. I would make a pie, like a pie slice thing, where most uh, like trauma in this pie slice, anxiety, depression, trauma, stress induced conditions, and that sort of thing is totally separate than from things that especially can come about due to, say, uh, genetic factors that are unrelated to those kinds of emotional feelings, um, and mysterious ones. Just yeah, we all have issues. Nobody gets out of this alive. It's so harsh that it breaks us and kills us. That's what life is. So I just think that we should all support each other. Um, uh, yeah, write down my timestamps. But we're gonna do the fires right now, and we can have uh, we can do the off-topic things once I've caught up on things. So I've already explained that horrifyingly. Speaking of murders and stuff and arsonists like we were, uh, did I close it already? Um, okay, this is a different thing. An arson suspect was arrested on the 18th of August in Lane County. And so these were one of the suspicious fires of August that didn't seem to be lightning related. So there has been an arson arrest. I'm going to search for news on the person driving up and down I-5 last night after midnight who was setting fires near Myrtle Creek. I think there was a total of 5. And they were so spaced out, they thought it was a dragging chain at first, but then witnesses called 911, said somebody's pulling over, cutting the headlights, getting out with a flashlight, a green flashlight, starting fires and peeling away at high speed. And that we were alerted to that by Nick Giles. Otherwise, I never would have heard about it. I don't think any of those reached Watch Duty or anything. So far, I've been looking for Douglas County News and haven't seen anything, but I'm going to look harder. The other horrifying thing, did I already shut it down? What I was first showing was, one of the brush fires of early, this is heartbreaking, on September 3rd in Tacoma. It was right next to the freeway, and if I saw this, I would have assumed, vehicle reason. No, it's dark to cover up a murder, to burn a body of a young 18-year-old lady, and it's horrifying. That's something we didn't discuss, is how often fire is used to cover up crimes. Uh, I hope they get this sick person or individuals Yeah, White Dove says, yeah, there's that. Biological issues too, but most seem to be environmental. Right, right. Um, the Myrtle Creek person has to be stopped. Who knows if that person was trying to do them elsewhere? Like, was this person driving across multiple states and lighting fires, trying to get them done? He picked a bad night. It really wasn't that windy or that dry. It's baffling. They seem to be brush fires and not near a structure. What was happening last night? Like this person lit blackberries on the side of the road on fire. I like what the hell's that about? A dare? But around 5 of them were successful, and because of the weather conditions and the humidity, and the fact it was nighttime and like 54 degrees or something, or 59, that's not that conducive to starting a fire, wildfire. So bat beep crazy, you know, who would do that? But there's many motivations, some of which don't make a bit of sense, such as the lady who says, I wanted to purify beer urine so I could drink it. I mean, that, I think she was trolling the cops. I don't believe she was mentally ill. She was taunting the police, I think, with that explanation. Or playing at being ill. I can't judge for sure, but we also, now it's a meme on the channel, like, oh man, how much bear urine were they trying to purify? That happened in 2021 in the Fawn Fire in Shasta County. So this is some sad news. So the police are investigating. Somebody put an accelerant on the body to try to hide it, and that started one of the brush fires of early September 3rd, near Washington. It's going to blow the mind of unofficial Washington State Fire. There's a person, that's his person channel name when he comes in here. Like, wow. Whatever. The one good thing about this, when somebody tries to dispose of a body via fire, they get the attention of investigators. This is quite a signature to somebody's, what is that called with, sorry guys, I'm sick, the modus operandi of a killer or killers. That's unusual. And sometimes it suggests a professional or somebody who's done it before. And so this attracts the attention of not only local investigators, but it'll attract the attention of the FBI and such. So the likeliness of a person getting caught is much higher if they actually use fire to try to destroy evidence. It actually makes it easier to collect evidence, what remains. Oftentimes, like if there's a body in the woods, the leaf litter and stuff, unless you pick up every leaf off the floor and try to figure out if somebody stepped on it or if there's a blood spot on it or something, oftentimes stuff is just lost in the woods. But it's all burned up. Like, oh, there's a shell casing, that sort of thing. So it has the opposite effect of what a killer wants. But I'm quite upset about the unsolved crimes that deal with fire. We still don't know who, with the pyrotechnic gun, started the fire in Washington State last year that was still burning on Halloween. But they went out to the woods where it had been recently logged and just shot brush piles with a pyrotechnic gun. Witnesses even captured it on film, but it was too zoomed in and too grainy to be useful. We just know it was a white camper shell pickup. And I would like to see these people caught, but hey, Bill. Hello, how you doing? Matthew Davis. I survived the Paradise Fire here. Oh, I used to take horseback ridings in Paradise. My brother barely made it out. So sorry. Are you still living there? Did you? You've been here before. I think you have. I'm sorry. It's hard to keep track of the thousands of people that come in the last 3 years, and my memory is not good right now with the fever. Plus, I have long COVID, and it's making me sort of remember, but not. Like I have to be memory prompted to connect a name with the memory I have of the person. So thanks, you were blessed. The Do you want to talk about how you survived? Did you go to a parking lot, shelter in place, or drive out? My brother did a drive out. I'm so sorry. White Dove says I love Holt Haney on YouTube. Yeah, I've been a I've been on his chat sometimes and asked him some questions, and I was embarrassed every once in a while. Holt Hanley goes, "Oh, it's Catherine. Hi. How do you do this? How are you always live all the time? She's amazing. She's like a monster. She doesn't sleep." And I'm like, he's so wonderful. He's like an angel. He's just always chipper and happy. And he went and dug up information for us. I said, "Can wildfires spawn lightning like a volcano?" And he goes, "That's a good question. Let me talk to my teacher." And he was getting his degree in meteorology, or an advanced one. And so his teacher was over his shoulder and said, "Yep, the air gets super dry, just like in a volcanic eruption from the heat. And then the only thing you need is static electricity to be formed by debris in the air. Like volcanic ash is pulverized dust. It has nothing to do with fire ash. They should not call it that anymore. It's basically glass dust, like glass dust from obsidian. That's why you can't breathe it, or you're going to cut your lungs up. And rock dust. That's what volcano ash is. Also, whatever was on top of the volcano, the if if there was trees or anything like that in the vicinity, usually there isn't. Usually they're too high, like in the Cascades. But in, say, the tropics, the remains of the blown up trees and stuff that were on the mountain. Good night, Christopher. I hope my voice soothes you to sleep. That must be nice to have Holt, who knows who you are. Yeah, I was so honored to that he knew who I was. That's cool. I learned so much from him. I'm still a weather idiot, but I tried to watch him as much as I could and funnel my viewers to there, because he is a rock star in the making. He is going to go so far. He is like Walter Cronkite level for weather if he wants to be. The world is his oyster because he's so soothing and interesting. He keeps it interesting. Thank you, Matthew. I am frustrated. Um, it depressed me a lot, long COVID, because so many months went by where I just felt like an idiot. Because I couldn't remember anything, lost for words, tip of the tongue. The fatigue, the out of breath crossing the room, while the COVID infection itself was so dang mild. It was like bizarre. Only when it started to get better did I realize, oh, okay, I can be patient with myself. It gets better, friends. Slowly, you get your stuff back. Even if you think you might have lost your sense of taste and smell for good, it can return. I mean, it's not a guarantee, but I am starting to be more sharp and have more sharp days. So I just have to be patient, because adding stress doesn't work. But I actually have no idea why I have a fever right now, why I've had a sore throat and lost it for 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks. I have a little bump on the roof of my mouth by a tooth, and so my dentist will be looking at that in a few days. Maybe it's one of those painless tooth infections. I mean, that can hurt your throat, right? Depending on what it is. I don't know. But it just could, the nausea last night could have mostly been my Eustachian tubes or Eustachian, whatever. The E-tubes by your ears, they are clogged. So I'm looking at a surgery or something. But I don't understand having a persistent low-grade fever for weeks. So I'm just trying to apologize, not go on about my health. Okay. So 39 minutes in, we have discussed the murder cover-up fire in Tacoma. The arson suspected. I have to do that to cover my own legal butt. Suspected arson. If you guys weren't here last night, I was about to end the stream around midnight, but then we kind of were shooting the shit. Excuse me. It's past midnight right now. We were trying to have a cool down moment. The last hour of my stream, I want to be mostly open topics. Let's relax so we can sleep. And that's when Nick Giles says, in Douglas County, somebody's driving up and down I-5 lighting fires, at least 5. And I do not think they were caught. So we're going to look at Douglas County News, see if somebody might have been arrested, but I fear it may not be. They didn't have much of vehicle description, just passenger vehicle, like a sedan, 4-door, I believe, and somebody with a green flashlight getting out and lighting fires in multiple places. But it seemed to be random. Just off the road, secluded dirt road right off of I-5 or Highway 99, and in the dark, cutting the headlights, lighting blackberries and weeds on fire, and then peeling away. High rate of speed. All we really know. Investigators were on it last night, though. So the last night's suspected arson, but I don't see how it could be anything else, guys. Every once in a while, you get a crazy and or extremely confused, mistaken, and or intoxicated witness who reports a crime when it was really not. Like it was accidental. But not when there's multiple people in multiple towns. With a consistent description of the suspect, their green flashlight, and their vehicle. Lighting multiple fires in an hour is not an accident. Yes, White Dove, absolutely. So I can go back to the timestamps of last night. So much goes on behind the scenes after I adjourn this stream that you guys don't know about. I have to deal with a lot of YouTube BS, such as if I played a song facetiously, like as a joke, I have to fill out a form for copyright, fair use, everything from Theme from a Summer Place, elevator music, to Ride of the Valkyries when airplanes take off, right? And then hopefully my video stays up and visible without ads. If I lose the claim, then ads go up on my videos, but that's all right most of the time. If I really wanted to keep the musical track in, and if I have another option to disable the music that was copyrighted and keep it completely ad-free, the old the old stream. But if I was saying things that were important during that musical track, I won't. So I had to deal with a lot of nonsense. They took down an entire video. Fox Studios did. Yeah, like Fox, like Warner Brothers, Fox, and MGM Grand. Because I played clips from Planet of the Apes. Escape from Planet of the Apes. And I also, while I was in the bathroom, played elevator music. And so the elevator music people just wanted to advertise on my stream. I hit the buttons quickly to just say, please delete the musical tracks or mute them. But that would not appease Fox. They don't want the video to be shown in any country. So it was taken offline. So I went, okay. I hit the button. It's supposed to be quick and easy to delete that portion from my stream. Like it would skip ahead in time. And that's when YouTube said cannot do that because your video is longer than 6 hours. So it cannot be edited. It was 12 hours. So my entire 12-hour, I want to keep these online for the historical record, is no longer visible because YouTube won't allow me to edit a long video. I can do it manually. Like the editor loads, and it will not allow me. The buttons are grayed out. So there is no, you guys helped me build a supercomputer with your donations. Yeah, so it's YouTube's decision. And I started writing an apology letter to Fox, like, I'm trying to edit this out and I can't. Will you guys let it slide? And then I realized, oh, heck, I can just re-upload it, but we're going to lose chat. But this wild goose chase, this took me more than 3 hours. Not last night, night before. Of frustration because I thought what had happened was comments were disabled for all of my videos until I dealt with the copyright issue. All of a sudden, I'm seeing my videos have comments disabled, comments disabled. I never did that. So I thought I had to respond to that. I thought it was YouTube punishment. I had done Google searches and people said, yeah, that can happen, especially if if people flag your video for being offensive or something. And I found out that seems to be a myth. And what YouTube did was a different error. And it just started automatically when I was going live, changing my settings and disabling comments from the get-go. So I had to untangle the setting. I hope it's fixed right now. But I was wondering why isn't anybody asking me any questions? I usually respond to the comments. And it's just like, oh my God. People have no idea that like 3, 4, 5 hours after the stream, even if it's 12 hours, I'm still trying to deal with YouTube shenanigans. So I will now have to upload a gigantic file of 12 hours of video. And we lose the comments. Yeah, that's on my to-do list, low priority now. It's just, oh my God. I'm just trying to say I'm grateful for your donations because I'm working longer hours than you guys even know. I don't have a life anymore. But I'm not a victim, it's my choice. I make my choices based on what I want to do, and I want to help people, and I'll deal with YouTube. Twitch is better. You can always edit things on Twitch. Twitch, you can do private messages. So, like, if you two guys are talking about a fire, but you wanted to keep it private, like, hey, can you check on my house? And it's like, here's my address. You could private message each other. But I will reach more people because YouTube is on people's phones. It comes pre-installed, and a lot of boomers and elderly don't know how to install a new app and have never heard of Twitch. Twitch would drive them away. It's because it's juvenile. It looks like Looney Tunes, not anything pro. It's the land of intoxicated people, marijuana users, kids, and adolescent gamers who are just there for laughs and sarcasm. And they spam emotes and stuff. Like, it's not mature. Even though it pays way better. I could make so much more money just gaming instead of life-saving type stuff. What can you do? But I'm not doing it for money. I'm doing it because I know it helps people. Matthew, I did a first fire stream. White Dove's in psychology, so she can answer that for you. My first fire stream ever was, I was too shy to talk and I didn't have a microphone, was during Paradise. So I just put on the scanner radio so people could monitor what was going on. And then I tracked the pilots, and then I typed to people in chat. But I don't have many of these videos saved by YouTube. I just let it run for like a week, and so nothing is saved over 12 hours by YouTube. I have a couple clips though. But people came in and said, could you please tell me if my house is still there, or if it's damaged? Can you look at the map for me because I can't bear it? Because not only were they seeing their own status of their own homes, but like, is my neighborhood still there? Yeah. And so, yeah, the number one, I'm sorry, it's a revisited topic that I already explained. We're going to look at the rest of the fires right now. That's sad news here. I'm going to take this away. But one of the, like I just showed there on that thing, the number one motivation they say for arson is revenge by very selfish people who don't care about collateral damage or anybody else getting hurt or animals. It's revenge. And the second one, other than, well, terror is a backseat. It's like in the top 10. The second one they say is kind of a 50-50 between mental illness. Like those, some people are excited by fire, like aroused. They bear a very similar resemblance to the kind of people who get off on others' pain, suffering, kind of like serial killers that torture and stuff. But it's an excitement. So, and compulsion, like almost irresistible compulsion, like it gets them high and happy to see it in action. And they want to see it, they want to feel the heat, they want to visualize, they want to see how much destruction they can cause. And they're excited by possibility. It's not as exciting if they know something is going to burn down and they know what the result is, but the maybe factor, like as soon as it hits their heads, they want to find out. The moment they think about that. The nice thing about that is they usually stick around to watch their handiwork, and they're usually in the crowd. And if you ever see a fire, any kind, brush, especially if it's suspicious, or house fires, turn around and film the crowd. Fire too, but film the crowd. Hand that over to the police and such afterwards. And if somebody else does that too, that's the way they catch arsonists a lot. They're really kind of dumb. The next motivation is insurance fraud, and some people do that as a profession. Like, especially during housing booms and bust cycles, if there's something like a housing apartment complex or something and half constructed, like the frames are up but not the drywall, that's an extremely vulnerable stage of construction. And suddenly the housing market drops out and nobody can get low interest loans anymore to finish the thing, and the company runs out of money. There's a motivation for arson, especially rent control. Landlords like Harlem burning in the 70s, they're left with a money pit if they can't raise rent to cover a building's expense, and they can't sell it either because nobody wants that. So insurance fraud is the next one. Another huge one is cover up crimes like murder or lesser crimes. The another one though that startled me that I didn't know about was the feeling of powerlessness and not tolerating that. People who become anxious, depressed, and extremely angry of mistreatment by society. It's a stab back at society. Nobody cares about me. Some of the worst crimes I've ever seen in my life. Not seen, but like disaster shows. Do not Google this unless you never want to sleep again. South Korea's worst fire in the subway. There was a guy who had a botched surgery, tried to get the help he needed for his now much less quality of life, felt ignored by the hospitals and by society, and couldn't make ends meet anymore and had trouble doing day-to-day tasks. Decided society needed to pay attention to him, and he hated his powerlessness. So to regain a sense of power, he needed to find out that he could regain society's attention. People would hear at least what he wanted, and probably a little bit of revenge is mixed in there. But he didn't have the motivation to necessarily kill, but he did not think it through what could happen. So he decided to walk with a can of gasoline on a subway and did what he did. Another subway car came into the same area, and subway fires are some of the worst ever. Because as the subways pull in and out, there's a wind tunnel effect, and it sucks in air, starts a draft, and it's like having a minor fire, but then putting a hair dryer on it, or like bellows, or like 65-mile-an-hour winds, and it sucks in new oxygen, and it becomes like a blowtorch fire in a tunnel. That's also similar to what happens in a regular tunnel with, say, car accident. And the driver of the train that came in the station inexplicably locked all of the doors and ran out himself so nobody could get out. And so his train was parked next to one on fire. It's one of the most horrific things ever, a mass death event. And the guy had burns on himself, and he checked himself into the hospital for his own burns, the suspect, and lived. He was one of the ones who lived. So when I was studying what happened with 2021's like Dixie Fire and such, we know that power lines down caused the Dixie Fire, but a suspect, because I don't know if they convicted him yet, the suspect who was a college professor who would seemingly have his life together and not be a lowlife and not be a scumbag and not be a firebug or anybody else like that. He doesn't really fit a profile of a person that's typical. I went out of my way to try to figure out why he would have any motivation, and the police explained his motivation, and as far as we can trust the police. Okay. The police explained that their theory of his motivation was he wanted to entrap and circle firefighters and kill them. That was the goal. I'm not sure that's correct, but I did a little bit of research on why do people go out in the middle of nowhere to start just big wildfires without, I mean, it's not like they hate the forest, right? And so their psychological profile can be they want to feel powerful again. They feel powerless. They feel life control slipping away from them. This can be as people age or for whatever reason, if you resign in disgrace or whatever, any reason. To see on the news that you started California's biggest wildfire or some state's biggest or one of the biggest is a sense of I can affect the world, I am powerful. So they're seeking their own personal comfort as a way to deal with life. I don't know about you, White Dove, but I would call that a maladaptive coping style, right? That's maladaptive coping. Get a support group. That's all I got to say. But maybe his motivation was murder. I have no idea. No idea. That's why I did not get into this field after I learned more about it and heard the FBI profilers and stuff. I was like, get me out of here. I don't even want to know what's in their heads. But we need to know a little bit about this. I'm sure a lot of people don't want to hear this. They just want to get their fire info. And I'm sorry, but that's what the media can do for you. I'm trying to educate the public and make awareness so that people can understand what might really truly be happening. And if you do not understand the motivations of criminals, you do not catch them. And the public has a huge role to play in catching these folks. One arsonist was, suspected, was arrested, and it was one of the fires I was covering last year in the Bay Area, I believe, because somebody did have the wherewithal to film the crowd. And it was controversial. It looked to me like it was suspicious because it started along a road going a certain direction. And some people on Twitter were like, don't say the arson word because you can whip up a mob or whatever. It's probably just a chain dragging. And I'm like, most people pull over though for that. It's usually you can't drive that far and do it. And plus it was the middle of the night. How many people tow the boat in the middle of the night? And plus there had been suspicious fires earlier in the week in the same spot. So I went ahead and said, look, I'm going to say the A word. Everybody keep your eye out. And myself and others were scolded on Twitter. It turns out we were right. And just because there was public awareness, the congressman in the Bay Area as well told the public, hey, law enforcement suspect this. Everybody stay vigilant. That's how the suspect was caught. So this is empowering, not depressing. I hope. Well, as much as it is depressing. Hey, Rob, good to see you again. I want to check on this fire real quick because so far it's an hour and I've still not done it. I feel bad. Let's check on the status of one. We'll go back to the same topic. I want to, but this is why we're on this topic because we had a police say that the body disposal was the cause of a brush fire near Tacoma in early September, and what happened last night with the arsonist going on I-5. Suspected, arsonist on I-5 near Myrtle Creek. So if anybody can Google search me right now, I'd be grateful. Douglas County News. Did they make any arrests? Is the news even aware? Is the news media aware of what happened in Douglas County last night? Because we are. We listen live on the stream. So I'm going to look at the new one, the Trout Creek fire. It happened today while I was ill. So it's 10 miles north of Madras, and it wasn't a true red flag in Madras. It was what I call orange flag, like almost yesterday. So Central Oregon, it began Sunday at 1 o'clock. They had very low humidity. It's saying it's about 500 acres, grass, brush, and juniper on private land, but it's threatening Prineville BLM administrative land. So the people responding are Rangeland Fire Protection Association, meaning rangeland is like where cattle range. Oh, how about the range? And Jefferson County Bureau of Land Management, Forest Service resources are responding. And they had 2 tankers. I watched a few working it today. They were single engine planes, so the crop duster types, and 10 fire engines on it. But I thought I saw a bigger plane on watch duty, either flying over it or near it. So they're saying there are potential delays on Highway 97 north of Madras. But as I looked at it, I figured I don't have to go live because they're probably just trying to save cattle and will keep it from spreading. Madras is, look at the map. Let's go back to where our map is. It's Eastern Oregon, which is a high desert. It's nothing like Western Oregon. It's not wet. It's not liberal. It's a different country. Like they're trying to break away from Oregon and join Idaho because they're so different. It's the majority of Oregon is highly conservative, cattle country and high desert. Mining, the primary employment is ranching, mining, logging. Used to be fishing, but the dams kind of destroyed that. Tourism, that sort of thing. And some of it's gemstone mining and like above ground, not like there's not much hard rock mining anymore, like traditional gold mines, but there's artisanal ones, and some of them reopen in the Blue Mountains and such over here, where to get to Idaho, you go through the Blue Mountains, through the South Pass, which is Oregon's Trail, Oregon Trail, Pendleton to Baker City, and down to Caldwell. So it is so different that life in Eastern Oregon can't even be imagined by Western Oregon city folk. And their legislations make it harder and harder to live out there. Like just to manage like predators, things that attack cows and whatnot, and just everything. So it's once you drive right over here, it's a different country. You're in a different country, and also take survival gear. It's so hard to survive in Eastern Oregon. It's kind of place where it's 120 degrees or something almost during the day, and at night your breath is freezing, and you're like, I needed a thicker sleeping bag. I'm going to freeze to death. And you'll be out there driving, and all of a sudden a haboob, like a dust storm, like from the Sahara Desert, just destroys the visibility. I was following a semi truck once, screeched on the brakes because I thought I'd rear end it. He disappeared into the dust storm in front of me. And all of a sudden the car was impacted from the side, and I was screaming. So was everybody in the van I was in. And it was tumbleweeds. Tumbleweeds it completely buried our vehicle. We could barely open the door to get out. Like this sudden storms show up. Thunderstorms like in Texas will roar over at the speed of sound. Like it's sunny one day, you close your eyes, you open it, it's black sky, and there's lightning strikes everywhere on the prairie, lighting wildfires everywhere. Your tent blows away because there's suddenly like 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts. I just spread eagle myself on the tent. Limbs from the pine trees above me start dropping everywhere, and I realize, oh my God, that one almost shattered my windshield. Why am I under a pine tree? I'm going to die. Wildfires are like 5 of them off in the distance, and they're roaring as fast across the plains as they could possibly go. And then it hails, like the size of quarters. And then it rains torrentially, and all the wildfires are gone, and then the sun comes out, and birds tweet. And everything's wrecked. You're soaked. Your tent is in shreds. Maybe it blew away. Your car's trashed. Half the stuff you brought with you camping is missing. I'm not man enough for Eastern Oregon. That was June. That was June 30th. I experienced that. Like, bring survival gear. Bring huge heavy blankets and stuff. It's awful. Okay, hi guys. Let me go back to White Dev says psychology is depressing. Why did I get in this profession? Because you're needed, and you know that you're needed, and you know you make a difference. There's very few professions as important as mental health right now. So Exactly, Christine H. Really, for any crime, you should film the crowd. Yeah. Some people might just think, oh, that's a house, abandoned house burning down. Are you sure there's no body inside? Even if it's not a murder cover-up, it could be. I mean, abandoned houses have murders and drug deals gone wrong and all that. Yeah, it may be more important to film the crowd than you know. Or you could be just and do it slowly, like pan around, because you may capture the license plate of somebody driving away. That might be the thing that breaks a case. If all authorities have to do is pin the suspect to the scene of the crime, and usually it's an open and shut case. If they show up at multiple arson scenes or whatever, suspicious fires, they're the only person who is at both. That's hard to explain. Usually that's a plea bargain at that point. So Matthew Davis says, was that the Caldor fire? Which one? Rob Langsdorff says it burned across half of San Diego County. I'm sorry, I was trying to show you Madras, and I'm that distractible. I'm sorry. Madras is here north of Bend. So the Lookout Fire is right here. So you go, excuse me, right here. You go east of Eugene to the mountain pass. It's a nice, lovely drive. Probably the most pleasant of the mountain passes, other than this one. I mean, both of them go through Eugene. Some of the others are harsh and scary. But if you're going to get to the Cascades, take Eugene, you go out here at McKenzie River Highway. So you can see the Lookout Fire's heat detection right there. That's where it is. So you end up here in the high desert, and you're up here and around, and you can get to Bend, which is a big growing area. It's liberalizing because a lot of people just can't afford to live in the Willamette Valley anymore, and it's kind of like a liberal oasis in the giant conservative ocean of Eastern Oregon. So it's also got pretty nice weather and views and other jobs and stuff. So Madras is to the north. And then you've got pretty much all ghost towns between Madras and the Dalles. I've driven this. It's a very lonely highway. In fact, you could take a nap in the middle of the highway and probably not be hit by a car as long as there's only a 20 to 30-minute nap. There's little ghost towns and they're amazing. But anyway, going back to Madras, this is where our heat detection is. It's in a gully wash ravine thing area, unknown origin. This is the Trout Creek fire. But it's rangeland. I don't expect that we have to cover this too much. I'm going to check watch duty. I love Eastern Oregon, but you got to realize where you are. It has nothing to do with Western Oregon. And, when in Rome, you be respectful. I put my cowgirl hat on and everything. You got to have your boots with heels if you want to ride. And it's pretty cool. It's a lot of the towns look straight out of the Wild West. Man, there's some dude ranches and some cool stuff like Cornucopia Mines dude ranch. It's really awesome. So if we go back up here, Trout Creek, 500 acres that has been raised to 1,600. So it's sizable. Now, no containment, and I would like to know which direction it might be spreading. It kind of looked like it was going uphill in this ravine, but it's going to depend on the wind. So, yeah. Rob Langsdorff says, yeah, I'm sorry. I skipped a little too much of chat to know what you guys are talking about. Rob Langsdorff says it burned south to Alpine, southwest into Mission Trails Park. It burned west to Highway 52, 168 intersection. Which year? Matthews says, because I don't remember highway numbers at all. I'm sorry. It's numbers dyslexia problem. White Dove says we need more forensic psychologists out there. Forensic everything. Right now, crimes are not solved because it takes too long to get a result. Like they swab, they get DNA, they get blood, they send it in. 8 months later, there's a result. Or 2 years, or 5 years, or 6. There are still, for example, sexual assault kits that have been on the shelf ready for processing for 15 to 18 years. It's abysmal. It's something that needs to be corrected on the federal level. They need to inject funds immediately, because who knows how many serial criminals are active only because something hasn't been tested yet. Remember, most crimes are committed by repeat offenders, most. So catching like one person earlier in their criminal career, the ripple effect is incredible. How much crime you can prevent. Like, everybody thinks Portland is a crime-ridden wasteland right now, and it is, but that's only because there are a couple criminal roaming gang type things, and the stupid unforeseen effect of decriminalizing the drugs. It's only small portions that are decriminalized. So what that meant is that every single drug dealer could have every single drug kingpin could have none of their dealers arrested, as long as every dealer was carrying just under a set amount. And we're talking hard drugs too. It was like a gold rush. So all these out-of-state drug kingpins came in, and they said now hiring for hundreds, if not thousands, of dealers for the state of Oregon for the transport. And so instead of having like one vehicle carry the drugs, it's a caravan from one border to the next of the states, and they hand it off at borders and/or distribute locally in like Portland. But it's just the work of not that many criminals. What they have hired. They went on a hiring spree, and a lot of the murders are now the result of new territory turf wars. So what was supposed to have the good intention of putting addicts who don't belong in prison but belong in treatment, keeping them out of prison, has torn Portland to pieces. And now it's a place of a lot of murders and crimes and whatnot, because same kind of people who might be a drug dealer, if they're already doing illegal activities and see other crimes of opportunity, they take them. So we have all kinds of increases in crimes. Usually criminals are game for anything, and they're kind of, I would say, the realm of what their crime is, right? So if they're gonna go and rob other drug dealers and they see an unattended sports car, if you're comfortable robbing other drug dealers, are you not comfortable stealing the car? So it takes a personality type, not exactly a whatever. So Rob says there is also the famous case of an LA fire investigator who turned out to be a firebug. Yes, that is the scariest thing. Many firebugs who are not arrested in childhood but have a little bit more intelligence and a little bit more tact, they it's as scary as cops that are psychopaths, detectives that are psychopaths themselves. It's an incredibly frightening to know that some firemen are excited by it. And so when they're usually only committing the crimes when there's not enough activity, like when there's a lull, they make a fire happen. And the thing about the profile too, I don't want to be on this topic too long, is many psychopaths and narcissists require admiration of others to feel good inside. It's an arrogance thing, and so they love it when they're called heroes, first responder heroes. They cause the fire, they put it out, and they get told that they're a hero. That is terribly frightening, but they're a low percentage of the population. But I do think there needs to be a lot more psychological tests in the hiring for those types of jobs. And we wouldn't have so many, like, say, crooked cops and everything, because they're usually crooked because they're narcissists or psychos or something, very comfortable with having other people take the rap or the fall. They usually set other people, like innocent people, up to take the fall for them and do not care what lives they ruin, just as long as they cover themselves. So the ones who plant drugs on people and whatever, and lie about what's happening, and arrest a prostitute, but say if you sleep with me, I won't arrest you. That kind of abuse. And Joe Johnson says old habits die hard. Yeah. So, yeah, the illegal marijuana is still causing a lot of wildfires too. Firefighters were shot at west of Roseburg in one of the fires of last year, live on the stream when we were listening to Scanner Radio. I believe it was the cartel drug operations firing warning shots like, do not come down this ravine. And so the firefighters were evacuated, and they couldn't put a line there where they wanted to. So the way to fight the cartels is to first of all, get rid of we'll confiscate your entire house if you grow drugs in a house. Drugs will be grown in buildings again instead of on federal land, because that's why they're in federal land. And then make marijuana itself so cheap that the drug cartels can't make any money off of it, and they'll switch to something else, something that doesn't involve growing things on our land. Like, I don't think cocaine can survive in our latitude, right? It's too cold. Anyway, there's solutions. Most of the solutions to wildfires start with a pen. The most powerful solutions start with a pen, new legislation, and then we'll see a new era, one that more resembles the past with normalcy. Like, undo some of these disastrous laws. I don't want to see addicts in prison either, but decriminalizing drugs and what happened to Portland just shows how the wrong way to do that. What's worse about this is the police explained on the ballot when I was voting for it in Oregon. It sounded good on paper. I'm like, yeah, let's put people in treatment instead of sending them to jail. Well, the police explained, please don't pass this law, because usually addicts don't want treatment. They have an addiction. Only when they get threatened with a felony charge, which means no more gun ownership, no more voting. Good luck getting a good job. Your kids will probably be taken away from you. You will be on lists and such, and all these bad things that felonies do for your record. You no longer have certain types of jobs, period. Face that consequence or get help and go to treatment. And usually that threat and huge fines and jail time, prison time too, are the way that they force somebody into treatment, because almost no addict says, yeah, I want help while they're in the midst of it. They have to have a hard look about what their life is actually going to be like if they do not stop. And the decriminalization, unfortunately, meant that there's no more legal threat, and almost none of those addicts are seeking treatment. The worse yet is they took away the marijuana tax that went to schools, defunded the schools to make the, quote, treatment centers for addicts. However, they're not treatment centers, they're intake centers, which means they fill out a form for the addict and they put them on a list of somebody wanting treatment, but it's not a treatment center, it's an intake center. It means, what's your name? What's your ID? What's your date of birth? Do you want help? What drugs do you do? How long? Okay, we'll get back to you. And then none of these addicts are really getting treatment because the intake centers got all the money and there was no plan to fund treatment centers. So it's only the wealthy can go to rehab, really. Oh boy, that law sucks. I voted no after I read that crap, but too many people voted yes. It's a bad way to do this. So yeah, places like Humboldt County are becoming the narco states like Mexico. Like, we have to stop that disastrous law that says it's called a civil asset forfeiture, where if you use a vehicle like a car or you use a house to grow or transport drugs, then the police seize it. That's why they moved onto federal land. And that's why we had drug growing ops in the woods. It's like the 1930s days of the moonshines. And they did that in the woods, and the moonshine still started a lot of fires in the 20s and 30s. Every once in a while, the Everglades burns up, and that's probably why. Okay, I'm sorry. let's go to the new topic. So we did the Trout Creek fire. I went to catch up. I did look at the cams, the lookout, and unfortunately, Death Ball is pointing the wrong way again. This is almost due north. So we have active lookout fire as usual. And there it goes. So you can see it off to the east. This cam is to the west. But not much of it can you see. And we got cloud movement. But this is pretty good that clouds are here. It helps keep a little bit of a lid on the fire, but it's not good that they're moving that quickly. This is a 6-hour time lapse. It means fresh air is coming to feed the fires. If there's almost no wind but upper level clouds, that would put the lid like on the frying pan of a fire, and it would be better for the lookout. So this is I'm sorry, what did I just press? 15 minutes? Yeah, the slowest. So this is more of an accurate idea of the slowness of the movement. That could have been lightning, possibly. I don't think so. Could have just been a flare up for a second. Yeah, flare up. That was from the ground. So because the camera only takes an image once every minute, it looks like a weird flash. But in reality, it's heat and not just light. And so when there's a flare up from, say, a wind gust or a big dead tree just lit on fire, you will see the heat hit the rise. That's more intense than it was a minute before. And so that's a brighter image. But then it dies down again, and so that registers as a flash when you do time-lapse photography. So let's check on the other side of the lookout. This is a 15-minute time-lapse. Now this is looking to the west by southwest from the east side of the lookout fire. And most of the fire is to the right of the camera, up the hill. I hate it that they almost never pan to the right. This cam, we could do a 12-hour just to get an idea of what happened today. There was just a lot of smoke. A lot of smoke. We have better weather now, though. The heat wave thing of the weekend is over. And so we're having highs of like 72 and 75 degrees in Oregon again. I need to check on when we might get some rain. So we looked at the lookout cams. I want to check on Eastern Washington. It was red flag today. I don't think they had too much activity. But man, the lookout is still chugging away. The rains can't come soon enough. It's still eating our old growth forest. People don't understand some of the terms, and I didn't quite understand them either from when I was first learning. These firefighters who took me to their wings, and the most difficult thing to understand was not fire behavior. That's pretty easy to understand. I could tell anybody about it, and almost anybody listening to me for an hour can understand way better how wildfire will move across the landscape. It's not rocket science, but what I was totally confused about was terms, because sometimes the same term has two meanings, or they have slang that's different, right? I thought rollout was response. Well, rollout actually means flaming pine cones and stuff rolling down a hill, like rolling, 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 rawhide. Oh, God, my throat hurts. Okay. Like a log, you know. And so when flaming debris goes down a hill, it starts a fire at the base of the next hill and then goes up the other side. So Siskiyou County is hot today. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm afraid to do some of my ghost towning, honestly. Just to finish that topic about being in the woods alone. I will go armed. There are a few ghost towns that I will go without serious armament. I look like I'm prepared for war, like an ancient style war. I have giant knives. One is a proper machete, so I have that on my left hip, and I can draw it like a sword. Because usually to get to ghost towns, you got to bushwhack a little bit. The other on the right hip, I've got a mega knife like Crocodile Dundee. You call that a knife? It's two survival tools that have two different reasons for existence. but it's quite impressive. It looks like a small black bladed sword or a big dagger, like a dirk. Dirks are in between daggers and swords. That's what they are, DIRK. And I'll have other armaments too, everything from sprays to whatnot. And I tend to ask the locals, like the nearest town of civilization, is it safe to go X place? And if they're like, uh-uh, the turkey hunters say no, man, then just don't go. I used to think, well, if I couldn't access a place by trail, I could use my drone. Nobody would want that to happen, so I won't even fly a drone over some spots. It's not worth attracting a cartel's notice, right? So my line of work, ghost hunting and history research, is now more dangerous than it normally should be. I mean, there's always getting broken down in the middle of the woods. That's always a danger. But now it's disappearing. A lot of people don't understand, and that's what's happening with all these spooky horror stories. Excuse me, I need coffee, guys. We're gonna look at this, but just so happy that this was like the only fire today in the near Wapato in the red flag zone, Yakima County and Washington. That's lucky. I was very worried about the prospect of a Columbia River Gorge fire when I saw this reach over towards the Dalles and past it to White Salmon. Like, damn. But I need a decaf. Throat is sore, and we're going to look at what's happening in the Olympic Peninsula. And I think it's either they couldn't extinguish some of these, or they just let them burn policy, and they got fanned up with the storm thing off the coast. Yesterday's stream, they went from being like almost out on like 1 acres to exploding and having massive heat signature here. So I don't even know what's going on in the Cascades. Level 1 evacuation, get ready. I need to change watch duty so I'm notified of this. The Glacier Peak Wilderness, I think I briefly covered it. It's an evacuation of, like, say, campgrounds. Almost no thing about Oregon and Washington and California is almost no towns survived in the Cascade and the Coast Range. It used to be towns that were serviced by, stagecoach travel. You had to spend the night, sort of thing. Or travelers get stranded, or the old cars didn't have big gas tanks. But almost every single town that has ever existed, like White Man Town, in the mountains is 100% abandoned, and few of them cling to life. World War II had a lot to do with it. Executive order by President Roosevelt to stop all gold mining and silver mining, unless it's war-related like iron. The mining companies were forced to turn off the pumps, and their mines flooded. It was, the timbers rotted. There's wooden supports. And it began to dissolve the sulfur deposits, and that began to dissolve the rock because sulfur, add water, becomes sulfuric acid. And so all of a sudden the solid ceilings became Swiss cheese. So just reopening a gold mine is not something you do right after the war, and that's an oversight that President Roosevelt didn't understand when he signed that order. There should have been federal funds to at least keep the pumps on. He accidentally destroyed a gigantic industry in the United States and a huge moneymaker. Whoops. And so, boy, there are a lot of them. So you have no idea. So up here, especially, most of these mountain passes on the other Canadian border were train servicing towns. There were multiple towns where the trains would stop to get more water for steam. That's some of the saddest stories up here, where the avalanches would sweep away the train, like Ty, Washington. So I know more about the ghost towns and what actually real towns are there. There's few real towns. These wildfires are now putting the final nail in the coffin to some of them. The resort towns losing all their income from like 2020 and COVID, and a lot of it for 2021. 2022 was exactly an easy year. because 2021 was a massive fire year, and then a massive fire year this year. I plan to go and spend money at these towns as fast as I can, like Belknap Springs. It's survived for 100 years. It's one of the very few. Used to be hot springs resorts everywhere, and almost none of them have survived the 30s and the Depression. So I hope I can go live and show you the lookout fire myself, especially at night. But I don't know that that's possible anymore. Before October. Joe Johnson says show us a picture, Valkyrie cat. Wait, what? Yeah, tell me what's the weather like where you guys are at, and which fires do you want to know about right now? Christine 8 says, Rob, there are more recent firefighter pyros of major multiple fires. I'm going to bite my lip right now. I need to do a little bit more research, but I may know about one. A firefighter that may have started a major wildfire. One that my stream covered. It's a delicate subject, though. I do not want to smear anybody's name. I want to be fair. And ruining a life over a rumor is something I know that almost anybody can do these days with social media. I refuse to do that. If I suspect somebody doing something like that, I am going to give the opposite side every chance to explain themselves. No yellow journalism, no gotcha journalism. I'm going to have to be extremely careful also to not only just be fair, but to not be sued, right? To be accused of such a heinous crime is serious. So, but I always so want to tell you about the coincidences of the multiple fires that have broken out with when this individual firefighter was at the scene first. That's one way you can find out. Do they arrive at the scene first? And quickly and easily when everybody else is getting lost to remote places? And do they want to take credit for being the person who found it and all those sorts of things that selfish people want? The admiration, the attention? You would think that these people would have a site profile of, I'm just going to put up an image for you guys. Wild Frontier Camera has a lot of activity. We're going to look at it next. So this is the live image. It's down here in Del Norte County, California. We're going to check on it next. White Dove, maybe you could explain the need for admiration. That was something that I didn't realize the depth of. But like, say, narcissistic personality disorder, not just narcissism as a scale of extreme selfishness, but like the people with the disorder. It's like being a psychopath without the instinct, the impulse to kill usually. But they have no remorse and no empathy, and they could watch somebody drown and laugh at them and just go to lunch, you know? Like on a cruise ship, see somebody fall overboard, and if they didn't really like that person, just go, ha ha, and then text message somebody, and could you stop making noises while you're drowning, please? I'm trying to talk. That's what a narcissist is like. They're truly frightening. It doesn't matter who the person is. They don't care about babies or anything either. That's the kind of babysitter that could just sit all day, plug in ear. If the baby's crying, to ignore the baby, just put in some earplugs, or go to another room and just start, playing a game or something, talking on the phone. They're terrifying, and they're oftentimes invisible, and they lie so artfully because they have no conscience. They look everybody, they try to win your trust, and they're the ones who will stab you in the back, say workplace, whatever, get ahead, enrich themselves. And they get irritated if you try to tell them how much your life has been affected or anything. The only thing they ever want to hear out of your mouth is how much you adore and love them and respect them, and they require that, otherwise you're their enemy. Any criticism, even the tiniest amount, even if it's like a well-meaning joke, like they're the life of the party, and you kind of burst their bubble or say, oh, that's not real. Camel spiders aren't as big as they say. That's an optical illusion in the Middle East. Camel spiders aren't the size of a bowling ball. They're actually called wind scorpions. They're a really cool species. They might be furious with you because they're embarrassed. Like, they just explained camel spiders to an audience and you just corrected them and they were wrong. They may try to ruin your career now and go pop your tires. They require your admiration. And if you do not supply it, they destroy you like little immature little brats. And if you don't know that they're around you, like, that it's much more common than being a psychopath. You have met one, guaranteed. In the course of your life, you'll probably meet many. They're in your workplace. They're neighbors. They're people you meet. If you fail to recognize what they are and how to deal with them, you could just absolutely be destroyed. Because they will try to turn your friends against you too, and that sort of thing. And lie. They'll provoke you with like hideous words and stuff to get you to say something mean about them, and then they'll cry to their friends and say, "Oh, that person's so mean to me. I'm the victim of their bullying." And they started doing this in elementary school, and they continue to do it to adulthood all the way until they're 90 years old. They could be a 95-year-old person, like as you visit your parents in a nursing home, that are they're still like that. They never grow out of it. They are like emotional 4-year-olds, and they have toddlers, tantrums, and while they may not have an impulse to kill like a psychopath, they will want to ruin you and get satisfaction and get pleasure out of it. So it isn't, you just have to recognize them. And they can commit crimes like arson, but they will go into first responder jobs because that supplies them with the admiration that makes them feel great every day. So I don't know if some arsonist firefighters are strictly um, firebugs, sexually excited maybe about fire. Or where are the other ways they get excited about it? It's like a dopamine blast, and like the way we watch fireworks. Maybe similar to that. It's like a relaxing pleasure, and it's cool. But any kind of flame is to them. It's frightening, even destructive ones. Okay, let's make some decaf. Mind you, I'm not a psychological expert. I just dipped my toes into it, and once I heard the FBI profilers explain stuff like that, I was like, okay, that's it. I don't want to study this. But I think the public needs to know the very, very basics to recognize this behavior. And if something like an accident and weirdness happens at your workplace, or you witness stuff like that, or you have an employee that's this emotionally immature, they're much more dangerous than you might have ever imagined. So you see another employee stabbing somebody else in the back. That's not just capitalism sometimes. That's a severe form of mental disturbance. Like as serious as being a psychopath. Occasionally they kill, though. They break their profile and they kill. I mean, cluster B personalities are the frightening ones. Absolutely frightening ones. Somebody else called so they have basically what used to be called a psychopath, sociopath. They have new names for that. I disagree with the new naming terms. The other ones that may want to kill and hurt have sadism as a common trait. Excitement, destruction. But then there's the narcissist who doesn't really generally have the impulse to have violence, right? They backstab and they lie and they, may not help you if you're in dire need. But then there's one that some people don't understand in a cluster B, and that's the histrionics. I've learned about them as the last, in just watching the experts on YouTube, and you can go look at those expert videos. But I've now got the chill up my spine because I think I maybe have known histrionics. They are even more stealthy than those listed above. They are the kind of person oftentimes looks like a weak, helpless victim, but they are a liar, no conscience type of liar. Oh no, I just spilled coffee everywhere. Maybe you could explain that, White Dove. Hopefully, correct me if I have gotten confused with terms or anything. But histrionic is manipulation through absolute crazy lies. Some the ones who get caught, their lies they're incredibly believable, but then they get too unbelievable over time. They require sympathy from others and attention, no matter what the occasion. So they get off by manipulating others. It makes them feel powerful, and it's the way they get anything they want in life. So they look extremely sweet. They're the best person to talk to ever. And they're like, oh, come confide in me, honey. Here, have some tea and sympathy. And they may wait years after they know you to betray you and destroy you. But that is what they like to do. Like a psychopath loves to kill, perhaps like one that's a killer. They want to ruin lives through lies and look like they're a false victim. And many times there's financial benefits to such thing. Marry somebody wealthy and then claim you're an abuse victim. That's one of the things. Running out of decaf. And false accusations are another. The other kind of person who might hurt themselves, call the cops. Somebody could go away a lifetime in prison with like a felony assault charge, or even they could have set up attempted murder. And this may ruin somebody's life, get their kids taken away from them or whatever. And the real monster wins. Gets custody, gets the money, gets the divorce, that kind of scenario. They will never lose a wink of sleep over it. Histrionics always have something wrong where it's telling you a sob story and they want the sympathy. They don't just want the, oh, you poor thing. They want you to be shocked and go, oh my God, you poor thing. I think I have met one in my youth at a summer camp. Okay, where's my... Okay, I think I got it set up where it won't leak. Okay. This same thing like a narcissist. If they want something, like I'm the kind of person who's easygoing. I will, if somebody has to just make a request that's reasonable, I'll usually accommodate if it makes somebody happy. I'm happy to make somebody happy. Right? Well, my big crime to this person was we had bunk beds at this summer camp, and I wanted the top bunk. So I got there first. I roll my sleeping bag, right? I'm a kid, ignorant kid. Wish I knew more about these people before. And wait, is that water? Let me get water too. I'm just, yeah, honey. Let me get honey. Trying to soothe my throat here. So I walk around, not, she came in and she's from a different school or whatever this summer camp was again. And seemed nice. Hello, my name is blah, blah, blah. And so we're bunkmates, I guess. And so she goes, do you want the top bunk? Because she saw my sleeping bag on it. I said, I don't really care. I prefer top, but don't matter. Do you want the top? And she just looked at the floor in disappointment, like she was sad. But I was so, I don't know what you call that, obtuse. I require an answer because I can't always interpret what somebody wants. Like if she's just looking sad, I don't know if she has a memory about falling off the top bunk or something. I did that didn't register with me that she's sad she didn't get the top bunk. I asked her again, like, do you want it? And she shrugs her shoulders and sighs and leaves the room. I'm like, okay. All right. So I keep the top bunk. Well, she wanted it, and she was trying to use emotional manipulation to get it. And okay, I'm back. No, I'm not. I'm sorry. The coffee just finished. Okay. So this is a live picture. Is it updating, guys? I'm going to do the 12-hour time lapse. This is Frontier. We'll get back to it as soon as I have to do random topic sort of thing when I'm not at the screen. So thanks for backing me up. I think I'm right about the narcs. Oh, no. Oh, it spilled everywhere. It went off the side of the coffee cup. My coffee maker peed on my counter again. A poor cup placement. I'm going to write Ninja and say, you know what, your coffee makers are great, but at night when I don't see very well in the kind of kitchen nightlight, thank God I have Bounty. It's a black hole where they have black plastic in here. It's like a little stand. You can put the carafe in the giant. It's a giant tall coffee maker. You can put the carafe in there, or for a single cup, like I just spilled everywhere. There's a little kickstand, and you can put the cup up on it. So it's all black. It's like a black hole. I'm gonna say, please put a light in this thing, or make a white background or something. Dang it. So anyway, the bunk bed thing, I really thought nothing of it. I tried to bond with her a little bit, get to know her, ask some questions, and she was evasive, aloof, quite skinny. But I mean, some people are kind of malnourished looking skinny. And so I asked about that. You have enough to eat at home? And eventually I was comfortable with asking her. She looked at me and she just had sad eyes and she shook her head no. I'm like, oh, you poor thing. And then at that moment, I'm feeding her what she wants. And so she goes, I don't want to tell anybody. I'm so embarrassed, but I need extra food because I'm like starving. I want to put on weight here so that if I have to skip meals at home, I can. And she had a tearful, like the most believable story, like the most believable crying I'd ever seen. So I was offering to give her some of my food. You know, I typically had a little bit extra on my plate and just be a good temporary friend and whatever. So, but then more get to know you stuff, like right before bed, you know, like before lights out. And I was trying to inquire what her home was like, because I was also wondering if I should report it. Abuse. You know, they were sort of saying stuff like that. There's a code where you don't talk to the adults, right? But if she's being beaten or something and starved, I was going to try that anonymously with a note, like look into this home situation. And struggling with that, so I needed more info. So I just get more stories out of her. She was very forthcoming with the stories, and they got more and more unbelievable by the day, then by the hour, then by the minute. First, she took off her clothes that first night to dress, and she had scars on her shoulder blade and back. And she told me about how she got them, and it was a horse riding accident. She was bucked off into some bushes, and it's pretty awful. And I'd ridden horses before and knew all about it, so I had my own story too. And I said, I had my back screwed up, and guess what? I'm a swayback nag. And she blinked at me like, you're a what? And I said, I'm a swayback nag. A nag is a useless old horse that is like, you know, low quality, toothless or something. And a swayback is when a horse has their spine deformed in a big exaggeration, as if somebody way too large. Imagine a huge person like a sumo wrestler riding on a Shetland pony and deforming their back constantly, so it looks like a huge, horrible arch, like too much weight on it. So that's called lordosis, also known as swayback. And if you're going to buy a horse, you look for that. It's the most obvious thing ever. Like, don't pay much money. I don't think it's curable except for surgery, really. You don't really do surgery like that on a horse. But people have the surgery. I never got it. So I said, look at me. And I went and profiled in the mirror. And I said, my butt sticks out. because I have lordosis because a horse bucked me off, ironically. I fell flat on my back as a kid, and it was never corrected. So I was made fun of as bubble butt for a while at the school gym, you know. And I thought she'd laugh. We had like something in common, sort of. She stared at me. It was a bit hostile. So anyway, too long didn't read. They don't like it when you're taking away their attention and their sympathy. They need to be the object of sympathy and attention. They don't give a damn about you. So I've just committed the second crime against her that she wants revenge for, and that is attention and sympathy. So the other girls eventually start avoiding me. They're hanging out with her in another kind of bunk, and when I try to hang out, they just give me that glance like, you're not welcome here. What are you doing in this room? You can't sit with us. You know? And I have no freaking idea why. So I leave the room to fold laundry or something. They forget I'm there, but I'm on the other side of a wall. Sorry if this is a non-fire topic, but I have to. It's related. These people can commit crimes and, you know. So first I hear, you put a thing, you know, and oh my God, how could somebody do that? That's the worst abuse I've ever heard of. And she's showing people her scars. And I stopped folding laundry and listened, like, abuse? Scars from abuse? I mean, she fell off into bushes, and so she had multiple small scars on her back that looked kind of weird, but when she said thorns, it's like, oh, yeah, that would cause that. And so she was pointing to each one and explaining how she was whipped by her parents. Switches, electrical cords, and every way that she was injured got worse and worse and worse. And I just couldn't believe it. I thought she was joking or something. She was going to say, just kidding, no, I fell off a horse. She never did that. And so the more attention she got from the entire group, the more she invented a new object of torture. And so now she's a torture victim, psychopathic parents, you know. And after a time, I just couldn't stand the lies, and I was so pissed. Talked to others and walked over and said, can you believe what she's saying in there? None of this happened to her. She told me she fell off a horse. And then they go, huh? I said, yeah, she's a liar. And these other two girls actually believed me and said, do you know what she says about you? Like, what? She says that you abuse her. Like, what, me? I said, yeah, she says that you take her food at lunch every day. And I was giving her my extras. That's what the nasty, dirty looks were. So I was furious. I threw down the towel. I marched into the room and I said, you dirty, rotten liar. You're saying I abuse you? I've been giving you extra food, and you told me you fell off a horse, and the real truth, that this was thorn scars. There's no way you would stay in abuse like this and not tell anybody. You just quit your BS. I thought I was going to be beaten to death by those girls. They were solidly in her camp, and they were furious at me, surrounded me, started pushing me. But they are masters at manipulation, especially of the stupid. And I said, you can't really believe this, that she's beaten with a variety of objects. These scars are not deep enough for that. They're not consistent. They're in random directions. And when thorns get pushed in, they're deeper on one side and like a scratch at the other end. They wouldn't listen to the truth. So she had been one step ahead of me in each kind. All of a sudden, I'm taken aside by the camp counselors. And they're like, so we need to talk about your aggression and your behavioral problems. I said, she's a liar. But guess what? Multiple people had reported me for aggression. I said, what kind of aggression? And they go, well, they say that she tried to claim the top bunk and you pushed her off of it. She's got bruises. Oh, yeah, they're manipulative. Exactly. Why not? This is what they do every day of their lives. They want to ruin those of others. And in reality, it's not really for fun. The way that they get off on these things, they need sympathy, like we need water and food. And so you deprive them of it in any way, and they feel desperate, and they don't care what it takes to get them back. Oh, homeless in America, I'm so sorry. I didn't see you come in. I was trying to incompetently make coffee. I got a fever. Yeah, I'm in Oregon. So this current wildfire here, this one with 12-hour time lapse, this is in northwestern California. We're covering it all. Oh, White Dove says that all sociopaths and psychopaths get off on paying. No way. Oh, really? Huh. Okay. So they're all amused by it. Okay, that explains some YouTube channels. I tried to report them for animal abuse channel things, and YouTube still hasn't taken them down. There are a couple channels on YouTube that show animals in distress. Cats being hit by cars, people trying to help them, animal rescue type stuff, and shocking stuff from the wild, right? Like a lion cub trying to eat a bison and getting its head trapped in between the bison's or the water buffalo's hind legs, and it's crushing the windpipe of the lion cub because each leg of the bison weighs like 300 pounds. And so it's struggling to get free and getting weaker and weaker as it's being kind of asphyxiated. And the narrator goes on and on about the animal's suffering. This poor little lion cub eventually succumbs. It is being strangled brutally by the last, death throes of the helpless victim animal that the lion pride is tearing to pieces and consuming alive. And then you read the comments and they're like, wait a second, this is a good story because the lions rescued the cub. It survived, dude. And no, they didn't eat it alive. Like, and this, what the hell? Like the narration emphasized the suffering of the animals. And I realized who their audience is. They're catering to those that get off on suffering, those that would commit animal abuse. It's totally against YouTube's terms of service, of course, as you might think, to just make a channel dedicated to displaying animal suffering where that's the point. Not animal rescue, not teaching moments, not just amazing videos in general, but just reel after reel of animal suffering. Everything was taken out of context. Everything was painted as worse, and the narrator would pause dramatically. The brutal agony of this creature. And I realized a lot of sickos were in the comments, and I went, oh my God. And YouTube won't do anything about it. I've multiple times tried to report this. Now, if I tell my people, like, hey, you might want to help out, get this sick beep taken down, that's not done. In YouTube, you're not supposed to try to get another channel taken down by telling others. That's not done. I think it's a rule thing. But I know enough about psychology to know what's going on there. And then there's the fools, the people who are sentimental about animals, and so can't even imagine that somebody would make a channel like that. And so they're manipulating both sides, and I just wanted to vomit. I couldn't stand watching much of that. I thought it was an animal rescue channel, and it's not. So there's all these animal lovers just weeping in the comments, and a lot of times over nonsense, like the poor lion cub is dead, and it's alive, guys. There's another video where the whole lion pride saves it. It's making people depressed, and then the other commenters are like, Beavis and Butthead. Okay, that might change my opinions of psychopaths being useful for society. I mean, some of them do contribute and are useful. They can do body recovery, like of hundreds of people underwater without ever having a nightmare. However, if they all get off on suffering and pain, I'm afraid again. All of them. But what that girl was in camp was a histrionic. And they get off on ruining people and causing chaos. If they see peaceful interaction between two individuals, their goal is to destroy it subtly over time. They're the most dangerous people that might ever come on anybody's YouTube channel or anybody's anything, because they masquerade as the nicest people until they wait until you're vulnerable, and then they start their campaign of lies, right? Yeah. So this is why I can't do the field of psychology. I can't do it, but I've never regretted learning about this because I can now see it. I had a very bad time at that summer camp, completely ostracized, and I was the nicest person there. All she had to do was say she wanted the top bunk. I don't understand her. I don't understand her. You know, I would just give it. But I think she correctly assumed that I had a bullshit detector, excuse me. After midnight, I could cuss occasionally. And I'm the kind of person who calls people out. I was the biggest threat to her in the entire building. So these types of people may be involved in arson. Histrionics may be the less likely to, the pure sociopaths, psychopaths, and whatnot, and true firebugs. I don't, pyromania is what that's called, right? Not pyromania, the funny term for like pyrotechnics and liking explosions and cool stuff like that. As a normal person, no. We're talking those excited by it. But all the cluster Bs are capable of atrocity. No, most atrocities are committed by those, and it's histrionic personality disorder. What's now the new words for being a psychopath, a sociopath, and the narcissistic personality disorder. You know what narcissists are? Karens. That's what that is. Don't just think they're amusing and they want us to talk to a manager. I hate the word Karen because I know most Karens are nice people. You know, like their name is getting ruined. But that's how the public knows them. They are entitled to everything, and you do not matter in this world. Only they do, and that's why they behave so strangely, like the constant 2-year-old. So, White Dove says sociopathy is on a whole nother level, and psychopathy, not just the personality disorder, a whole other level with criminology. And yes, narcissists are generally more self-interesting, but sociopathic malignant narcissist is really bad. Oh God, a hybrid of the most worst things possible, huh? When you go down into psychopathy, the sadists that abuse people, yeah. White Dove says cluster B's histrionic are not as much of an issue. Most know this instinctively. Histrionics are manipulative. I think that they fly under the radar and they're much more dangerous than most people understand. They also use seduction and sex as part of their repertoire. They have no conscience. You can either be murdered by like a psychopath, but a histrionic person might turn a lynch mob on you or get you put away for life, set up for a crime you didn't commit, or just turn your entire family against you or whatever. Spread rumors that you're a pedophile or something without blinking an eye just because you said, "Oh, I'll bring you some milk today from the store," and then, oopsie, I forgot. Like, they want to ruin your life. The ones I've known. It's not like I can truly diagnose somebody, but they just fit the exact profile. They just behave like what's described. I know now that most cut and dry diagnoses are not true. That's the last thing I have to say about it. This is a super dark topic. But these, it's the subject of who might start fires. The cluster Bs always fit that bill. Now, is no longer are there like somebody's this or they are that. Psychology is moving to the more rational, realistic cross diagnosis, I guess you would say, where a lot of times the suspect, like say in criminology, they'll hire different psychologists, the defense and the often and the prosecution and the defense will hire their own psych majors, right? psychologists and whatever to look at the case. And they may come up with different diagnosis. Oh, psychopath, no sociopath, no narcissist, no this, that. And it's been, even some criminals even get off on such a thing because the jury is asked to decide which criminologist is correct. And really, a lot of their symptoms overlap. Like you get a narcissist that does commit murder. And when they snap, when a narcissist snaps, they're the kind of person who might try to kill their ex-wife, but their kid too. As long as if she got custody, then the child's no good to that narcissist anymore, even if it's some child. It's time to punish her. And if I can't see the child, nobody will. Like that's an unusual case, right? And then sometimes their arson motivation is, you got the house? No, you didn't. You know what I mean? In that kind of a case. Or jealousy. A sibling inherits something. Oh, no, you didn't. But they don't fit in neat clusters anymore. Now it's like 20% narcissist and something percent that and something percent that. They say traits of blah, blah, blah. And that. They're moving along to that sort of thing. I think that would help conviction rates because a jury that is not familiar with any of this, if you just say cluster B in a unholy mix, this is like the unholy. What kind of demon are you? It doesn't really matter. You're just demon, right? If these are the people we call monsters. Narcissists will kill people. Like there was a trial in Oregon, I think it was, where a woman convinced her ex-boyfriend, who was a vulnerable depressive, to kill himself. Like just the text messages were astounding. She had thousands of text messages where he would reach to her for help. You're my ex, but you're always so good to talk to. And she's like, well, I'm no longer with you, so you should just die. I never really loved you or anything. I was faking it because you had money, and nobody actually cares about you. Like thousands of those kind of things. And so he perished. And so there's a trial, and I don't know what the outcome was, whether or not that should be kind of like a type of murder. I think so. Picking on anybody vulnerable like that, I don't have use for that type of person. They should be in prison. Now, the thing about insanity is, what is insanity? What's the definition? And because some people say, well, if somebody's a psychopath and there's no cure for it and they were born that way, then isn't that innocence by reason of insanity? Nope. Insanity is when the defendant cannot tell the difference between reality and fantasy. What's called psychosis. So, like, somebody might wake up one day who's a war veteran or something and had a head injury, and they, or a diabetic, or some reason, somebody with a brain tumor, something that really affects them, and they think they're back in Germany in World War II, and Nazis have come to kill them, and so they grab their rifle and they shoot the Nazis trying to invade the house. But they really actually think they are back in Germany and these are Nazis, and it turns out it's like Mormon missionaries or something. That's not guilty for reason of insanity. Like that person cannot tell the difference to reality. They don't even know what era they're in. Like somebody with dementia doing that would not be found guilty by a reasonable jury with a reasonable defense. But a psychopath, sociopath, narcissist type, they know what the law is. They choose to violate it, so they're guilty. Even if they don't feel guilt or remorse or feel like the law is important, they know what it is. And usually harsh penalties and fear of the law is the only thing that keeps them from offending. So arson right now is a wrist slap crime, especially if you're a youth. California, there's an arsonist registry, and it's so weak that the public can't know about it, only the police. And if the crime was committed before the age of 21, it has to be expunged when the teen offender or child offender gets out. So that this is how I figured this out. This is when I was covering the Yuba County fire early on this season, and they said witnesses reported somebody driving up and lighting a fire at the side of the road near Peoria Road in Yuba County. I know that intimately. It's near the place where my friend died in a wildfire in 2017. So I was very anxious about that one. I did not want to see another fire there. Now let's look at Watch Duty and see others. Leighton, tell me now what fire you want to look at, because now we're back on topic. I'm concerned about this one in the Blue Mountains, the China Cap. They had another one near Cornucopia, which is one of the ghost towns sort of trying to come back to life in eastern Oregon. And they did really hard work on that, only for a week ago to have a new one break out, but it may be a non-factor, but it looks like there's enough vegetation for it to spread. If this is a good pinpoint location, I want to check out the heat signature there, because it would be extremely difficult to fight that over there. The only nice thing about the Blue Mountains is they're called Little Alps. They're higher than the Cascades at some points. And they get the first snows by the first week of October usually. So there's little time for it to do damage, but if there's a high wind event, some of the surviving ghost towns and mines out there could, and are just sitting there, wooden ruins could go up in smoke, and Oregon has very few surviving examples. So let's see where Cornucopia is. This is north of Sparta, I think, and west of Cornucopia. Cornucopia is here. That's the Dude Ranch ghost town. And if you drive anything around here, it's hard to. Okay, it's pretty far away from Cornucopia, but it's still where there's a lot of history. So we can't get much information about that. We're going to look at its heat signature. But, my dev says we need more forensic psychologists. I dropped out of my PhD program. I have a lot of post-grad training. That's awesome. Cluster Bs, you need to be prepared and not react, but respond. Yeah, and all cluster Bs will try to ruin your life. So let me look back to what you said too. We all need to learn about and deal with this behavior. We do. Okay, I'm sorry. And in criminology, we need to change laws. So when fire broke out in Yuba County, it was very suspicious. First of all, people wrote me emails and talked to me and said, we have new people in our neighborhood near Peoria Road in Yuba County. And these people, we suspect, are starting fires. It's a bad group. And I went, whoa, okay, that sucks. And so they were trying to alert the authorities about this bad group. I do not know the nature of the group either. Maybe they're drug growers, dealers, or mental or malignant, or I do not know. But they seem to be either living there now or transient living there. Right, like maybe the relatives of somebody. To have real property in California, oftentimes there's just, an old trailer in the back, or an old mother-in-law cottage, or these days even a tough shed turned into like a small bunk house. And I mean, there's a lot of gangs. The black gangs are in the cities. The Asian gangs are in the cities, and the countryside is the domain of the white motorcycle gangs, transporting the meth and that sort of thing. So they stake out territories. They have their own wars. Blah blah blah. So the straight, country folk trying to make a living the old-fashioned way are quite threatened, and oftentimes they get intimidated out of where they are. This has a background to things. This is another reason why ghost towning is a dangerous hobby again. So although I don't know it's drug related, I've got my suspicions. So locals had already told me about that, and there were several suspicious fires that could not have been natural, like not lightning, like no storms, no cloud in the sky. Even on the properties of friends I used to know. And so I was always like, I don't know if it's firebug or this or that, but while we were listening to the one fire, people said, you know what? There was one earlier. This is the second one in this neighborhood. I'll show you the neighborhood. general. So if you go out towards Browns Valley, not I-80, I-20, Yuba County, Highway 20 from Marysville and Yuba City, you go out this way. Before you get to Grass Valley, you can go north on some of the other roads before you hit Rough and Ready for sure, and Smartsville back here. I guess they call it the E21, I don't know. And this is an old ghost town. This is a stage stop. Almost this was a big stagecoach line back in the day. And so you go north on Marysville Road. There's the remains of Browns Valley, which is like a store and some cool old homes. You go up and up and up. There's Bald Mountain, which used to be Black Bart's hideout. Bald Mountain is like where you had caves, supposedly for a stagecoach robbing gang, by the way. Anyway, so you keep going up, and there's Peoria Cemetery. I don't know if Peoria was a town. Don't know about my research. Fruitland Road is another major one. It's this region up here. Loma Rica is where my friend died. It burned down in the 2017 Cascade fire. And so did Bangor on the same night. Same night that PG&E burned down Santa Rosa with all power lines down in October. So is fire season over for California? The worst one's just beginning. October through January is Santa Ana wind season. So it's this general region around here, like in a big circle. Collins Lake, Loma Rica, Bangor, Browns Valley, I don't know how far it goes. Maybe to Rough and Ready, far north. I don't know where territory these people might roam around in, but every time there's a fire in this county, I'm quite suspicious on each side of the feather. So I was covering that live earlier this year, and as I was a little bit late to the party. I rush home, go live. Somebody in chat says, "Oh, thank goodness you're here!" But it started over. They evacuated Collins Lake. I remember, so it was over this neighborhood, general, and it was spreading east towards Collins Lake. And they said there was an earlier fire that was put out immediately by the roadside, and a new one started about an hour later, and that's the one that's current with the aircraft and the multiple engines. So we're listening live scanner radio, and they were just about cleaning it up. And the alert wildfire cams are looking at it, different directions, like so, cross cam stuff. And I was about to adjourn. I was just like ready to talk about a new subject, and then all of a sudden, the alert wildfire cam went and pivoted and looked at Marysville Road, and Sheriff's Dispatch says, "Okay, we have reports of an active case of arson. Somebody is at Marysville Road near power lines, lighting fires in the dry grass underneath the big power line." You had a vehicle description, multiple witnesses, multiple calls to 911. So thank God they hadn't left the scene yet. The engines rushed over. Even CAL FIRE helped out, even though it's sort of more of like a city jurisdiction at that point if it's on the highway. But now I'm like, oh, okay, this all was probably arson and 3 different fire starts in an afternoon on 3 different roads. Uh-huh. And the camera tilted over, and sure enough, there's a new smoke on the camera. It was it was miles away from the other one. And so with that amount of time going by, either somewhere between 3.5 to 5 hours between each, in the course of 3.5 to 5 hours, 3 different fire starts. This one was way later. Like the first 2 were next to each other in time, but this third one was during mop up. It was like 3 hours, or at least 3.5, maybe even 5 hours after the first one. So they had a vehicle description, and there was chaos on the radio. All of a sudden, they were talking about fist fights and somebody active combat, hand-to-hand combat. And there was a manhunt and roadblocks set up on Marysville Road to try to catch the person fleeing in their vehicle. It was like a silver vehicle, if I remember right. Then they had a suspect name, which was put over scanner and radio, and I was like, what? Wow. So the roadblock seemed to fail, but then all of a sudden, CAL FIRE that put out quickly the third fire, those guys were investigating when maybe the person involved in combat, I never figured out if it was the civilians beating up some suspect or trying to make an arrest, or was unrelated. there's somebody next to where that fire started who went to cardiac arrest. And so the CAL FIRE guys dropped everything to go do CPR. This is one of the wildest stuff I've ever had on my channel. And I was about to log off because it seemed pretty ordinary, prior to this. And so this is when on the radio they said that they started background checking anybody that matched the vehicle description who was a resident in this part of the county. And so there's a bunch of dispatch saying this person, this person, this person. And then my ears pricked up. They said this so-and-so is registered on the arson offense registry. That's how I became aware one existed. It's like the sex offender registry. So I Googled it thinking, oh, this is great. Is this new? This will help law enforcement, because they immediately went to question that person. And I hope brought the witnesses together to say, was it that person? That person, I think, cooperated. But I think the vehicle escaped. Whoever was in the vehicle, there was a male and a female in the vehicle. And the male was identified by name from what the witness said on 911 dispatch, right? And so this was jaw-dropping, oh my God. And two things happened as a result of this. I found out that there's a California arson registry, and then the worst things about it. It's not good. Arson. First of all, it expires. You're not on it forever. You are if you're a sex offender. I mean, the suspect, convicted, excuse me. Not sex. There you go. I can't believe it's not. Yeah, 10 News probably. So it's a statewide registry now. It's weird. I can't pull up same information. So then I thought it was a good thing. Then my hope died because I read the particulars, and the problem is it expires. So like it's like the person may not have been really reformed or not. I mean, after they get out of prison or whatever their time is or whatnot, the police are the only ones who can access it. The community is completely aware. One can move in your neighborhood, a convicted arsonist, and you have no idea. So you're completely unaware. I don't know why you have the right to know about a sex offender, but not somebody who could kill you or burn down your entire town, which happens now. And the police can look at it for a duration of time, and then it expires, and then it gets automatically expunged off somebody's record, no matter what other crimes they do. So they could go on a criminal spree of something else, as long as it's not arson related. It appears they just get taken off of it after a time. And so the police are blind. They could get a report of somebody starting a fire, pull over that person on the road and question them and let them go because they have a clean record that's false. Especially if they committed their arson crime under the age of 21. Well, guess what? That's when most firebugs are active. Youth. They usually get caught pretty early on in their life, but the stupid, oh, let's feel sorry for criminal kids thing that the public believes has had a huge negative impact. We are so lucky that psychopaths and such that start fires, firebugs, it's a mental disorder. It'll never go away. They'll always want to start fires no matter what. They'll always have this urge. Because they committed it under the age of 21, they get a quote clean slate. It's a clean slate bill or whatever it was for California, so that when they get out of juvenile or whatever, they have a clean criminal record, no matter even if they cause deaths in arson. So the greatest gift that we could ever have is the fact that most firebugs are stupid. Their IQ is usually quite low. They usually get caught because they have trouble thinking ahead. They're impulsive. That looks dry. Here's my match. And then they figure out, oh dear, how do I get away with this crime? Well, that's the wrong time to think about it. They don't think ahead, right? So they get caught. They leave prints everywhere. They stay around at the scene of the crime. They get seen at multiple scenes of the crime. noticed. So, but with stupid laws like this, California will protect the criminals and not the community. The police could be pulling over somebody with who may have started 8, 9, 10, 13, 20 fires as a youth, even deadly ones, maybe more. And maybe the 20 years the only ones they could tie that person to. And they get out, they're aged, whatever, 25 or something. And they could be at the scene of an arson. The police question them, look up their record, and it looks clean, and they let them go. And they won't have any further leads. So this is what needs to change. So it's just god awful. First of all, the public needs to know, and it needs to be permanent. There's some crimes that are too heinous to be have expungement, but Europe considers itself more civilized than America in the legal system. They look down at they consider us brutes, And so in Europe, pretty much even hardened criminals, when they walk out of prison, they have an expunged record that background checks don't find anything wrong. Like the police can background check someone and see they have a record in, say, Germany. But you and I can't if we were to hire such a person. So it doesn't matter what crime it is that they committed, basically. They get jobs anywhere they want. Driving that school bus and that kind of thing. And they pat themselves on the back and they say that's progression because, oh, America failed, because of criminal records. Nobody gets hired who was a criminal, and they go right back to a life of crime. So we got to prevent that in Germany. And a couple other nations do that too. So don't coddle criminals. Wildfires are too, and arson now in this new climate and the new droughts conditions and whatever we're facing right now, doesn't matter the reason why. We have to crack down. We have to crack down. So many get away with their crimes and repeat their behaviors. I mean, the majority of crimes are by repeat offenders. Then if we even, and so many just get away with it, right? If we even locked up 5 extra arsonists per year in a certain state, that would probably reduce wildfires and suspicious fires by gigantic percentages. So anyway, let's back at the chat. Yeah, it's a field that we need a lot of forensic psychologists in. I hope to make a movie that makes it a glamorous field, and like Silence of the Lambs, everybody wanted to be an FBI profiler like Clarice Starling after that. That's why I was at that symposium. The FBI were like, okay, psychologist, so you want to be a profiler. Are you sure? Well, here's no holds bar. Here's murder scenes, and I got to see murder scene pictures. I didn't notice there were children in the crowd like me because I was in a big audience, right? And I realized, no, I don't want to go in that field. And the relative who took me, who was a psych major, was creeped out too. And like, maybe I'll stick to child psychology and family counseling. Woo. Okay. So what kind of activity happened on the Smith River? Because we have on the cams a pretty active nighttime vision again of the Wild Frontier Camp. There's active fire on it. Today we were blind because of the smoke. But once night fell, we could see it through the infrared. So I'm hoping they'll answer the question about whether or not control burns happened the last couple of nights, or if it was just spreading along due south of the Six River, Camp 6, excuse me, the Camp 6 alert camp. Like, was it moving on its own, or were they trying to strengthen a fire line by burning off the road vegetation? That's the big unanswered question. Mostly, they do turn the cameras to monitor their own handiwork to help make sure that their control burns are well controlled. But also, an alert wildfire cam will also look at out of control situations. And then let me make a personal note here. Let's see. And then we talked about it earlier. I'm making it so people can find our topics later, make chapters in the video. So I have to write down at what time in the video we discussed a topic. So we have not the clock, the elapsed time. If I don't do it now, I have to watch my entire streams again later to do it, and I don't have time to do that. So bear with me. So we were talking about earlier, California's arson registry need to change it, and the Yuba County suspicious fires. Oh, get this. This is the kicker. I wanted to know if they caught the suspected arsonist that day in Yuba County. I mean, there was an active manhunt that we listened to for more than 2 hours in Yuba County. They had roadblocks. It had suspects. Somebody went to cardiac arrest. I don't know if citizens tried to make a citizen's arrest or if it was an unrelated beating. What the heck happened? And I expected it to be on the news. That's a sleepy county a lot of the time. You know, it's not high population. It's not Sacramento or anything. And not only did it not make the news, I decided to report it to the Appeal Democrat, the Marysville's barely surviving newspaper. It used to be really a big deal, very respected. I still respect it very much, and I knew at least one reporter. So I wrote them, crazy beep happened last night on my fire monitoring stream. I think you should know about it. It was from this time to that time. Can you please report on this and let us know, the community, if the police were ever to make any arrests or if the person got away with it? And I figured that the newspaper would jump on this info and maybe even be able to tell us if there had been other suspicious fires earlier in the county or, whatever. Big news. Instead, I check the news the next day, and they went with a small article and a quote from, I don't know, whatever PR person it was for the county and firefighters. And that guy says, oh, well, you know what? Some people thought these fires were suspicious. And that's why I was drinking my coffee, went and spat it out, coughing. Some people thought the fires were suspicious. Like roadblocks in a manhunt? Yeah, like everyone did. What? And this is a paper quoting this individual, the PR person. Some people thought those fires were suspicious. Some people spread the rumors that there were multiple points of origin, that there were 3 different fires. And, that can happen because, it's on a road and a vehicle could be dragging a chain. There's multiple reasons that it could be an accident. That was it. So this is why the people of that county, for example, came to me and said, would you please explain what's really going on? That's the extent of what I know, but now I understand. Like, to win public trust, you don't bullshit the public. But that's what happens too often with the public relations thing. It's like, let's keep the public in the dark until we make a conviction, or let's not scare anybody, or just, sometimes it's just lazy. We don't want to investigate. I don't know what it is, but it's wrong. It's sick and wrong. I was really hoping investigative journalists would see through the bullshit, call them out and say, no, because I told them the timestamps. Scanner Radio, broadcastify.com. Go back and listen for yourselves. Listen to the manhunt, the description, cardiac arrest, the beating. Please tell us what was connected to what. Nothing. Oh, good night, my dove. I'm so sorry. You probably went to sleep 10 minutes ago. Okay, my throat feels a little better. I'm gonna need some honey. So let's see. That's why I'm doing what I do. If people could trust what they're hearing, and if there was a 24-hour information line that people could always call, and just one-stop shopping for a website for evacuation info, I wouldn't have a job, and I would be so happy to not have a job. But uh, everything is hard to find. All the info. And it's no wonder the rumor mill takes over, and that's not what you want. You don't want people getting their information from the rumor mill. That's when the space laser stuff takes off. So, current situation: firefighters continue to make significant progress towards containment on the Smith River. Strategic firing was completed yesterday from Idlewild to Washington Flat, but that's not where we see the flames. So from Washington Flat to Little Jones Creek, crews and engines mopped up burned areas and reinforced existing links. This problem with the complex, if there's multiple separate fires, but they all called them the same complex because they're in the same region. And so getting information about each one, like what we're seeing on the cams is basically the Coon fire, because on Coon Creek, this. And it merged with the Kelly. It's part of the Smith River complex. And so some of them are almost completely contained, like the hurdy-gurdy is nearby and about to blend in with the rest. But we no longer have individual containment percentage once they call it a complex. So even though there might be bright spots of hope where this one over here is mostly contained, that one over there is not though. Zero. This one's 100%, that one's 0. What a complex does, unfortunately, is say, oh, 50% overall. And we now no longer know what the hell is real. Which parts are contained, which are not. Which one's vulnerable, which one isn't. And it's okay once fires merge together to call it a complex. That's what that word means. Fires that merge together. It's not okay when they haven't yet, but I'm very critical because even experts who come in are finding it extremely difficult to figure out what they're talking about. And this is what you don't want is public confusion about anything. You look back here, you'll see how not all those fires have grown together. There's Crescent City. So it's where the Kelly once was. That was the Holiday up there. So the Kelly and the Holiday merged. But the Diamond never did. And this Corral one never did. And so early on they said these are mostly contained, like we don't expect them to move. But they were scary on the Hayfork Divide camps. They were the most active. Well, that's okay if they don't move. So back then I was telling people this is good. Even though it's scary in the camera, it's good. But once they roped all of these into the same complex, we lost the ability to figure this out. Because the hurdy-gurdy, Island, Prescott, Coon, Kelly were all different. And Kelly and the Coon merged over that one night the night that this happened. You know, the burnover of the camera area. Night of the 19th and morning of the 20th. That was the Kelly and the Coon merging on top of the camera, right here, Camp 6. Shocking image if you're not looking right now. This is what I showed people yesterday, that the crazy slideshows. This happened live, the whole area. A firefighter was standing right here, to the right, 1 minute prior to that image. The fire almost got him on camera. I was yelling at the screen, "Run for your life!" and put that on Twitter, like, "Jeez, I hope nobody just died." So technically right now where the cam's looking, the Wild Frontier 2 is looking due south, and that would be what was once called the Coon. If it looks sort of southeast, then it's looking at the hurdy-gurdy, but see how it's Upper Coon Mountain and Coon Creek and all that. And it's not racist. This particular area is just an affectionate southern term for a raccoon. I've seen old maps and there's some racist terms. Bad ones. Beepward Creek, you know? Like, whoa. But this one's okay. The they named them after animals like Fox Mountain. Aha. Alright, I just inhaled coffee. That was great. So, Wild Frontier 2 is rotate. So Wild Frontier 1 we can do a time lapse of. And it's looking due south, so I have to try to figure out, back looking at Watch Duty's report, they're saying they did some firing ops, but is it? Okay, here. Crews are completing a shaded fuel break near Table Mountain, and a hazard tree abatement is being conducted along the southeast corner of the fire's edge. Near Coon Creek, patrol and mop-up operations are continuing. Moderate fire activity is occurring near Craig's Creek. So I don't think they were doing a firing op, because creating a shaded fuel break has nothing to do with anything. That does not require fire. That's where they remove trees in a straight line, so that, like, permanent protection for a community. But they leave some trees so that the idea of shade is it keeps the heat off the ground, because sticks and leaves and some dead trees and pine cones alike and logs are going to fall down on the ground, and if they're under shade, they stay moist more often and they stay less flammable, right? But if they're in the direct sunlight, they'll dry as a bone, and you don't want a ring of dry vegetation around your community. It's better than dried up thick forest, but it is better to have many shade trees but thinned out, and the shade keeps the moisture in there, and it's also better to regrow the forest over time. So it says Coon Creek says patrol and mop up, but moderate fire is occurring near Craig's. So let's see if the camera lines up with Craig's Creek. And that would mean it's the natural fire instead of a burning operation. Due south of where the camera is on Camp 6. So Camp 6 is, turn off fire activity for a sec. Craig's Creek is here west of Camp 6. Put on Forest Service map. So there's Camp 6. Craig's Creek is just to the west and southwest. So that's where the fire is burning, but the cams are not looking at it unless the rotating one does, number 2. So where this is Camp 6, where it's looking due south, it's looking all the way down here to where it says Prospect, Gordon Mountain Road. That is what we're seeing that's burning on the camp. And they don't mention it. So I still don't know exactly what's going on with what we're seeing in the camp. We may have to watch some videos. Maybe they explain it on some videos. Anyway, fire activity to the west of the fire's footprint is minimal, though. And resources are continuing to mop up the fire line south of French Hill Road. Helicopter water drops continue all around the footprint. Okay. Weather, seasonably mild temperatures persist over the weekend. There will be an increase in relative humidity between 35% and 43%, and some cloud cover, potentially smoky conditions at lower elevations. Ridgetop winds are expected to be light and out of the east, 4 to 6 miles an hour. Isolated thunderstorms to the east near Siskiyou County. And this is old because it's from yesterday. So, is this the latest update? Yeah, it's 13 hours ago. Okay, let's find out what the new weather update's gonna be. Hey, Joe Johnson, how are you? I'm so sorry I didn't greet you. Did I? Yeah, I did. Okay. Um, so how are you doing? Did you get my email? Uh, yeah, definitely get your sleep, White Dove. I think White Dove's already gone, but yeah. And Matthew, are you still here with us? If you don't want to talk about paradise, it's totally fine. Um, I remember the way it was. Sadly, we're some of the last people to, I mean, the new generations won't, but I remember the way it was. I teach survival with paradise in mind, and at least it's the thing that got me into it. So we lost a lot of people there, but I've gotten emails and messages and stuff where from the other fires like the Dixie, they say, thank you for letting us know to leave early. We may not have been alive if you didn't tell us. And so I'm very happy that outcome happened. That it's one of the best fire survival teaching events that we have, you know. So Joe Johnson says all good, got the email, thanks. I haven't read all of yours. I want to, but that's very cool what you do with the lapidary. I'd love to have some rocks. Those are cool, especially opals. I barely saw your face, but that picture was cool. So I like fan mail, guys, or just meet and greet mail. Fan mail, I sound like a dick. I sound like an arrogant person, but you know what I mean, like the positive mail, not just the mail that says "There's a fire over here." Did you know? You know, I like the ordinary kind. That's not depressing. Part of my reason for not checking the mail after every stream is I'm worn out after every stream. This is a heavy topic, one in which I dislike very much. Thinking about, I just do it because it's important. But boy, the depressing burnout aspect sucks. So you have no idea, guys. Just little pats on the head, like thank you, Catherine, and it's gonna be okay or whatever. Soothe me as much as I try to soothe you is more important than you know, because I'll randomly get attacked too. I mean that's to be expected. The pats on the head balance it out. You know, it reminds me that I actually am helping people, and that is my motivation. That's my fuel. That's what drives me. It keeps me going. If I understand I'm helping people, I continue with new bursts of energy, and but they deplete if I don't get that feedback. You know. So the Three Buttes fire is also a new one to check out. So I think everything's all right. Even though we have more moving fire with this Wild Frontier, I think everything's all right. We're gonna look at the weather in a second. Some new one caught my eye. How are you, Joe? Are you going to continue your bicycle trip? Now, if you run out of charge in your e-bike, can you like manually pedal? I've always wanted one, but I've never looked into it. I mean, the moment I was about to buy one, all those batteries started exploding. Like for everything from e-scooters and e-bikes to those, they look like little skateboards with two wheels, hoverboards that people are buying that were all the rage. And yeah, I have an active fever. It hasn't broken. I'm keeping food down. I'm seeing the dentist to make sure it's not a painless tooth infection. I woke up with a bump, you know, roof of my mouth kind of thing. Um, in fact, let's look at the weather right now so I'm not squirrel distracted. Okay, I wonder what that's gonna do. Might get some Portland rain if it comes ashore. Um, Still mega red flag going on. When does that expire? Reaches into Oregon now. It's in effect from noon to 8 p.m. Monday. Dang it. I'm supposed to go with Sea Probe to deliver his guests to the airport tomorrow and have a nice dinner on the way. So I think in order to cover fires, the safest bet is I should just do dinner. But if I get stuck at the airport and there's some red flag fire taken off, that would be nuts. Because look at this. The winds are west 15 to 25 miles an hour with gusts up to 40, 20% humidity. That'll result in rapid fire spread and extreme fire behavior. There's nothing worse than the word extreme. It's like Category 5 hurricane type of terminology. I think they just have categories of fire behavior. The public's already used to that, right? Wouldn't that be simple to understand? Category 1 fire, Category 2, Category 3, Category 4, Category 5. And then that would put it in perspective. If you call the Dixie Fire Category 5, there's very few that have ever been 5s like it. And the funny thing is, PG&E has caused most of them in California, like in recent eras. That'd be one way of alerting the public to just how dangerous that company is and whatnot. You could get some statistics, like of all the worst fires ever, how many were started by power companies, either SoCal Edison, PG&E, or PacifiCorp, of how many fatal ones. That would keep the stupid media from the false reporting that they do. They just lump it all into human cause. Well, guess what? A corporation is not a human. That's like saying car accidents where fatalities where people, had a fire in their car. It's like the Ford Pinto. Remember how it had a flaw in its gas tank? The gas tank was uh, underneath the rear license plate. And so that was supposed to be a feature of the car, I guess. No more unsightly gas tank knob on the side of the car. Right? You could be at the pump in any direction, and it's so convenient, right? Facing any direction. Well, the design flaw meant that any rear-ending accident, and this was what the late 70s, early 80s, any rear ending, even at like 5 and 10 miles an hour, would disconnect the gas tube, from the where the little what's the little door thing? It would disconnect from the door and fall underneath the car and spill the gas underneath the car, and that would usually ignite from a spark of the impact. So there's a huge amount comparatively. I mean, the way that the design flaw existed, it was a death trap waiting to happen. Every single car. Eventually probably going to get rear-ended and probably eventually explode into flames. Every single Ford Pinto. The design flaw was bad. And so deaths had begun happening. And so what Ford did is calculate, cruel, cold calculation. We could do a recall, fix it. It costs a lot. But what if we just let people die? We have insurance. Would that cost less? Can't make this up. That's what their internal memos and reasoning was, because later there was investigation and they uncovered this. Massive scandal. But that's the way corporations think. And so the power companies are thinking like that too, is how much does it cost to maintain power lines? But if we just let them fail, we would save so many years of maintenance, right? So many years of maintenance costs. It's cheaper to rebuild them from scratch. Yeah, it could cause some fires, but we have insurance. And most storms are wet. And that was uncovered in the Butte County's investigation when they investigated PG&E. That line of reasoning, you get things like potentially what happened at Lahaina. With Warren Buffett's company, they were just convicted of making the Beachy Creek fire much worse than it was, spreading it with their power lines, and convicted of also hiding evidence. That might put a stain on his shiny reputation. as at the very end of his life. I would have liked for him to make an announcement saying we'll never do that again. After the McKenzie fire, which was fatal too, which I believe the power lines are involved in with the same company, and up in the Beach Creek fire, which they did get convicted of, they gamble with people's lives. They say, well, there's 75-mile-an-hour winds right now, but we can't charge people for power we don't deliver on these days, and maybe we should just leave them energized. And there's stupid policies in the company, like it takes a certain supervisor to approve a power shutoff, even in an emergency. And we just couldn't find any supervisors. We called them at home and couldn't reach them. Well, that's because their homes are burning down from their own power lines. It's chewing through the telephone poles. But that's corporate reasoning. So if they changed fires to category system, and then we had deeper statistics as a result, like how many category 5, like town erasing mass fatality events, Santa Rosa, Oakland Firestorm, Dixie. Dixie was almost a mass fatality event. Of the big guys, Caldor almost had fatalities too. Of all these types, how many are started by power companies and corporations versus human carelessness? And you'll find out, and then that their corporation caused. This would be the way that the media could finally report the truth. And right now, just saying human caused is making everybody upset with you and me, like each other. That's just the way they like it. For squabbling and blaming each other, pointing the finger and getting depressed. We're not demanding change and laws passed that would prevent our companies from doing this. The Dixie fire could have been shut down. A worker thought a tree was probably being electrocuted by the lines leaning on them. But the company policy was you have to confirm a visual sight, confirm a fire with your own eyes before you can shut off power. Otherwise, you get fired. So you had to get in a vehicle and drive for like 20 minutes up a canyon road to witness the tree starting the fire, which it was by that point. And boom, you get the Dixie fire. And just as the Dixie fire was wrapping up, another power line goes down, another tree on it called the Fly Fire that was also PG&E. And they had to stop fighting the original Dixie fire to fight the new Fly Fire, which is why the Dixie erased many towns and 55% of the Plumas National Forest. 2 separate power line fires. That's the biggest California ever had. They call it single star ignition because complexes don't count. That's like, when lots of lightning strikes merge together. And they'll say the August complex was the biggest one in California, and it's not true. It was 2020. There's a lot of small lightning strike fire ones that did get big, but that's because they had to peel crews away from their good work in northwestern California to fight the fires PG&E was starting, like the Zog fire. When we have real statistics, the public will be truly informed and actually demand change. For now, everybody's depressed and drinking heavily and blaming CO2 and crap. So, let's see about the forecast in the general vicinity of the Smith River. But knowledge is power, right? Statistics that are solid, factual, undeniable. That talks. I could talk all day and just say, you know what, many hard statistics are going to be convincing, especially when they are non-debatable. So, feels like 59 degrees currently near the Smith River Complex and just north of the South Fork Complex. It's 59 degrees. It's wetter weather. Humidity's 46%. Excuse me. Haze for tomorrow. Skies cloudy. High temperature of 67. Winds 6 miles an hour from east-south East changing to 6 to 12 from the northwest. Chance of precipitation is 10%. And 15-mile-an-hour wind gusts Monday. Wind direction from the north-northeast. Okay. I mean, that is kind of gusty on occasion. But the high temperature is 67. Cool. That moderates. So even if you got three main factors if you look at the wind, humidity, the weather, humidity, wind, and temperature. And sort of like rolled up into temperature. Is it direct sunlight or is it clouds in the way? Because even if it's higher temperature, there's something about direct sun that will dry out vegetation faster, give strength to the fire. I guess even as I don't, I don't think that needs to be explained. So that's really good. Heat's part of the fire triangle. The oxygen, the fuel, and the heat. Fire needs heat, so it'll be less active with these lower temperatures, and that's great. Oh, sorry, I meant to look at the rest of the week. Whoopsie daisy. So around the Smith River complex in general. Okay. The high of 70 Monday, 76 Tuesday, 70 Wednesday, 70 Thursday, 69 Friday. I would like to see moisture, but boy, you might get moisture on Saturday and Sunday and Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. I mean, this goes further out in time than I like, but then you get highs of like 69 and 64. Let it rain, let it rain, let your love rain down on me. Okay, tip. Let's see. Let me look back at chat now. Maybe coming. Joe Johnson says, all good sleep for you is more important than correspondence. Yeah, well, thanks for being so patient. I've actually felt like such a loser lately. Not trying to fish for sympathy or anything here. I feel weird even saying my innermost thoughts. But I wanted to do more. And my health is not cooperating, and just random stuff is not cooperating. The keyboard accident, blah, 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 just bizarre. So I've been frustrated. But your support and others, the pats on the head, I'm so grateful when you're understanding. I can't tell you how much that means to me because I don't want to disappoint anybody. You know, this is an important volunteer job. It's not Twitch gaming or something. And especially if I'm asking for donations, I got to deliver. I do deliver very often, but I can almost never accurately predict when fires might happen and when I really need to be available. Sometimes red flag days kind of go and I'm sitting here all day and I've canceled appointments and I've rearranged stuff and nothing happens. And then I make a bunch of appointments and I try to attend birthdays and whatever. And some crazy thing happens. And it's been tremendously difficult. I thought I was going to have an easier time. On top of that, having long COVID, and I don't know why I have a fever right now. Why have I had a fever and a sore throat for like 3 weeks, 3.5? I don't know. So I'm just terrified that I'm going to miss a big one where it's critical. I thought that I was making arrangements with other streamers like Broken Fish, like that. If he could cover on the days I have to go to the dentist and this and that, because sometimes like a doctor appointment I just can't cancel. I can't cancel a court date, and the nerves that I'm feeling, the anxiety over it has been worse because I mean, I had relief when Broke Fish says, yeah, I can cover. Like, he has his own fire street. I try to promote that anytime I can. But he's had poor health too. Like, I would love to ask him about the Anvil fire. I haven't been able to. That's his neck of the woods. He even went on the road for us to photograph the fires after the lightning strikes in late August. He went all around Douglas County to where nobody else has access because he rolls up, and he may not have a press pass, but he drops like names because he knows media outlets. And then if they're still hesitant, they go, "Oh, well, I'm a retired firefighter. I used to work in this area." The other firefighters go, "Oh yeah, dude, brother, come take a look. Here's what the real deal is." And he's delivered priceless information about what's the landscape like. What was it like when he fought the fires, like the biscuit fires? What is the real potential for these fires that nobody but a local would know, and nobody who fights these? Like, I had no idea about the wilderness restrictions. They had to log with horses and whipsaws to try to contain a fire, like to make a fire line, because the wilderness won't allow you to use a chainsaw or bulldozer. They had mules. I was aware that they couldn't make roads, but mules and 1890s technology with a saw? No wonder we're not winning any of the firefights in the wilderness. Don't have roads, so there's no fire truck. What are they supposed to do? Have a buggy and a carriage like these things? You remember the old? Let's just go on YouTube. The videos of the. Oh my God, I'm on YouTube. I somehow forget that. I'm used to chatting with friends online all the time, and I just get into that mode. And then I see my own stream and go, "Oh my God, I'm on YouTube." Oh God, stage fright. Okay, but the old horse wagon fire engine. I don't want to see cow hoof injuries. Oh my God, this stuff.
Manpower was.
This is non-copyrighted as long as I get to this part. This is what they're supposed to bring into the woods, like the horse and buggy fire engine. Like, seriously? I don't think anybody has, but since you can't put roads in, and they're doing occasional like mule type horse logging for the wilderness, which restricts motorized stuff. Why in God's name does it do that for firefighters during a crisis? Are they really supposed to do this? Are any horses even trained for that anymore? It's borderline a chariot. Or are they supposed to pull it around themselves if they want to have an engine? Is it supposed to be on skis and they like pull it around? Oh, you know what you could do? You could get these reenactors. Maybe historical reenactors know how to do it still. Can you imagine them saying, "Hey, can we borrow your old steam engine?" Oh, those are sick helmets, man. Wow. It's like Romanesque. Wow. I mean, man, those are nice horses too. Are they Percheron? Gypsy Cubs, maybe? Sweet tails, man. Where is this? Massey Shaw Historic Fire Engine Display. Like, what am I supposed to do? Commandeer this for the public good? Sir, madam, I'm afraid I'm here to commandeer your engine. How do you get horses to charge towards a fire? With training. Many of them do. In Spain, they have fire jumping contests with horses. And a lot of the animal rights people do not like that for obvious reasons. But mind you, animal rights is different than animal welfare. Animal welfare is like treat animals like they're animals. Like, you could ride them, you can own them like normal people, right? Just no weird cruelty. But animal rights is you don't have the right to even own an animal, let alone ride it around and or expose it to fire, right? Let alone eat it. Like, it's got the rights of humans, and you can't ride around a human and saddle them, right? Like, it's an extreme thing. It's the difference. So the animal rights people are, of course, going to be against any kind of horse ownership or anything. In fact, they want to make extinct all domestic animals that can't survive in the wild. Their goal is complete animal liberation. Don't shoot the messenger. Like, go to their websites. That's what they say. So any animals that can't make it in the wild, they want to give them birth control and let them live out their natural lives until those species go extinct, like chickens. Like, they want chickens to be extinct. It's weird. So the tradition, it's kind of like the running of the bulls type thing. Spain has got some of them. They date back to extremely ancient times. And in some cities, there's a good luck type of tradition where they train these horses, and it's to jump over burning, what do you call that? The little barriers on the ground. And so if you've ever taken your hand and put it left, right over a flame, you know, it doesn't burn you because you're moving fast. It doesn't do anything to the horse or the rider. They don't suffer burns. They don't suffer pain. It's a test of bravery. Can you get your horse to do that? And can you have the balls to do that? Because jumping in the show ring, even with padded dirt around you and all these safety things, you look at Christopher Reeve and the freak accidents, it's a high rate of paralyzing for people. Jumping a horse in any way is one of the dangerous things. So, but horses could be trained for war, for anything. It's a bond between a rider, and certain breeds are brave. They were the ones built for war and for being steady. So your draft horses will do anything you ask of them. They had to make all draft horses gentle, like back when they created draft horses in the Middle Ages. There's no such thing as a draft horse before the Middle Ages. Like, the Romans never had them. Human beings did not have them. So there's trust. The horse, in order to make a jump, has to trust the rider. And so you, as the rider, because I used to show jump, not much, but a little bit as a kid. If you hesitate and you doubt yourself for a second, the horse feels that in your body movements. It's subconscious. So you have to have perfect confidence. You don't look down at the jump. If you do, the horse thinks, what is my rider looking at? Even if you tilt your head down, the horse knows. And they think you're focusing on danger if you're looking down. If you're looking ahead, you're focused on where to go. So if you ever stop looking ahead, the horse is freaked out a little bit. Like, what? Their confidence is shaken. Because, like, well, why are you not looking ahead anymore? Is there something dangerous? Horse's field of vision is like this. A horse field of vision. They have a strange blind spot. So they cannot see directly in front of them. I don't know if this is the best. This is not really a good chart. They cannot see directly behind them at the rear end. But that's not a good, real true depiction right there. There should be this beam, narrow beam in front of them of blindness. It's this inside of that square right there. So all horses are actually running blind in the front. And that's part of why it's so dangerous for horses to run at all. Nature made a compromise, like they could either not see their flanks and get ambushed, by lions and predators, or they could see their flanks and have a blind spot in the very front. So horses went extinct in the entire world, except for where we took care of them and domesticated them at the late Pleistocene and earlier times. The horse evolved in North America, crossed over the land bridge at some point, spread to the old world, and then went extinct in North America with all the megafauna, the younger dryas type stuff, mammoths and stuff. And it is my theory that, far from the stupid old theory of the 20th century, that mankind suddenly went acquired rabies and tried to make everything extinct in sight, like the mammoths. Like, this doesn't make any sense. It was climate change they couldn't handle. Younger Dryas was an extreme climate change event where everything got so cold and rapidly, like the ice age was ending, and then boom, it came back with a vengeance overnight. That most species couldn't adapt, mostly because the plants died. So all you had to have was most large herbivores die, and then all the large predators did too. Especially animals that have they have to eat a lot every day. It was so freezing cold that there may have been no summer for 5 to 10 years during the Younger Dryas, if the comet theory is correct. It's like nuclear winter sort of thing. Could have been a comet strike that stirred so much dust and stuff in the atmosphere, or an asteroid, that the sun's rays couldn't penetrate and melt the ice in areas like every year, or melt the permafrost or the snow, whatever. So, I mean, human beings can store food for a couple of years and uh, wander around, and thing about not having winter for, say, not having a summer for 5 to 10 years is the dead animals all over the landscape will feed you. They're frozen solid, right? So as harsh as that is on humans, we're adaptable. We can figure this out. We can take note of where there's a carcass and pull it into a cave and store it, or whatever we need to do. But for the creatures that we can heat up the carcass and cook it. But for the creatures like dire wolves and saber-tooth tigers and cave lions and cave bears and stuff, for example, cave bears are omnivorous. They bulk up on their fat layer to survive winter and on the summer foods, including berries and salmon runs and stuff. And if you have this ecosystem domino collapse by not having summer for 5 to 10 years, heck, it's bad enough when even one happens. When Krakatoa erupted, there was a year without a summer, and there was mass famine all over the world because crops failed, and sheep that had just been sheared froze to death in June. It was a year without a summer. Which year was that? Just because so much volcanic ash was in the air. So technically, a major volcanic eruption could have caused the Younger Dryas, maybe like 3 major eruptions in the same year. But 1860. That was the year that Frankenstein was written by Mary Shelley. And it has an overwhelming theme of cold and ice everywhere. Anyway, there's mass famine. I think the Napoleonic Wars were affected. I think it had to do with Napoleon's downfall. But anyway, the idea is that all the predators will die if their prey is dead. A dire wolf, a saber-tooth tiger, a bear can't thaw out a carcass to eat it, or remember where one is, dig it up, or that sort of thing. But humans with domesticated dogs could find them and then thaw them out, right? So, but it was mass herbivore death, and that's the only without prey. The large cave lion prides or whatever it was, they could go extinct immediately, like rapidly. We now know, though, that at the time the Egyptian pyramids were being built, some mammoths were still around. They were on Wrangel Island, but there's a mammoth in a tomb painting, and so Egyptians traded mammoths in the exotic animal fairs. You don't believe me? So I was going to make a what you don't know about prehistory series of videos, because this is a big topic. I'm just scratching the surface, but what I believe humans did is the old explanation in the 60s when everybody went anti-human because they saw extinctions happening because of imperialism, like the British saw tigers as a nuisance in India, and capitalism, like unregulated capitalism in failed states, like caused ivory poaching and stuff, or before it was sustainable. Or ivory used to come from the elephants about to die anyway, where herds were managed by African tribes. Well, after the 1950s, when the colonies collapsed. It was chaos and no law. Had entered an era of over harvesting, and people have no idea that, like, turn of the 20th century, elephants were fine. It's like 1950 onward where they're starting to get into trouble, you know. So just because it happened in mid 20th century, you get these movies, these stupid theories that humans must have caused the extinction of mammoths and all that, and the megafauna all around the world. But that would require something impossible, which is tribes that have nothing to do with each other all around the world and have no contact. Everything from Australia to Norway to North American Indians to Peruvians, to everybody in New Zealand, all suddenly acquiring rabies, living in harmony with nature as hunter-gatherers for 200,000 years plus, and then suddenly deciding they wanted to kill everything in sight. That's always been a dumb theory. It's never made sense. There is no international trade or capitalism or a demand for ivory. It's everywhere. Like, people just made a cute trinket out of it, but nobody wanted to carry around ivory tusks. They used to make doorways out of it for homes, and then they left them there. You're a hunter-gatherer. You don't want to drag that around. There's ivory everywhere, from walruses at the ocean to pigs. If it's only used for necklace decorations, like, no, there's no demand. It's not like capitalism. It's not like that at all. It doesn't fuel drug trade or wars, like in the wars in the Congo. It doesn't finance a war. Like, there is no war before the Younger Dryas. There's no evidence of warfare existing. There's just too few people on the planet. Every time we found each other, we were like, oh, thank God, others like us. It's us against these monsters. And there's no land to fight over, no land ownership, and no money, and like, nothing to really fight over. Only when the mass extinctions happened, people had to actually farm. And then you have to sit there and defend your crop. And you have to take a territory of the most fertile areas, and you have to defend it. That's the birth of war. It's sedentary lifestyle. The in between, though, before agriculture is invented, there's this in between of what is a hunter-gatherer society worldwide, everywhere, where they presented with the challenge of all of their previous food sources they rely on going extinct. I don't think the rational response is to go kill everything. It is to try to save every species you can, because you rely on them, because you're going to die too if they do. But yeah, that's a mammoth right there. Damn it. I hate that. I want to make a picture bigger and it goes away. I cleaned up one of these pictures. I found a website where they're actually restored. Maybe I can just make this bigger. Do, do, do. I cannot. So this is a tomb of a trader, a nobility, not a king or anything. And so there's some of the finest horses you'll ever see. The detail is anatomically correct, even though it's stylized. The Egyptians and pretty much the ancient people were very accurate in their details on animals. They drew from mostly living examples that they saw, and even the cave paintings are very, very correct. Like, there's a deep respect. When pictographic writing and the concept of telling a story with a picture or writing, the accuracy is a sacred duty of the artist. In a land of illiteracy, where people have to kind of figure out what's going on with the story, you've got to be very accurate so you can tell the story correct. So this is the life story of the individual written on his tomb. And this is going to be very, very accurate because of the belief systems of Egyptians, which is the soul splits into 3 parts after death. You have your body, which is one part of you, your spirit, and your mind. And all 3 things are you. And so your body has to be mummified because it's the anchor for the spirit and the mind. And in order to recognize yourself, your body has to be intact. And then your mind has bird wings, kind of like precursor to angel concepts. not really, I mean, angel art, but you know what I'm saying? That the spirit flies free after death, but it goes away and never comes back, and your soul, which is your emotionality and the other part of you, needs to have your mind to be complete. And so your body is the anchor. And if you make your tomb remembrances of your own time on Earth, of your life, that's another thing that helps. Even if your body were to decay, your soul and your spirit can recognize it and stay together. Very oversimplifying, but so they want to make accurate depictions of a person's life within the tomb. And also later, your relatives were supposed to continue to feed you with actual food and have a party outside of your tomb, and have a conversation with you through the false door. Your soul could go through the door and talk to your relatives, or at least observe your relatives, and you're supposed to have picnics at your tomb at certain times of the year. So the Egyptians coped with death because they had actually a pretty cushy lifestyle. They were in the most fertile place on Earth, basically, and they were used to a pampered lifestyle compared to everybody else. They abhorred violence. It was very hard to draft anybody in the Egyptian army because if you got your body messed up, it interfered with your ability to have an afterlife. So they never wanted to get dismembered and stuff in war, right? And they were okay for archery. That's a little hole you can sew up, a poked hole. But like they never wanted to engage in Roman style warfare. That's why Egypt never really had much of an empire. They tried to hire mercenaries, and that just didn't work too well. Eventually, they settled back in their borders and just until the Greeks come, they're like, forget about it. They had a pretty, probably a lot more happiness in today's society. So, this 90% agricultural employment with the yearly floods, they had a 90% unemployment rate, and they had an elegant solution. They decided currency was unstable. They never made coins. They're too wise for that. They said food is the only real currency. The only thing other people wanted either from Egypt. So they made other countries pay the nose through it. So they had a lot of wealth and free time and 90% unemployment. And like every other rational agricultural society, they had mass employment projects so that people wouldn't turn to banditry and idle hands or the devil's whatever, right? And they would just say, okay, farmers were taxing you in grain. That's true wealth. You get some of it back if you'll work on things, everything from tomb art to pyramids. When they weren't building pyramids, they originally moved their cities because the Nile River course changed all the time. And so when it was all stable and they had banner years of extreme food exports, they had to figure out something else. They had to have a bigger project because they'd have a baby boom with the really lush, fertile years, right? So thus you get bigger and bigger pyramids until blah, blah. So, but the average person had a huge set of skills where they would learn something in the farming off season. So it would be painting, being a scribe, stone cutter. They had extremely skilled and happy populace. And if you didn't want to do your extra work, you wanted to rest, you didn't have to. You just didn't get your taxes back. So they taxed their workers and then paid them back in food if they did something meaningful. And a lot of them wanted to because they made everything beautiful. And they had pride in their nation, right? And plus their religious beliefs meant that they would get rewards in the afterlife, blah, blah, blah. So some of these animals, though, so the sacred duty to reproduce faithfully, most Egyptian art that survives is tomb art. Some of it's temple, but like we can identify the species, what giraffe that is, whether or not it's reticulated or this or that. And these horses are the breed called the Caltech. You can tell by their swan neck, their raised tail. They're the ancestors of the Arabian breed. They have a raisable tail. These are the coat colors. They still come in today. They're the world's oldest horse breed from like Kazakhstan, whatever. And you'll find them in Greece, Egyptian art. All the royalty and nobility had this horse breed in their stables. It wasn't the average horse, the average person, or average nobility. So this is some of the finest animals in the world coming to be traded at this market that this guy had for his tomb. And I'm not sure what bear species this is. It could be what is now extinct. Now, that is definitely a elephant or mammoth, though. It is hair. It has a light reddish brown hair, just like the mammoths we dig out of tundra. It's faithful reproduction of colors. This is damaged, so they can tell though with scraping the pigment off what the original colors used to be, because certain ones fade out under different humidity and different circumstances than others. Like the red ochre, which is a type of rust, is the most persistent. So when you put it under a black light and other lights, you'll be able to bring out other colors. I've seen restored versions. It's amazing. The ears and the forehead bulge, the back being concave versus convex, is all pretty consistent with woolly mammoth and or possibly pygmy elephants. Because this is an adult, you can see the tusks. No elephant calf or any kind of animals born with tusks. It would tear the mother apart during birth, so they grow much later. So that is an adult. They curve skyward in a way, but certain elephant and mammoth species did. There's more than one. Like not just woolly mammoths had hair. So the mammoths of Wrangel Island survived by becoming dwarfs. And as elephant species that are now extinct got trapped on Mediterranean islands, for example, like Malta, they became dwarfs too. And so in the Egyptian era, Minoan era, there are all these animals that won't really survive for very long. There's massive climate change in the Bronze Age that will finish them off. That corresponds with the Bronze Age collapse. And it kills off most civilizations too. Like it's probably the eruption of Mount Thera, the volcano in Santorini, Greece. And it's kind of the golden age of humanity's biggest steps of progress, right? Joe Johnson says, how does one find their soulmate if they live at opposite ends of the earth? Your soul will somehow. This life or the next. So you'll recognize it when you see it, right? Feel it. So I think that could be a cave bear. But we know that the Egyptians did not sail anywhere near China. Wrangel Island is so remote, it's over by the Koreas. I think it's safe to say that mammoths survived elsewhere with island dwarfism. But I have to make a caveat here. I was an art history major, and Egypt was my big thing I obsessed on. The yeah, maybe I can make this one bigger. Oh God, this is the problem with this one. Almost all examples are small. There you go. So if we had good detail on the trunk, that would help us out. Because elephants come in elephantines, like those species come in two varieties: single finger at the tip of the trunk or dual. I don't remember which one it is. I think the African has two fingers, so they could pick up a pencil like this with their trunk. And I think the Asian elephant has only one, so it would fist, like it would wrap its entire trunk around a pencil. And I should know this, but I keep forgetting. So I don't see the tip of the trunk in the depiction. Now, Now we really think in China the straight tusk elephant, which was supposed to have gone extinct a long time ago, that the Chinese depicted it. And you'll never guess this weird coincidence. They put it in a bronze statue art. The straight tusk elephant was gigantic. It was larger than most elephants. Lived in Asia and other places. And the Chinese gave it either one or two fingers at the tip of its trunk. Like all the details matter. Most ancient art is extremely accurate. Medieval art sucks. It's like random. That's because a lot of medieval artists never traveled, and so they made depictions of animals based on poor taxidermy, stuff like that. But the vast trade network of the Bronze Age meant that you could look at anything and sketch it, and then once somebody did it accurately, you could just copy there and have their anatomical correctness. So, what about the scale? And so this is where you have a caveat about Egyptian art. They almost never do anything to scale. So this could be an elephant and a full-size mammoth and a full-size bear. They have adult proportions. However, the people are bigger because the Egyptian language is pictographic in their writing. All their hieroglyphs and their like depictions of a person are the same thing. So, like, if you were to depict an owl, and the hieroglyph for owl is the same thing, and then some of it's alphabetical. So, the alphabetical owl is like ma sound, M. So people are sized according to their importance. This is not, they did not have a tradition of scale or perspective. In fact, the Egyptians were so conservative in their art, they wanted identifiable throughout the centuries. They wanted their art to look the same for genius propaganda reasons so that everybody felt tied to their ancestors and to the past and had a connection to the past. And felt that they were one people and blah, blah. It's almost like a national identity thing. So the people who wanted to innovate art and draw faces like from the front, that's okay for sculpture. Go ahead and make a 3D face. If you had somebody looking directly at you with two eyes, not profile, you'd probably be killed for violating their art rules. So perspective comes later in evolution of art. Romans and stuff, Greeks. The Egyptians rejected it and said, that's not Egyptian. So they have scale according to importance. What is bigger is the most important figure in the part of the story being told by the image. So pharaohs are always towering above everybody, and gods are towering above pharaohs. And this is the people who are not art history educated get these ideas of giants. No, they're not giants. Like all the pharaohs are not giants and stuff. They're more important to the scene, and they will stand out as bigger. And that continues into some cultures of ancient art, and it revives again in medieval. Because in medieval period, they lose the ability to do perspective. It comes back in the Renaissance. Perspective is oftentimes done with a pinhole camera. Just look up camera obscura. I don't have enough time to explain it. But that's probably how Leonardo da Vinci and stuff made accurate paintings is camera obscura. Basically project an image, a photo without film, like a live action photo, through a pinhole and trace. And there's a lot of tricks. But I've been to Pompeii, and the perspective is so perfect that I'm convinced they had camera obscura. Because you can walk into a small villa in Pompeii, and there's optical illusions everywhere that make the room bigger. You think that you're seeing walls that are not actually there, like projected walls 3D coming towards you, and you realize that's a flat wall. And nobody knew Romans had this technology because all the frescoes were lost until they got buried at Pompeii. But anyway, I'm digressing again. That is that is an adult. These two creatures are adults. They could be adult sized. It could be a towering mammoth, a really big one. But because they're not the central theme of the story, the traders are coming to trade with the guy who died, the person whose tomb it is. The animals are a secondary part of the story. They're less important, so they're going to be depicted as smaller than real life. If it's one way of looking at it, the other way of looking at it is that is scale, and these are pygmies, pygmy creatures. I think even elephants, it could just be an elephant, like a Malta elephant, a Cretian elephant, a Cypriot elephant. These are all extinct. They all got stuck on the islands of the Mediterranean and became dwarfs in the Ice Age. They probably evolved hair to stay warm because every elephant has hair. Their babies are like tremendously hairy, and a lot of people argue that's just a baby elephant, and no, it's not. Their ears are totally different. No African elephant species has a head bulge like that. That's like mammoth. Um, Baby elephants do not have tusks. Calves do not have tusks. So I believe that somewhere in Europe, woolly mammoths survived on an island. The Egyptians were trading with the United Kingdom. The most likely candidate, I would say, is Scandinavian islands because they would keep their hair and yet become dwarfs. Just like Wrangel Island is northern enough latitude. And so because they're buying tin in United Kingdom, today's United Kingdom, there's bronze everywhere. Bronze is everywhere in the Mediterranean. You need tin, copper. You need tin to make bronze. Not that much. It's mostly a copper, but you need to add that little bit of tin. You could use other metals, arsenic, I think, creates a type of bronze, but it's weaker, it's brittle, it's not the lux, right? Not what you want for your big construction projects and your weapons. You want the high quality weapons, you want to defend your nation, you want the tin style bronze, and there's almost no tin in the Mediterranean. There's a huge amount in Cornwall, England. So the Egyptians made it there. There's debates about if it was completely a sea route, whatever. Minoans probably did first, Egyptians later. The Minoans were like, they had a giant sea empire. They didn't even have a standing army because they had a navy so good that Crete was protected. And everybody forgot the Minoans existed until it was rediscovered in late 1800s. But once the Minoans were destroyed by the eruption of Thera, whatever disaster befell their people, the Egyptians took over and had free reign to trade anywhere they want, sail anywhere they want. Where the Minoans had a trade monopoly and their navy enforced it. So if you wanted to do trade in the Mediterranean, you had to pay. Right? But Egyptian coins and stuff are in Cornwall, England, and we know we can trace back all the weapons in the Mediterranean to a lot of the tin traces back to England. A lot of it may have been over land, like today's France, to Spain, and they may have crossed the narrow portions of Spain. Uh, it's debatable. I think all of it is true. But with the Egyptians, they mostly sailed and they rode the waves after Minoan Empire collapsed. So all this comes to a screeching halt, though, with the Bronze Age collapse, and every single empire of the Mediterranean is gone except for Egypt. It's the last man standing. Hittites fall, Minoans, Hittites, Assyrians, or blah blah blah. Mycenaean Greeks, the little smaller empires like I think the Elamites survived for a bit, Mitanni's a little bit, but not really. Um, they all started trying to work together because a massive invasion happened of the sea pirates, sea people. We don't even know who the heck those people were, but it was a massive climate changing drought and or maybe caused by the eruption of Mount Thera, one of the largest eruptions ever in human history. So all these clinging to life species from the prehistoric times, this is the final nail in their coffin because the climate change event of the Bronze Age collapse was enormous. It destroyed human civilization except for in Egypt, and there was no writing for 500 years. Like nobody is alive who remembers how to read and write outside of Egypt for 500 years because everybody's crops fail. And the food is the major tax, you know. If you can't feed your people, the people have no more faith in you, and your government collapses. Everybody is out for themselves. And if the crops fail, there's only one way to make food. And I'm circling back around to an earlier point, pastoralism. What do you do before farming is invented, like your hunter-gatherer society and almost everything's going extinct, including the horse and this and that, mammoths? What do you do before you have domestication of crops? Concepts around, but nobody's really done it. Crops are weak and feeble little things and not that nutritious and not that big yet, right? Like wheat is not uh, domesticated, so it's not, the ears aren't big yet, right? You get a lot of high intensity work and low yield. And things like irrigation aren't invented yet and pottery. So what do? The way humans survived was pastoralism, which is herd around animals. And so with the Bronze Age collapse, everybody returned to that and survived by being nomadic for a bit and moving their animals to where at least grass and stuff survived. But I believe that domestication and stuff started, it was a longer process. I think taming animals started long before domestication. As soon as the Younger Dryas happened, human beings who were hunter-gatherers just tried to save as many species as possible. They were successful in some areas and not successful in others. All camelids went extinct except the ones humans took under their wing. The llamas, the Winacos, they're related to the camel, domesticated by South Americans. Llamas, Winacos, alpacas. But in North America, the North American camel goes extinct and doesn't make it. All camels go extinct in the Old World too, except for the dromedary and the Bactrian, the ones that, well, humans domesticated. All horses go extinct in the New World, except in the Old World they are domesticated. So far from the, oh yeah, everybody just try to kill everything at sight at the end of the Ice Age. Hell no, they're trying to save everything in sight. But this is like news to people because the 20th century is full of anti-human hate and blaming hunters for everything, even though habitat loss caused most extinction and unregulated capitalism and ivory trade to fund wars and stuff. Instead of blaming what really is a problem, like those issues, too often people say humans are bad and you can't solve humans, so it just makes everybody angry and hateful. No, we're not bad. Solve poverty and you solve a lot of crime, like put in regulations and you don't get extinctions for hunting. Preserve animal habitat with environmental laws and you don't get extinctions, you know. But fail to do that and you get them. So what I see here is intriguing is I think these mammoths could have survived in the Alps for a long time. Maybe. The Alps were the only place that mimicked their original habitats. Maybe Scandinavia, but I think the Scandinavian islands are likely where this guy comes from. And Scandinavian traders, a hop, skip, and a jump to get to Cornwall to trade with the Egyptians. The Egyptians are into exotic animal trade because they've got money to burn. They've always been extremely wealthy because almost no other nation in the Mediterranean can feed itself. Just they depend on Egypt's exports. Everything from the Romans to like just about everybody else depends on it. So they can charge whatever they want for food. and their economy is rock hard stable because they refused to base it off of precious metals, and so they could produce gold, and they were not subject to the fluctuations of its value. And silver was the main coinage, but you get the idea. So Joe Johnson says, as per the original translation of the Iliad, illusion is not only an art but literature too. Try telling someone who watches only movies that Achilles was outrageously gay, and Hector killed his lover, not his cousin. Oh yeah, that's a thing. Pagans were completely comfortable with homosexuality. They were kind of baffled by those who weren't. So yeah, the censorship happened a lot, but the there was not just 300 Spartans, but there was a brigade of uh, gay, not brigade, but a fighting unit that was gay that held off the Persians too. It wasn't just 300 Spartans at Thermopylae. It was like 7,000 Thessalians and to at least 2,500 um, lesbians. I don't mean women lesbians. I mean people from the island of Lesbos, where the word comes from, because it was associated with that's what the women did when the men were away, right? But the fact that the Thessalians or who else was traditionally gay, they had kind of experimental fighting unit, but encouraged um, in order to stay in formation, they had hoplite warfare, phalanx warfare, not really true phalanx, but hoplite warfare. So you lock shields with your companion, and then um, if anybody cut and run, you had a gap, and that ruined your formation, and you were done. So cowardice of anybody meant you lost the entire battle, and everybody gets slaughtered. So they had an experiment where they encouraged each man should be the lover of the man on his left and his right. So the idea is that they would fight harder to defend their own lovers. I think the best solution would be allow women to fight, but what do I know? the Supposedly the Greeks got their female phobia because they say matter of factly. I mean, I visited the Parthenon, and there's two different wars that are depicted on the Parthenon. They're supposed to be fake or mythical. One with centaurs and one with Amazons. The Amazons almost took over Athens, and they retreated to before it was the Parthenon with a temple. It was a big fortress, right? Hey, Jade Cat, how you doing? How are you? And matter of factly, they just state, in their literature, the Amazons came here and kicked our asses. They liberated the women that we kind of had in captivity. Everybody, all the females that we had pretty much joined them, and their ranks swelled. And they had so many archers, we couldn't withstand them. And they had cavalry, so like the slow Greek hoplites on foot couldn't catch up with them. And they tried to take Athens, took everything else, and the Athenians holed up on the Acropolis. And the Amazons could not break through. And all their horses ate all of the grass and began starving. And the siege engines weren't there or good enough. And so eventually they tried to starve out the Greeks, but because their own horses were starving, the Amazons did a white peace, which is truce, and just left. And the Greeks were so traumatized after that that they restricted the women's rights even further. So I don't believe the Amazons existed as a civilization. Like that's what people think. But I think for sure they could have been like a roaming band of warlords, because the Scythian tribes had some crazy traditions who were out there on the plains. The Scythians were the culture that terrified Greece and almost took it over too. And so they were the ones that were almost one with their horse. And the Greeks had like no cavalry for a long time. They didn't trust the horse. They didn't have good land to have horses on. It's just not conducive to grazing, and the strong horses are not from Greece because you need calcium in the soil and stuff like that. Like the best horses in the world kind of come from Kentucky and a couple other spots because of the mineral value of the soil and the grass. So California racehorse, as good as it is just not going to be as expensive as a Kentucky horse. But the roaming tribes that are Scythian and whatnot in origin, um, they had probably a miserable existence for the non-nobility women, you know, the cooking and the whatever. But there's less of that domestic chores because they were nomads. They had a tent and you put that up and there's nothing else to do. You don't really have to maintain and clean it like a household. Like women were actually supposed to, if you didn't have slaves, do all the work. But if you did, the women had to oversee the slaves and keep them in line and blah blah blah. And women did weaving and craft projects to support the economy of whatever men were doing. And but with nomads, you put dinner on the slow cooker stew, and then you got free time. So their women had luxury of free time, and therefore they could learn martial arts and do stuff, and archery, for example. And they kind of had to as a cultural necessity. If the men go off to raid, they're sitting ducks for the other tribes. The women need to defend the camp and themselves. And so the Spartans did that same kind of thing too. They went off to war, but their women could kick ass and take names. Sparta never had city walls, didn't need it, you know. So the women of Sparta practiced pancretan wrestling. That's the most brutal thing I've ever read about. That's the kind of wrestling that's dirty. It's eye gouging. It's genital destruction. It's biting off ears and breaking fingers and toes and dislocating sockets and stuff. It makes cage fighting today, ultimate cage fighter stuff, look like I don't know, Nerf gun showdown in Wild West, you know. Joe Johnson says, I have read the only thing a Spartan man feared was a Spartan woman. Yes, because she knew pancretan, and so they were all mostly self-defense takedown moves, which is in self-defense classes today. You have to take down a man to disable him from, you know, like Mai Tai and stuff. So the females were taught the most, even more brutal type of pancretan than the men to immediately cripple the man for life, like remove both eyes, that kind of stuff. And they didn't arm the Spartan women. They didn't know the sword play. Didn't have to, because they could disarm a person, put the sword down, and still kick his ass. So this kept the women of Sparta from being, say, assaulted by their own male slaves. So they didn't do any housework. They just kept the slaves in line, right? So when you get the Amazons, I think what they were is a roaming warlord bands where the Scythian women, they were trained martially. They did know weapons to defend a camp from, say, other Scythian bands or whatnot, and marauders. But archery was the big thing. And the noble women had to prove themselves in a weird ritual called the headhunt. Yeah. Yeah, now you know why. Pancretan is not wrestling. This extinct form of wrestling is too brutal for modern taste. It's this stuff. He's dislocating that guy's arm. Pancration. I'm sorry, maybe I'm saying this completely wrong. Excuse me, I need a bite. I mean, you don't see that in wrestling. Those moves. In order to stop the bloodthirst, and it got so intense, in order to stop the fighting during, say, Olympics and stuff, and ritual and duels, whatever. I'm sure a lot of guys said, "Let's do this in the ring." In order to stop them once they started killing each other, the referees had whips and nooses on hooks and stuff, so they wrap it around somebody's neck and yank them off each other. But it was a great shame to put up the finger of surrender. So this individual is right now on this pottery. He's like, "That's enough. Don't kill me. No, don't maim me for life." So, oh wow, that is cool fan art. That's Jason and the Argonauts, two giant bronze statues fighting. But some pancreation moves are so brutal on pottery that they don't make it in the textbooks. They show dismembering type moves. So you have to be in the museums because like no university and school wants to buy the ones that show a guy destroying another person's testicles, you know. It's all done naked. So I'm sure that adds an extra feeling of vulnerability for the participants, but it's so that you couldn't sneak. You couldn't cheat, you know, like stab somebody with a poison needle or conceal a weapon or something, right? So Olympics were all done completely naked. So there you go. The yeah, this is a famous statue of a boxer ready for the Olympic Games, and it may have been a kind of a pancration or whatever how you call this. Their bronzes were incredible. And boxing, you could use wraps, and I don't know if they mixed it. That'd be fascinating to find out. Like I've seen the Coliseum and stuff, but gladiator stuff was set. Like, oh yeah, that's completely naked men. So I better get off this topic, or I'm gonna get flagged. The absolutely naked Greek art is gonna show up. The head hunting maidens of Scythia were in a game I used to play. Head hunting maidens of Scythia. Now, the funny thing is, Xena Warrior Princess is a Amazon. However, she starts out as an evil warlord until Hercules steps in, defeats her, and tells her, "You should be a force for good." Right? And that's the favorite story of the Greeks, is how Hercules humiliates and defeats powerful women, like to finally finish the nail in the coffin of the Amazon Empire, right? Because the Greeks overinflated the Amazons like they're an empire. So there's a game called Rome Total War. And Scythians are the classic horseback archery civilization. They had small C-shaped bows, composite bows. Pretty cool outfits. Pointy hats and pants. And because of Scythians, pants you have to have on a horse really to ride it efficiently. I mean, you could try it in a skirt or a kilt, but that's a little bit difficult. So the Greeks and Romans hated them so much because they came and dishonorably raided and left that they decided they wouldn't wear pants like barbarians. Just differentiate themselves. You will never see a Roman wearing pants, otherwise you'd be laughing stock of Rome. But I looked at the roster for the game, and I was like, headhunting maidens? What the hell is that? And so they have axes. Axes were a big weapon, and there's the bow and the axe, throwing axe too. They didn't have stirrup or anything, so not a whole lot of lances. Lances are pretty ridiculously hard to keep holding on to if you don't have a stirrup, and to put a lot of thrust into it. So I said, what the hell are head-hunting maidens? And they were fearless warriors in the game that had a special ability called Inspire Terror, especially to male units. So in Scythian culture, the female nobility, in order to get married, and she has to be a virgin, something like that, so she could start a family and get married, she has to prove herself on the battlefield and collect a male head. The more she gets, the more value she has, because she's the most badass warrior. And why does a man want the most badass chick on the battlefield? To have the most badass son, right? So this is how you move up in their society. Maybe you're middle class chick, but if you could have some martial prowess, you could marry top of the line nobility, the most super badass Scythian warrior guy. So they became bloodthirsty maniacs on the battlefield. It was better to die and not collect your head than to go home without one, or to stay too many years a virgin and suddenly start getting old and past your childbearing years without a husband. And so axes were the name of the game. And when they came at a man on the battlefield, it was not to take a prisoner. And they just went for the head, went for the neck, and that's where you don't have armor in the Bronze Age. And sometimes they shot you first, or shot your horse, or wherever it is, and then walked over, and as you're wounded, just took your head. See why Greeks and Romans got terrified of women? This was on their eastern border. These are the people coming out of the steppes. They can't chase them because the Greeks have no idea how to ride, really. They don't have any good horse species. In fact, this day, Italy doesn't have great horses. But in Kazakhstan, they've got the horses of heaven. They got the ones in this tomb painting cycling back around. This Caltex, the world's oldest horse breed and the best. They're the smartest horses on earth. The most kind of dainty and elegant looking. Some people don't like the way they look because they're so weird looking. But they have refined features for survival, like narrow bodies. They have no extra fat on them, no extra musculature they don't need. They're extremely high endurance, high speed. Only thoroughbreds are faster. Nothing is smarter. They're extremely spirited and brave. So like I was saying, the original topic of the Spaniards who light their jumps on fire for their rituals to this day, and then try to jump over it, a flaming horse jump. That is the ultimate in getting your steed to trust you and proving your steed has a heart, has bravery. Not all horse breeds have bravery. Or the will to risk itself. And so when you're asking me about the horses with the firefighting horses, how do you get a horse to run towards fire? Select the right breed, select the right temperament. It would be the descendants of war horses, the ones that are willing. And not only will they run towards danger if you're there to guide them, but eagerly. Like they like to charge. Draft horses are somewhat terrible at it. Can't run very fast, but they can pull. They will obey you, but they don't want to get near danger. They're like, this isn't my plow, the cushy job I signed up with. Joe Johnson says, now I'm terrified of nightmares tonight. And there's just a couple of maxims of the Greek. So I believe Amazons were real, but not as a civilization. Remember, civilization is for sedentary folk. I mean, the nomads played at it, but were baffled by it. They didn't really ever want to stay in one spot or farm or do the things that civilized people did. They just looted and pillaged, took their stuff and went home. And they're like, why would we want to stay in one spot and like do domestic duties, man? Why? Why would you have anything but a tent? Like, we have the world's finest wine now because we looted it from others and we got extracted tribute. We just go around saying pay for protection. We raise our horses on new places. We can have infinite like horse wealth, and we get some extras and then we trade them for stuff we want and we got even more wealth. You don't really have to clean your tent much or anything. You just pitch it, tear it down, move. No building maintenance, no cleanup after a tsunami flood. Why would you live in a building that could collapse on your head? Why you live in a building of stone? You have to heat it. You have to maintain it. You have to. What's roofing? They're like, we don't get this. So they don't have the same priorities or values. It doesn't look appealing at all for the nomads. So what they did is fight each other when they weren't fighting civilizations. So they're not a united, nationalized people with a. There's no sense of my people like today with modern nationalism. It's my culture, yes, and they're snobs. Like there's no racism really. I mean, animals are different colors and so are people, and that's all the way people thought. There was high ethnicism though, which is my culture is better than yours, superior, and I look down upon you. But ethnicism is about choice. I mean, you can't change your race, your appearance. Ethnicity you can change. It's your beliefs, your language, your art style, cultural values. So if you married into another culture and just adopted their ways, you got accepted. Especially if you admitted it was superior, you just stopped speaking your old language. So ethnicity and that kind of discrimination exists. Absolutely. Like that's why the Romans and Greeks would not wear pants. They didn't want anything to do with these barbarian types. They would not wear beards either. The Romans, it's barbarian thing. So I think that the Scythians, fought each other as much as anything. What saved Western civilization so many times is when there's a death of like a uniting king of the nomads, like Kublai Khan and others were about to take over Europe, and all of a sudden the Mongols pack up and go home, and it was like, oh my God, oh, wait, what? They're gone. And that's because somebody dies back east, and they have to go back to the election. They have elections. They may have a warlord and stuff like Attila, but nomads participated in elections, and they elected a leader, and it wasn't like, hey, my son is my son, therefore he's the next warlord. If he was effeminate or girly or weak, stupid, he's not going to get elected as the next leader. So if there's a tight election, there just might be an assassination and they just start fighting each other, right? Blood feuds, blah, blah, blah. So it wasn't a civilization per se. And if some tribes just didn't like each other or some people just didn't like each other, they split off and formed their own bands. With a society that has, it's not a female or a male dominance, but females can be martial. I think it's entirely plausible that a lot of females broke away um, and said, let's go carve out our own place. Because eventually there are these massive climate change events on the steppe, and it's changed Western world so in a big crazy way. If some good years, the steppe, meaning the plains, can support. Not much has changed, Joe. Some years the steppe can support so many animals and so many herding things and so many people. It's a land of plenty. Everybody's fat and happy. And the raiding of other cultures stops, except, they trot by and say, pay for protection. We're collecting our protection money. We won't invade you. Give us silk and stuff. Give us your wine or marijuana. whatever they couldn't stick around to grow in one spot. Gold. And they just kind of sat back and relaxed. And then the climate change events, it happens in cycles. I don't know how it works, but if there's 100,000 horse on the steppe, when the bad years come and they persist for decades, maybe only 30,000 can survive now. And the herding animals, if only 30,000 herding animals survive, and they die in masses, like they die by the millions with extreme cold events, even to this day. It keeps Mongolia down. The way that people survived is they could go east or they could go west to richer, greener lands of more stability. And well, China did a good job of keeping them out with a wall, right? And just paying them consistently to go away. So they mostly went west during these events, and they had to. Carrying capacity of the land, yeah, exactly, tribute. Carrying capacity of the land changed, and you can't just knock on the door of civilization and say, yo, we've been abusing you and demanding tribute and extorting you for decades now, but wait a second, we're kind of in a bind now. Can we, like, be your neighbor? Could you host us for a decade? We'll be nice. Have to sharpen their weapons and come fast, come hard and strong, because retreat's not an option. J. Katz is the best horseman, with no doubt, were the Mongols. That's the cons. I don't know. They had the stirrup. I think that cultures that achieved more with the horse without the stirrup, I have a little bit more respect for. Like the Huns. The Huns may have had it. It's debatable, sort of, but most people say they did not. So without stirrup is hard mode. I was going to show you what horse this is, the Call Tech. Oh God, this micro image. You'll see King Tut has chariot, a stable of these. And so you see the horses. This is why I think this is a pygmy mammoth right here. Instead of a full-size one or full-size elephant with unnatural hair growth or however that's explained, right? And it's because the people stay in the same scale, and we have horses bigger than the mammoth, right? Now, some people explain away that the mammoth could have been copied with such anatomical detail, accuracy, by Egyptian artists if they found a frozen one, right? Now, if the Scandinavians found one and traded the carcass to the Egyptians in England, where they were getting their tin for the Bronze Age, then you would think it would thaw out and rot or something, right? But no, oftentimes, as long as the temperatures aren't horrifically high, nature has freeze-dried the carcass. And so with the complete 100% removal of the moisture of the carcass, it's stiff as a board. It's like it's a true mummy. You can do it in high heat in the absence of moisture. That's what bacteria has to have. Bacteria are the thing that tear apart the body and any carcass. So you could do it in extreme cold and extreme heat and have perfect preservation like it went to sleep. Either one. It's called freeze drying if it's in a freeze dryer. It's called standard mummification if it's like a hot place like it. So sure, it could be a freeze dried carcass that's got on a boat and made its way to Egypt. However, why is it on a leash next to the bear and next to the horses? And it's a reinforced leash with like a wooden name tag on it. Yeah, Egyptians were in Cornwall, England, looking for that tin. I believe it's the Minoans before then, but it's hard to find out except for coinage. Egyptians didn't have coins, but we found in their bronze weapons and surviving tools and things that their tin came from England. And after the Minoans, especially no longer a factor, somebody was sailing around and they had the highest sailing technology that we know of, except for maybe the mysterious sea peoples. But um, it's a notoriously bad part of the ocean west of Portugal, or in between Portugal and where France is. The winter storms are bad. So there's a lot of skepticalness about could the equivalent of a trireme, the oar boat with a sail, make it that far? And guess what? I mean, Viking longships are little more than a rowboat with a sail too, and they made it in the roughest seas ever, all the way to the New World. Size of the boat doesn't matter; it's the skill, and the oarsman's skill stabilizes the boat. They were master oarsmen, the Mediterranean guys, and far from the galley slave stereotype, they're probably extremely well paid, especially in the Navy. And Egypt had a navy, until Mark Antony got it messed up. But it's more stable than a sailing ship of, say, the medieval era. Not Renaissance, but medieval. So all you have to do is not be there in winter too, and then you're fine. It would be seasonal. Plus, doesn't mean they made huge long voyages all the way from Egypt to England. They would have trading posts, and so it would be a back and forth relay. And so the captains would know their individual section they are assigned to. So it'd be like Egypt to Sicily, Egypt to Sicily, Egypt to Sicily, and then there's a route from like Sicily to the Balearic Islands. And that captain would just go back and forth and know that intimately. That crew would know that intimately. Balearic Islands to, say, Straits of Gibraltar, right? And then there would be even shorter runs out in the open ocean along the coast, because the longer you're at sea, the biggest risk that you're going to come into a storm you can't predict and you're going to not be good. So they probably had like day-long voyages along the coast to their new trading posts that they intimately knew. And it ceased in winter. And that's fine. The more ships you have, you just leave as a huge caravan, And you can do this. Plus, the overland route for bad years or whatever, because every once in a while, a storm takes out dozens of ships. It takes a long time to replace them. And the overland route still existed. Right across the English Channel, just hop, skip, and a jump, and baby elephant artistic license on the tusk to illustrate better the elephant. Nope. Like I said, cultural. I would not believe so. I don't mean to say nope, you're totally wrong. Or I mean nope from my perspective. It's actually easier as an artist to depict reality. It's harder to make something up and draw fantasy. It requires creativity. But if you just have a living example in front of you and sketch it, that's some of the easiest stuff ever. And like I said, the Egyptians, and even in further back in prehistory, they make extremely accurate drawings. Even the cave art of Lascaux is extremely anatomically correct, with a reverence for nature and being correct. Every single horse coat in Lascaux is correct. So today, Przewalski's horse pretty much looks exactly like that. And so these are here's an example. Today's modern horse coats, like a rouleau done, which means gray, basically, done, and then this, whatever this is, for Przewalski's horse, which is the closest living relative to the ancient horse. Scientists are skeptical about that. Spots like that do not exist quite like that in today's modern animals, but they did some DNA tests and found out that coat color just went extinct. But now we even know that it existed because of the cave paintings. They went out of their way for it's stylized, but it is anatomically correct. Now, you might think that doesn't look correct. That looks like a chubby horse, or whatever. But a breed that was just like that existed in ancient China. They were fat, ancient China fat horses. They're related to the Hun. So this is stylized again, but it was a confirmation. Like here's how they actually look. This is a anatomically correct ancient text drawing thing, whatever it is. And so some nomadic tribesmen still have it, like the Heku horse, still have that confirmation in general, even though their legs are. This is stylizing, right? I mean, when you're casting bronze, it's hard to make long appendages. They break off in usage, so they try to make it as solid and round as for your statue or carving to not, you know. So the Hunnish horse is now extinct, but it had a similar kind of conformation with an extreme convex back arch, which because their spine was convex, it looks like sway back. See this serious arch? It has a serious curve, unusual for anything today. That gave them a pot-bellied appearance. It changes the layout of the internal organs, so makes them look like they have tiny legs. And different body conformation and stuff has different purposes. And the breeds are also a product of human aesthetics. We'll breed them to look a certain way. Some of these were bred for their meat. It's weird to think about it today, but it's they're fat because they're on the menu. The Mongols ate their horses. Huns did. They would drink their blood too. That's why they're called barbarians, right? By the West. So the problem is that the tradition, even in the Stone Age, is faithful reproduction of, even if it's stylized. Like here's the modern Przewalski horse with a couple of dorsal stripes. I mean, that's a CGI, but it's a true horse coat. Oh, sorry, shoulder stripes. And if you look top down, they have a black stripe running the length of their spine. The most primitive breeds have that. Mustangs kind of do too. Some of them have minor zebra stripes on their legs. It's weird how primitive features come back in our feral animals, right? Stiff, upright mane. You don't see horses with any sort of floppy mane yet. That's a domestication thing. Sometimes horses have extremely long manes that are primitive, but it's not until like domestication, right? So the Hunnish horse was described as a really strange-looking animal that had an extreme back curve like that. It was chubby around the torso, spindly along the legs, and it had a mane and tail that dragged on the ground, like excessively long and black and dark chestnut colors. Totally extinct now. But remember, the reasons for having the horse was originally food. That's what they were domesticated for, but people don't realize the horse was not a beast of burden until medieval times. That's right. The horse is not a beast of burden until medieval times. You said it here, quote me. I mean, that's been known, but people forget. Horses can't pull anything. Hey, number 6. I'm sorry, we were talking about why this is actually a baby mammoth calf in an Egyptian tomb art and is authentic. I believe in Scandinavia, and they'll probably, and quote me on this, they'll probably find out some mammoths lived in the Bronze Age with resulting island dwarfism. Oh, I'm sorry, the thing I was talking about in China, this is really eerie. Chinese bronze straight tusk elephant. We're finding out more and more that a lot of species previously thought extinct, when we date their carcasses and stuff, they survive much longer. into civilized times than anybody imagined. So straight tusk elephant was made the largest ever product of Asia, and it doesn't mean that the tusks went straight down, but they didn't quite curve as much. Look at the strange overlapping forehead thing, that the dome head. Some Asian elephants have a little bit of that, but nothing quite like that, like a giant eyebrow thing, like shade over their eyes. And um, this famous bronze of an elephant has always puzzled scientists. Just like you were saying, Joe, a lot of people, especially not art history majors, think, well, if I was going to make art, I don't care about accuracy. It's not that important. It's just got to look pretty. And sure, a lot of art today is like that, but it wasn't the ancient world. You would not be respected for that in the ancient world unless you were making like a griffin or something totally mythical. Accuracy and style was the value of the day. And it's also easier if you just copy what you're seeing. And it was also spiritually important. Like the guy wanted to get into heaven with the Egyptian tomb. Look at that. That's fun. So his soul has to recognize memories of his past life. It has to be his best moments of life have to be written on his tomb walls so he can know that it's his own tomb, and his soul and his spirit can identify his own body, and he can have a good afterlife. Because his family's supposed to visit the tomb and provide food every Halloween or whatever. No kidding. Usually Halloween. Special auspicious times of the year that are associated with the dead and spirits, like Halloween. So if somebody made an error in any of the animals, they'd be slapped silly and fired and whatnot. The Egyptians were complete fascists. Hey, Citizen Z, how you doing? About their art. It stays the same for thousands of years because anybody who deviates, like if anybody wanted to paint eyes forward instead of profile, they'd be flogged and or crucified or something, dismembered, fed to crocodiles, because their cultural identity meant we should never change our art. So the Greeks and Romans and such develop things, perspective, and they go forward. And the Egyptians are like, nope, we're doing it the same forever. And we have the same values, which is no perspective, really. They don't care. Scale is not a value. So it's hard to tell if something is in scale in Egyptian art, except for the example I was showing you. This one, horses are nearby, and the horses are bigger than these two animals. So these are pygmies. That's not a bear cub. And they're on leashes, so they're not freeze-dried carcasses, for example. What's up, Susan D? Let me know which fires you want info on. I already did my catch up, and we're just shooting to, having a good conversation with Joe. Not too much happened yesterday. I'm pretty happy. I still didn't find out if they caught the person suspect. It was kind of obviously lighting fires along I-5 last night. Not last night, last broadcast. It's now morning, actually. I should go to bed. But I was saying that part of my video projects I wanted to make for doing fires was trying to correct a lot of the nonsense people believe about prehistory and ancient history as a art history major. We could trust what we're seeing as accurate. Now, like you're saying, like maybe it just has to be pretty. That's our modern aesthetic. But straight tusk elephant is supposed to have gone extinct in like the Ice Age, and then there's startling new revelations that the Chinese knew them and reproduced a lot of their art. Like this thing is a bronze, I believe. It's kind of green because bronze is like copper. It oxidizes green. So I kid you not, I'm doing my art history and I'm sitting in Portland on a bench in a park on Burnside. just waiting for my late night classes to start and whatnot. And I'm supposed to do a project and write about the history of just my favorite art piece that's outside in Portland. It was this bronze elephant thing. So I'm sitting next to it, and it's kind of weird looking, definitely stylized. But the way you tell elephant species apart is, tusk length and shape. Whether or not the trunk has one finger or two, could they grip a flower or they have to fist a flower, right? So it's the difference between the African and the elephant and the Asian ones. And also the amount of little fingernails they have on their feet. I used to call them hooves nonchalantly, but I got attacked on the internet for that. They're not hoofed animals. I'm like, oh, I know that, but that's what that looks like. What the hell are they? Fingernails in? Okay, nails. There's a different amount of them on African versus Asian species. 3 versus 4, blah, 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 front and back legs. So this looked like a fantasy elephant because it was kind of, it doesn't match with those features, African or Asian. And by the way, there's a third elephant species, not just 2, African forest elephant. They're so different that they can't even mate with other African elephants. That's a different day. They survive in the Congo, but not many left. They're the ones that Hannibal used. They used to be in North Africa too. Pretty small creatures comparatively. But nothing matches that description of a little bit, a pretty straight tusk. Looks like a juvenile. A 1 or 2 lips. I don't remember what they were saying about it. But then they looked at fossils, Paleoloxodont, the straight tusked elephant, and this is a National Geographic article about it, that the Chinese could have only made accurate art by seeing living ones because they don't have any frozen ones in China. Damn it. We're not subscribed to National Geographic. For example, the trunk is not going to preserve. It's soft tissue. The little hoof things, fingernails are not going to preserve, and yet they have anatomical correctness in a bronze. So my theory is, I believe that. I believe the ancient artists. I know what that was about. They faithfully reproduced stuff. And it was their cultural value, pretty worldwide. We have startling revelations from paintings, like even now they found like the the Sistine Chapel of artwork in South America that depicts giant sloths and people trying to hunt them, and a giant sloth protecting its baby with anatomical correctness. That's incredible. In Australia, there's 40,000-year-old artwork of ancient extinct things. So this is the Bronze Age, so like 3,500 BC-ish. So why do we not have any of these in the Iron Age? Did mankind just finish off all of the surviving prehistoric mega beasts all at the same time in the Bronze Age? That does not make any sense. Australians are not talking to the Chinese, and they're not talking to Native North Americans, and they don't have contact with Scandinavia and Egypt and Rome, because we lose a lot of species like the dwarf elephants in the Mediterranean, on islands of Malta and stuff. We lose the straight tusk elephant, I guess, if that's what that is, Paleoloxodon, in China or nearby. We see, we know the Wrangel Island specimens of dwarf mammoths. That is dwarf mammoth right there. Probably not from Wrangel Island, though. I think from Scandinavia. We see them die off at Wrangel Island, though. Why in the Bronze Age? Like, why all over the world with cultures that don't have contact with each other? Why would all cultures suddenly decide we're going to kill these off? They've done a great job of surviving, but let's go kill them. And that's the only thing that explains like why most of the mammoths and stuff died in the first place is the massive climate change event that they cannot survive. Civilization collapsed in the Bronze Age. Bye-bye Hittites, Mitanni, Lamanites, uh, Babylonian types, Assyrians, um, and most of the Canaanites. I mean, a lot of those start to collapse because a massive drought and crop failure, probably from the eruption of Mount Thera. The biggest that humankind have ever seen, by the way, way bigger than Krakatoa. So for 500 years, humanity doesn't even read or write or found new cities or anything. And massive metropolises are abandoned to the dust. And when Xenophon invades with his mercenary company, like later in the Greeks, they walk over cities that are so ancient in the Middle East, like today's Iraq, because it had been so long. Like they're like, who used to live here? What was this city about? Like the ancient Greeks didn't even know. So much of humanity's technology and information was lost that set humanity back for like 500 years. They survived by abandoning all farms pretty much in the Middle East, Mesopotamia, and herding around animals, pastoralism, to a few places that had green pastures. And then once the climate stabilized, they could have agriculture and big populations again, but it was a massive blow. So if humans are struggling that bad, where Egypt is the only civilization that could possibly survive, and it had a white peace with the sea people. Sea people couldn't conquer Egypt, and Egypt couldn't really defend itself. That horse breed is still around with us, by the way. It's an accurate occultet. Swan neck, dainty features, elegance and grace. They have some amazing coat colors, including like pure white with satin sheen. That's not Photoshop. So characteristic is the swan neck, the raised tail with a muscle in the tail like that. It's the ancestor of the Arabian and so many other horse breeds. Like it's the world's oldest. So it's the founding breed of so many, especially the war horses. The world's smartest horses too. They can come in gold colors, silver, cremello, pure white. And you see them in the tomb paintings of the rich Egyptians. Excuse me. Like pulling King Tut's chariot. You see it in Greek art too. And they have those features even though they're stylized, like King Tut chariot. A Squirrel says, hey, speaking of fire history, the Amazon Basin has the biochar terra preta story from the 1500s. Agriculture and forestry have important connections to successful civilizations doing fire management. You're right. I think I'm going to blow the minds of the world when I come out with one of my videos. I think I have solved a long-standing puzzle about the New World. Tomb painting. We now know that King Tut had a withered leg and could have never really done this. But as the same horse, look at the raised tail, and they're charging war horses, right? So, in fact, that's not King Tut. It's his hunting scene. He was never in a war, so a war scene doesn't make much sense. I don't know if that would have been King Tut. You know, it's the internet. But the swan neck is there, and graceful lines in the conformation. So the royal stables of, I was trying to figure out, why do these horses all look the same? But they're in Egypt, they're in Greece, they're, because I was studying art history. When I was trying to find Greek breeds and Egyptian breeds, and none of them matched. Well, that's because they're the occult texts, and so they're worth their weight in gold. And only the richest people on earth could afford these steeds. And the average person and the average warrior and the average steppe nomad or whatever doesn't have these. They came, stupid blocking stuff. They were just in royal stables. Today, it's very similar. because they're the world's smartest horse, they're the most easily trained, and they're pretty much the world's most fiery tempered and kick-ass warriors. You can use them. You could buy just a couple sires and then breed them to make your own breed in your own nation. And wars have been fought over them. Like Chinese emperors said, "Give me some of those," and the people of today's Kazakhstan said, "No, pay more." And so China went to war to get some. They're called the Heavenly Horse because they come in gold, you know. And amazing, just truly amazing. It's all real, not Photoshop. So they're so intelligent they can understand a lot of language and respond to voice commands without you ever touching the reins. Can't tell you. So these are present right there in this tomb painting. And because the people are all in scale and the horses are bigger, I'm going to say that that's not a full-size mammoth because they didn't do scale in Egyptian art. I'm going to say that's a pygmy. Now, I believe Scandinavia is the most likely thing because the Mediterranean, even on Malta with some mountains, I don't think the dwarf elephants would sprout hair. Besides, elephants just don't have a rounded dome head like that. They just don't. And November 6th Golf, Mike Lehman says racing camels are some of the first to be cloned. Yeah, yeah. And they use small children as jockeys. Still do in places. Jay Cat says, I like your responses. And anyway, but the thing is, why did they all go extinct around the Bronze Age? It's not because people decided to spontaneously kill the last survivors of the Ice Age. That was the climate, the weird climate change mega drought event from the volcanic eruption and that ended the Bronze Age civilizations. Had to have been hard on animals as people. And a lot of animals will survive by migrating. And in Africa, you get some of the last surviving megafauna, like the elephant species in some parts of Asia, because Asia and Africa are big, and they have a lot of latitude and longitude to travel around in. But not so with island species. There's nowhere to go, so if the island can't support life anymore. But this is also strangely in scale too. There's a monkey climbing that giraffe's neck. But we've identified that species of giraffe, and this is a proto-greyhound. These are racing dogs and coursing dogs for specific hunts. So they're also in scale to the guy being dragged along by their leash, like he's got his arm caught in it. He's like, "Damn it, come back here." There's a lot of personality. They injected a lot of the author's whimsicality in here. But these are strangely in scale. This is the weirdest funny hat. But these are the people coming to trade, and it's the tomb of a wild animal vendor in Egypt. So human beings are exonerated more and more from. We were blamed for extinctions that didn't make sense. The Steller sea cow, I assumed, it was discovered in the 1700s, goes extinct really quickly by the end of the 1700s when white man finds it, right? The Russians make contact with the Aleutian Island natives. That's so sad. And then all of a sudden, the Steller sea cow doesn't make it much longer. However, they just did a genetic study. It's old. And found out that Steller sea cow was genetically bottlenecked and could not have recovered as a species no matter what anybody did because they like during the ice age and other times they depended on kelp. They only ate kelp. They could not change their diet and dive for mollusks and crustaceans like say walrus can. And so kelp was the only thing they ate, the only thing they could eat. And so with the continental shelf and the sea level change, the sea level rise, especially after the last ice age, the majority of their kelp beds disappeared to deep water because kelp is a giant algae, basically. It's not really a plant. And they call it seaweed, but it's kind of like bears resemble the algae. It needs the sun, so deep water kills it. If you ever looked on Google Maps, and we're gonna try to check fires a minute before I log off. Let me get that up off screen. The cool mode, not dark mode. Where you go into terrain? Is it satellite? Satellite shows where where the continental shelf is. So during the Ice Age, the sea went all the way out here, off the coast of Oregon. And you still see this tremendous scar right here. This is where Astoria and the Columbia River goes past Portland. The giant Ice Age floods that carved. The reason this is a desert in eastern Oregon and Washington is the giant dam broke back here of melting glacier water, and it scoured away all the topsoil, probably in just a month. Massive flooding, probably killed so many people and animals. It's insane. But the topsoil is still missing. Eastern Oregon and Washington is, well, it's not a forest and stuff anymore. But it carved away the continental shelf, even underwater, with tremendous flow. This is insane. But this is where the coast was back in the day. So this is the kelp beds that no longer exist for stellar sea cow. All these, there's massive habitat all along the coast. I mean, you see all of this, right? And so by the time the Russian expedition goes and finds them, I mean, Sakhalin Island, isn't it? Sakhalin Island? No, that's not the right one. That's off Russia. Where's stellar sea cow at? Stellar sea cow. Everybody assumed, well, white man found it and boom, it went extinct, right? Or the natives hunted it to extinction or something. Because there's actually not a lot of records of the Russians doing anything with it other than looking at it. It was on the Aleutian Islands originally, but it was only on one by the time they drew it. Was it supposed to be 18? Oh, that's the Jungle Book. It was extinct before 1800, though, I believe. So where is its island? 1768 official date of extinction, Attu Island. They said there's a couple into the 1800s. Sometimes hunted, though, is starvation last resort stuff, though. So I don't believe the 1960s report. So where is it? The Kamchatka. Okay, we're just going to say Kamchatka. Commander Islands. So it turns out with a genetic study of the stellar sea cow remains, they were on life support with a genetic bottleneck 200,000 years ago, like a long time ago. And it's because as sea levels changes came and went and the kelp beds died and whatnot, every population was extreme long distance from each other and they couldn't reach each other. So right here on the Aleutian Islands, where the last holdouts are, Akatan, Adawan, whatever, they were completely inbred, brothers and sisters and mothers and uncles in circular family trees, right? They were married to that area and couldn't leave it because there's not kelp along every single one of these islands. They can't follow the coast to come back. So even though there's kelp off the west coast here, Seattle, Portland, Vancouver, they could never get to it. They'd starve along the way. And then that means they could have never reached the other populations. Might be over here. So humans coming to North America at least 18,000 years ago, because we've got a date as of 3 months ago for 18,000 years ago, a human cutting tool with bison blood on it underneath an ash layer in rural Oregon somewhere. The ash layer is dated. It's a Mount St. Helens eruption. And so it was definitely a cutting tool because of bison blood on it and some other tools found at the site. And the eruption had happened at least 15,000 years ago, and it was deeper than that. So that's the oldest confirmed date of North America, not South America. South America has some 17,000-year-old stuff too, mummies and stuff. So that means for thousands of years, natives left them alone because they were already genetically bottlenecked with extremely small population for like many thousands of years after humans arrived. So humans observed them and didn't do anything to them for about 7,000 or 8,000 years. That's I mean typical. Like it's we do feel sympathy for creatures and feel like they're part of God's creation or great spirits. And helpless creatures is usually a feeling of it's not sporting, to kill them for no reason. Plus, they didn't seem to be all that nutritious or beneficial to people compared to, like, say, what a walrus can give you. Walrus has ivory, blubber, good meat, and skin can be turned into boats. And I don't know, sea cow is not quite that useful. So the Native Americans watched them and left them alone. So conservation is a thing that has now been proven due to these genetic studies. And it's completely aligns with hunter-gatherer societies of today. They are still conservation-minded, and they don't overtake because they'd be committing suicide by hunting their own food source to extinction. They hunter-gatherer societies understand the food chain and ecosystem domino collapse concepts, so they do not want anything to go extinct. The only time we may have ever wanted that is the big predators that kept hunting us, cave lions and stuff. I'm sure if there was just a couple surviving cave lions around because they did actively attack us in the night, yeah, we probably took them out. Because once their normal prey was gone, there was just us to eat. They probably all switched behavior to being exclusive man-eaters. What do you do after that? Man-eaters repeat their behavior. So this is Wild Frontier camera, and as best as I could tell, in Del Norte County, this is the true wildfire and not burning ups, because they didn't say it was a burning up, but they said the fire is most active just west of Camp 6. This is due south, and so I don't know what. Maybe they're just not commenting on this. This is right on one of their main thickest road fire lines on a peak, and so even nights when there's 78% humidity, like right before the thunderstorms, that's kind of perfect to do a burning operation. But since I looked at their 17-hour ago published stuff, um, um, I can't 100% with certainty say this, that they wanted to do the firing off, but I think they may not care that this is happening on that main road, because what Zeke Lunder said is it's hard to hold a road as a fire line unless you burn off the vegetation on your side of it. It strengthens your line. So they're probably like, oh yeah, let's let that go. Unless we ask them in person, we're not really going to know, but I'm not concerned about this. It's well south of Gasky, and they said that just west of Camp 6 here, and this is looking south, in Craig's Creek, there's been some activity, the Myth River Complex north, or south, excuse me, that it's been active, but looking at the weather, there'll be a couple of days of dryness but coolness, and then it's going to get rain. So here we go. It's maybe one of the last hard weeks of fighting these fires before there's significant rain, and the cooler temperatures can help. But remember, it's El Nino. We could have another heat wave again. Like it was a hot October and hot November in 2028, the Paradise Fire, and that was El Nino. So it could be like the false start of winter and a wet season, but whatever. It's rain. We'll take it. And maybe we should just take it one day at a time. But I'm prepared to have a very busy, active fire season. We're with you throughout the autumn. I am ready to jump on this winter too, because winter is California's worst fire season. That's October through January is Santa Ana Diablo wind season. The hurricane force winds that seasonally come out of the Nevada's dry desert. The most dangerous thing California faces, other than, say, a mega quake or a tsunami. Joe Johnson says, I just got my ass kicked in chess. Who invented it? Somebody in medieval times. J Cat says, fun fact, Genghis Khan could send a message across his empire in 4 days. That's the same distance and time as is from New York to Berlin on horseback. I think it's further. Oh wait, New York to Berlin. Yeah, I do not think that's possible in 4 days without flight, because that's stretched from. Okay, Kublai Khan expanded, but didn't Genghis take Korea? Oh my God, I'm sorry. I got to settle the debate. We'll go back to extent of Mongol Empire under Genghis. Now they could have had signal fire. Speed of light is a lot faster than the speed of a rider or a dove or something. It has to be under Genghis. No, Encyclopedia Britannica. Not Kublai Khan or Golden Horde or Silk Road. Sorry, I'm a doubting Thomas as my personality profile. So I verify. I trust but verify. I trust that you are not lying to me or something. However, I've come to realize so much historical facts and snippets are complete bullshit. BS, excuse me, that I'm writing my own history videos because some things are just parroted and they're like the traditional narrative without many people stopping to question that, because that's big right there, Manchuria. So he didn't get to. Wait, that's steppes. Excuse me, not the empire. That means where the plains are. Okay, can I just have a map, please? Mongol Empire extent under Genghis. Why is it all green? You realize this is to a person with red-green color blindness. This is illegible. That'd be a light gray upon a light gray. They say 35% of all men on Earth have red-green color blindness, so you should never, ever, in web design or in graphical design, ever make red and green your main colors for anything. It looks the same. So it's a cardinal sin in web design and accessibility. So Encyclopedia Britannica should know better than that. Okay, so dark green is Genghis. Kublai Khan is light green. So he did take over North Korea. So it's North Korea to the Caspian Sea, with a scale of that being 1,000 miles. Okay, I'm using the finger on my screen, right? The finger test. This is highly scientific. 1,000 miles, 1,000 miles. 1, 2, 3. It's approximately 4,000 miles to the Caspian Sea. Okay, it's not quite as long because I thought Genghis made it to the Crimea, but I guess that was Kublai Khan. Okay, 4,000 miles in 4 days. How in God's green earth can a message travel 1,000 miles in a day? The average horse. Okay, you remember, the Kentucky Derby, which is the fastest horses on earth, the fastest thoroughbreds, is called the most exciting 2 minutes in sports for a reason. Because any horse that runs a race of that length, I don't know how many furlongs that is, but it's just under a quarter of a mile. Somethings of a mile. That horse needs to rest for a month and a half to 2, before it can reach top speed again after going 2 minutes full tilt. And so this Pony Express that Genghis Khan invented or perfected was horses that changed their gait. First you walk them to get them warmed up, especially if it's freezing cold out. Otherwise they'll pull their muscles. And so first you walk them, and you fast walk them, and you slow trot them, and you trot them, and you fast trot them. And the trot is a gait that they can maintain for the longest with efficient locomotion. And so there are a lot of trotters and different horses with different gaits. A slow canter is okay, but not the full gallop. So these are not thoroughbreds. Even if he had a Caltex, what you do is you go for a while, and you may have spare horses behind you, but you alter their gait between that, and then you slow them back down to the fast trot, and you walk them again, and you repeat the cycle, and you get on your other horse, so the one falls to the rear that you were on at first bearing the rider. And Mongolian horses are a little more than ponies. They do not have a big stride length. Nothing on the steppe had a big stride length, not like today. A Caltex, closest thing, but they're not messenger horses. They are the royal stable horses. So I have no idea. No, the speed of horses. Okay, the message is in somebody's pocket. Doesn't matter how many horses you have, but it is not a series of horses that run at full gallop for 2 minutes. You would have to have a trading post every mile. Like the Belmont is the longest of the Triple Crown races, and that's basically all a thoroughbred can do without collapsing complete exhaustion at full tilt run. In fact, few horses can do the full tilt run of the Belmont, and that's 1.25 miles, isn't it? Belmont track. You cannot have a new trading post station every 1.25 miles. It's the Big Sandy. It's made out of sand, but what is it? I'm not saying their Pony Express wasn't innovative and amazing, but I don't see how any message can travel 1,000 miles in one day without flight. So unless he invented the homing pigeon, I don't think pigeons can survive the steppe. It's too damn cold. So the lengthen to its present duration. Okay, what is the length of the damn track? Just tell me. Thank you. Belmont Park in New York. Isn't it 1.25 miles? Yes, 1.5 miles, so 2.4 kilometers. So only Secretariat could maintain full speed in the entire way, and he didn't really at first. He was racing Shim, and Ron Turcotte, his jockey, eventually decided to take the owner's advice and just give Secretariat his head and let the reins be slack and just say, go as fast as you want. Boo-boo. And he didn't want to founder Secretariat, dear God, because that means you exhaust a horse. If you push them at full tilt, they'll obey you. But if a horse is ever so tired it can't stand up, it dies. So it's called foundering a horse, and riding them off a cliff, basically, is what it's called. Only the most desperate of messengers should ever do that. It's like somebody's dying of a snake bite and you get them to the hospital, right? The horse will lay down and crush itself under its own weight. It can't breathe. They can only lay down for an hour and then they die. So horses sleep standing up. So the amount of horses to cover that distance, because how fast would something have to be traveling? What miles per hour to cover 1,000 miles in a day? We're talking daylight hours. You can't run a horse at night. One little misstep and he's going to break his leg. daylight hours. And so summertime, the messages could travel faster. You have more daylight hours. We have to calculate the latitude, average daylight hours at that latitude. And the terrain's very different. Horses, like, for example, the Belmont is the hardest thing to achieve. There's so many racehorses that do the Kentucky Derby and the Preakness fine because those are sprints. And not only is the Belmont the biggest racetrack in the United States, at a mile and a quarter, it's a giant oval. It's sand, and so it's fatiguing. You know how hard it is to walk on beach sand. It's not wet, right? It's just ah. So, what is the miles per hour? I'm sure they have sprintable sections, but they have to go over mountains and deserts. And the deserts, maybe a desert could be crossed at night on a horse. Maybe that's okay, actually, but nowhere else. In fact, I don't think you can run a horse in a desert during the daytime or they'll just flop over and die. Not for any length of time. So even if you discarded the horses behind you, as your spare horses get tired, you can only run at the fat speed of the most tired horse. It would not be economical to have, like I said, every 2 minutes to have a horse changing station and a rider. A rider has sleep and stuff too. JCAT says they did ride 24 hours, and in the Urals they used megaphones. Okay, that's the only way that it could be remotely possible to reach that time frame. There's a combination use of signal fires and Morse code or something. Because most signal fires are just yes or no. Like, is the enemy coming? It's on or it's off, right? The actual smoke signals and stuff are mostly fantasy. You can flash mirrors and stuff, but they're not real mirrors. They're like polished bronze. What do you mean, Pony Express in America? I'm not sure. So this is the current. It's been quiet, guys, and I was just going to agree on 2 hours to check out the fires last night. What I missed. We've just been having a great time. Our wind down hour of history and other topics has become the 4 hours of that. So it could be. I mean, he had to have efficient message transport, but then again, the Mongol Empire didn't last too long. It had the same problem as Rome. So for a message to travel 1,000 miles, and how are they defining day? Is that 24 hours? Or is it sunrise, sunset? I'm telling you, you cannot ride at night over all terrain. You cannot. Horses can see somewhat in the dark, not as well enough. The number one reason for a horse to die is not falling. They're really good at falling and tucking up their legs with an instinct. That's why the hedge jumping races are actually safer than a sprint. And tell me, A Squirrel, more about biochar. Like, go ahead and put it in the chat. And besides, we're talking Mongol ponies with stubby little legs, and mind you, people were smaller too. They were more like my stature. They're like 5'2". So at that latitude, they might have longer days. What's the average summertime daylight hour? Sunrise around 6 in the morning, sunset around 9:45. Civil twilight extending past 10. I mean, it's almost still daylight at almost 11 o'clock p.m. in Portland and Seattle. Alaska is different, but twilight is long at Northern Hemisphere. So how many hours would that be? I'm bad at math. But 1,000 divided by 24 would be 42 miles an hour that the message would always have to be traveling at, and that's not possible because thoroughbred racehorses, their speed, and mind you, they don't exist back then, their speed caps out just under 45. Bear outrun thoroughbred racehorses in a short sprint. And the number one cause of a horse's death is stepping incorrectly and shifting their weight wrong, especially if it's uneven ground and there's an unexpected divot, hole, or something. And so how the horse puts its weight on the hoof determines whether or not they break their ankle. So the amount of horses they would kill running at night is pretty nuts. I've just never heard of a Mongolian Morse code or now they tame the eagles, but eagles are soaring diurnal creatures, and I mean that's the same thing with messenger pigeons. They don't fly at night. And eagles, if they get too far away from the handler, they just take off and live their life in the wild. Like they don't give a damn. They're like, where'd my handler go? Oh, whatever. I'm free. Same thing with even a peregrine falcon. I just don't think they could consistently over the Gobi Desert, massive mountains like the Ural Mountains, and then the Tarim Basin, keep a message going at 42 miles an hour, 24 hours a day. And if we divide it into 12, like 12 hours in a day, 1,000 divided by 12, the message would have to go 84 miles an hour. How fast can a pigeon fly? Because they're only diurnal creatures, right? How fast can a messenger pigeon fly? Their average flight speed, a moderate distance, is 60 miles an hour. Woo! Or 100 miles an hour at the top racing pigeons for a short distance. Because of the skill, domesticated pigeons were used to carry messengers. So in the Roman Empire, domesticated pigeons, I have no idea when they reached Asia. I have no idea when true homing pigeons came about. I mean, pigeons were originally meat animals, like for delicacy. For the Romans, they ate all kinds of weird stuff. Let's see Douglas County News. I want to see if they caught the arsonist, suspected arsonist. That was bothering us last stream. I mean, we were trying to wrap it up last stream. I was about ready to log off. That's, of course, when hell breaks loose. When somebody was driving up and down I-5, setting fires near Sutherland and Myrtle Creek, pulling over, killing the headlights, getting on a flashlight that was green, setting fires and things like blackberries, and then peeling away at a high rate of speed. Multiple witnesses, 5 fires up and down I-5. Now, I want to know if they caught this bastard or bastards. That was what we were speculating about. So, Roseburg local news. I was hoping you might tell us about that. They're talking about the Trout Creek fire that's over by Madras, but it's not affecting. There's no structures. Let's see. There's no structures threatened. Let's see. 2,000 acreage. Yeah, we knew that already for the Pete's Lake fire. Oh no. Did they find this old man? These stories break my heart. Oh man. So he left the Cottage Grove area, never returned home. Oh no. He walks with a limp and normally wears prescription glasses. Okay. He's driving a 2018 Ford pickup with the Oregon license plate 061LMB, Lima Mike Bravo. It's charcoal gray with a canopy. Okay, let's find out what that looks like. I'm disappointed they don't have an example. The 2018 Ford. Well, what kind of pickup? Come on, figure that out and tell the public. Charcoal gray? Charcoal gray. Like, come on. Call the DMV and figure it out. And then show an example so people know what to look for. So something like this, guys. If there's 61 in the license plate, please call the cops. Call 911 immediately anywhere on I-5. I wish they had Amber Alerts for missing elderly too. The last one that we looked at that happened in Washington State had a very tragic end. They found the lady, but she didn't survive. So this is Oregon, though. He was 87, and so he was trying to go to Cottage Grove, probably, but never returned home. Shoot. So anyway, anybody traveling on I-5 or in that area, please keep an eye out, especially for the vehicle. So this should be front page news that somebody was lighting fires on I-5 the night before last. It's nowhere to be seen. I'll probably write them and say, can you please, are you aware that a suspected arsonist is on the loose? Can you please cover that story? Here's where we were listening to it on Scanner Radio. And then about 5, assuming it was a male. So, yep, this is all some little news too. Look at that interesting robot-looking tractor thing. What is that? Look out, Horse Creek pothole bedrock fires. They continue suppression and repairs. So, making it look nice. Bulldozers and stuff can damage roads and make deep, muddy ruts and stuff, but they go around and they fix it. And so when they're doing this level of fixing, they're very confident that the fire doesn't come back here. And so the whole southern edge that's protecting the McKenzie River it's been like a miracle the way they protected it. The way that they kept, remember how we were all afraid that the new lightning strike fires would climb immediately up into the top and we'd have a second forest holocaust up here that could sandwich and threaten everything in the McKenzie River drainage from the south this time, because south winds happen more than the north ones. That would have been a nightmare. They did a freaking awesome job. Everybody involved, the pilots, the ground crews, and the hot shots. Especially the pothole was on such steep terrain. I thought I was going to race right up to the top. Incredible job they did. I'm going to rate their communication to the public, especially in the beginning, as like a 4 out of 10. Especially when they told everybody we're not going to do evacuations today. And I said, excuse me, what? Do you understand the fire's coming over the ridge? And I had to post a screenshot to help them change their minds. Remember when Larry came asking that on their Facebook page, like, are you certain you're not going to evacuate people today? There's a giant mushroom cloud, guys. How do you expect that ridge road to hold? Crickets for hours, and then actually, now that it's dark and everybody's gone to bed, let's evacuate. So that wasn't good in the beginning. It got way better. But that's why I have a job. When the officials are deficient in theirs, I'll try to tell you what to do as the best course of action. I don't want this job. Are any of you guys terrified like I am in a way? I mean, I'm now confident in what I do. Oh, they built road networks? That's pretty cool. What were we talking about? The Pacific Theater? I'm not sure how World War II was pulled in the conversation. Um, okay, but that's sad. A lot. Oh, really sad. Um, yeah, there's. I'm taking suggestions now for what do you guys want to cover? We got red flag situations in Oregon and Washington today. This is critical. This is bad. So I want to get some rest so I can cover this. Guests are leaving today. They're sea probes, and I was supposed to take them to the airport. And I have a dinner at 5. So I know sea probe can go alone to take them to the airport, borrowing my car. And I'll trust him to do that. No, he's a good driver. He terrifies me occasionally, but if anybody's familiar with Plymouth County, he went extremely fast downhill on the east side of Lake Almanor towards Susanville and Westwood when a hairpin turns, and it's advisable to go like 25. I'm like, "See, bro, what are you doing?" He goes, "This is fun. Your car handles great." I'm like, "Ah!" Ready to have a seizure. So this is a sorry. Why doesn't this look normal? Hang on, fix it. Oh, I messed around with the settings. Okay. I'm sorry. I still have a fever. I'm not well. It's just when I'm talking to you guys, I feel so much better, and I linger here way too long. Strong winds, heavy rainfall, and coastal flooding. That's New England, that's Lee, okay? But you're supposed to click on the red flag warning to have specifics. Like I did. All right, let's just go to my radar. I'm done with that. National Weather Service's archaic website. They party like it's 1999. On the coast, we have beach hazards. Really? Sneaker waves by Port Orford and Gold Beach and whatnot. Oh my God, moisture's coming ashore. Look, our dreams, our prayers have been answered. Some moisture has come ashore. These high winds are freaking me out for the anvil, but it's coming this way. I thought it was headed straight for Canada. Woo! Oh boy, like North Bend is getting some rain. But we got a small craft advisory and a beach hazard advisory, so look out for the sneaker waves. Don't go turning your back on the ocean today. Rip current, blah blah blah. No body surfing. People would be like, "Here we go, body surfing." Body surfing is done in winter off the coast of Oregon, California, or Oregon, Washington at least. Yeah, California too, because the current will shift at some point. Right now, the current is from the north. It's from Alaska all summer long, and it's super freaking cold. So everybody who tries to swim in the Oregon coast during summertime regrets. Ouch, ouch! I got a splinter. They regret it seriously. But if you go in the winter, especially if you have a little bit of a body service style shorts wetsuit thing, the water is remarkably warm because it comes up from the Gulf of Mexico, not Gulf of Mexico, Baja California. And it's weird. I mean, remember as a kid, just wading around up to my knees, and I'm like, oh, this is not cold. Okay. The air was cold and the water wasn't. And I was like, no way. That's why I jumped in, and my parents freaked out because they're wearing sweaters and stuff, like a December trip to the coast. I pop out of the ocean with a starfish and said, Mommy, look. They're like, how are you not freezing to death? It's warm. Try it. And they're like, are you insane? But this is disturbing. There's a lot of high winds already right now by Hermiston. So when you click on this is the disturbing thing. Red flag from noon to 8 p.m. Monday for wind and low relative humidity for fire weather zone, blah, blah, blah. Monday afternoon and evening, hold on to your butts. Winds 15 to 25 miles an hour, constant with gusts up to 40. Relative humidity as low as 20%. Windy conditions combined with low relative humidity will result in rapid fire spread and extreme fire behavior. Remember, extreme, when they describe fire behavior, is like Category 5 hurricane type. There's no greater threat. There's no worse type of wildfire. So we have maximum disaster potential when they say that. Extreme fire behavior possible. So think gray fire, possibilities for fatalities, unless they've done more of the hay harvest. Your community is safer if the harvest has come in, of course, already. I hope in that area they've done that for the alfalfa hay and the dried seed grasses. But there's a varied landscape over there to scrubby type forest, high desert, irrigated plains for hay and flatlands, and then getting into the mountains. It's a sort of a variety there. A lot of it's irrigated, but I think this time of year they cut it off for the harvest. So it looks very green on your satellite images. Not always. Does anybody know when the harvest is? I mean, I'm not that kind of country girl. I mean, we had rural property, but like an orchard, not livestock or anything. I've only been to Hermiston's area. I have not been to Eastern Washington, like at all. Never been to Spokane or anything. I'm like looking at satellite. Or I've never really been to Yakima, but this goes all the way to the Dalles. Like even the Dalles white salmon, where we had the Tunnel 5 fire, the first one that we mostly covered in this area. Remember the one that was my white salmon? We watched that on the Columbia River Gorge cams. They say that was likely caused by the train now, and that was a very good candidate. Everybody speculated it was a train. I just wanted to caution people that sure, there's a train tunnel there, but there's also a major highway and a major recreation site. So it's hard to say. So hold on to your butts. I'm hoping this moisture is not thunderstormy type lightning moisture. They're not mentioning it. But Pacific Northwest weather is notoriously difficult to predict when it comes to big events. I can't tell you how many times we have been blindsided by mega storms that rolled off the Pacific and no warning. I was like, oh yeah, there'll be a windy day today. And it's, trees toppling, houses crushed, people in critical condition because, multiple fir trees crushed their homes. And semi trucks blown off of bridges and into the Columbia, and unforeseeable killer ice storms and waterfalls freezing and massive pileups on I-84. That sort of stuff just happens without really little warning. The gales are our biggest weather events, and they are hurricane force winds that come off the Pacific in these storms, but they're in gusts. That keeps them from being called a category anything hurricane, but they like the Columbus Day storm of 1962. Everybody still talks about it. Destroyed something like 80% of Oregon's barns, from the past. And something like 89% of Oregon's covered bridges. Oregon used to have more covered bridges than New England. The most in the state. There's like a dozen or two now. So 2007, December 2007 was the last major one where I could have been killed in my bed. Widowmakers from Douglas fir trees that we lived under dropped off and hit the roof above my bedroom. If it was a taller branch, it would have these, if you look at the pen on the screen, they, sorry, it's kind of dark. These branches will tilt and go straight down because they're like a feather. So they tilt and drop straight down, and that will impale people. That's why they call them the widowmakers. Like, it's like a giant spear, and they kill a lot of loggers. And they can punch through roof or anything. And thank God it fell off a lower elevation part of the tree, because it was at the top of the tree. It would have done its rotation and would have punched through the roof and impaled me to my bed. Because we looked at the missing roof shingles, it was right above where my bed was. But as it hit mostly flat, it rolled down, ripped the gutter off, destroyed our deck below, and ripped off the rails and everything. And the noise was tremendous. I jumped out of my bed, ran into the street, and so did others. Other people in their homes had so many branches crashing on their roofs. We were in the street, cowering in our nightgowns, watching giant Douglas fir trees that are like 75 feet tall, bend like fishing poles, and more branches 20 to 25 feet long, just ripping off and landing next to our cars in the street. Depends on the crop. J. Cat says corn is the third crop, will beginning of October. Hay, the fourth cut is November. I have no idea how hay is raised then. Keith Edmonds says after about Thursday this week's a lot of rain is coming in from the west coast. Let's hang on for a few more days. Great coverage. Thanks, Keith. I've tried. I have an active fever still. I do not understand what's going on. I woke up with a lump in my gums by a tooth, so I've got a dental appointment for Wednesday. I can't reschedule it. Like, I will be knocked out with nitrous as they dig around and try to figure out. I had a temporary filling and in spring, and it broke and stuff. So like part of my teeth are damaged. And then when they went to do the repair, I had a fever, and they said, "Oh, no, nobody with a fever can be seen," because they thought COVID. Right? But I'm gonna go get my little test, and I think because of this little lump right here, they're gonna say that's. I hope this is the cause of my late fever, But I am completely exhausted. I'm doing the very best I can. With a forecast like that, with that red flag, I don't think I should go to dinner at 5 or take the people to the airport. Their plane leaves at like 8, so we were going to eat for an hour. It's rush hour. It takes a while to get to the airport. Just be safe. I mean, it leaves at 8. Boarding is like earlier. But that's that red flag warning has stretched to Canada now and gone much deeper into Oregon from when I last looked at it. Not very long, yeah, even last night, it's grown. So it's at the Dalles, and that humidity level, the wind, anything is going to erupt into a major issue. And right now, the winds are already picking up. It's 6 in the morning. So the vegetation will be dried out by the winds all day. By the time the sun's at high noon, or whatever time that is, we're on daylight savings time. What time is zenith Pacific Daylight Time? Okay, what time is sun's zenith Pacific Daylight Time, September? Because right after the zenith is the greatest heat of the day, right? I mean, I guess I could just look up the high temperatures. But I'm trying to figure out when the most direct sunlight is on a fire, because that's actually a little bit different than, say, regular temperature. Direct sunlight is what will happen in eastern Oregon and Washington, because it's, like I said, it's like an open high desert, irrigated, so it's plains, high desert mostly, the occasional hilly terrain and gully washes. So the sun beating down vegetation combined with wind is going to dry out stuff. tremendously fast without the shade of, say, even a forest, you know. Like, this is a different animal than the Cascade. So, astronomical twilight, sunrise and sunset. Where's zenith? Solar noon, September 18th. 1:30 in the afternoon? Okay. Okay. And we have our sunset at 7:41 p.m. Okay. So when I want to go to dinner at 5, that might be the most active time for any fire that breaks out, really. Hold on to your butts. All right, now let's check weather. Temperatures. This is alarming. So hold on to your butts. And just because you're not in a red flag, okay, don't think that you're on a fire damage danger at all. The red flag is a very specific numbers game for their zenith here starts at 1:10 p.m. Okay. Joe Johnson, good luck at the dentist. Thank you. I'm terrified of the dentist. But I have a nice one. He's very nice. He says we're in northern Snohomish County. Oh, cool. And last November 3rd, during the night, there was a windstorm that came from the northwest down the Strait of Juan de Fuca. We lost 9 big trees in a gust, 85-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, the thing that happened in 2007 destroyed the railroad and flooded many towns in the Coast Range and cut off all communication, except for like radio for a bit, with the coast. And all roads were severed. Loggers were the heroes because they went and cleared the roads by themselves. But Vernonia flooded. There was $136 million worth of damage to the rail line that connected Wheeler and Portland, the famous Salmonberry River Rail, the Tillamook Railroad. Yeah, and it goes to Tillamook too. And they turned down the FEMA money and never restored it. It's ridiculous. So it was, National Guard airlifting supplies, airlifting people out. So much was wrecked in that late 2007 storm. It features in the film, not film, but the Discovery Channel show Axemen. That was the same storm I was in, and it was just like a giant cyclone that just came in, and no warning. It was, yeah, we're gonna have some rain and some wind by all the meteorologists. Absolutely blindsided everyone. Roofs lifted off, torrential rain and flooding. Towns washed away, and some never rebuilt. Like the last vestiges of Jewell and a few others in Columbia County. When the buildings flooded out, they're kind of low lying anyway. I don't think anybody moved back. There's just these rotting homes out there. There's a Jewell wildlife area where the elk hang out, and there's a wildlife observatory, but it just got wrecked. So the Axemen Logger show shows the storm. I knew some of those people. That episode was insane. So Bend, what I'm trying to say, Bend, anywhere else in Eastern Oregon, you might be basically get the same result as a red flag. In fact, let's look, let's just see. Even though they don't call it that. Remember, it's a numbers thing. Like, if something is 73 degrees and 72, does it really matter to a fire? Like, it matters to me in my mom's office. Like, I will turn it up to 73 to be more comfortable. And then the men in the office hate me because they're too hot. But in reality, to like a fire, does 73 degrees and 72 matter? Hell no. 90 degrees and 91, no. But the way that they do red flag warnings and fire weather watches and stuff, you could still have extreme fire danger, but because it doesn't meet a number threshold, it's like fascism. They're like, it's not fire weather watch. Don't issue the warning, and it makes me want to pull my hair out. It gives people a false sense of security. Like, I don't know that anybody at Madras, like where this fire is, this one might explode. The one that's still going, the Trout Creek, like currently no buildings are threatened, but it could march across the landscape if it has similar conditions to just north. Look how close that is. So Ashwood, Oregon, wherever that is, the current temperature is 55, humidity is 44. And thank you, Keith, for the kind words. If I don't have a tooth infection, I have no idea why I have a fever. And the extreme nausea of yesterday, like I don't get it. So rest of today's skies cloudy, becoming partly. High temperature 77. So that's good that it's not higher than that. Winds 3 to 10 miles an hour from the southwest, changing to 12 to 21 miles an hour from the northwest. So that fire would spread towards the road with 21 mile an hour constant winds from the northwest. I hope they're prepping it tonight. Highway 97. Warm Springs is like dodging fire bullets all the time. Like fire always reaches for Warm Springs Indian Reservation. It's just in that weird spot. So today, upcoming skies partly cloudy, becoming mostly cloudy, low 46, winds 5 to 22 miles an hour from the northwest, changing to 5 from the southwest. So it will try to go to the southeast. Let's look at it on the map. But what's the forecast for their humidity, though? Humidity forecasts are rare in any kind of weather app. NOAA weather does it, though. Let me just do it on my phone. It's quicker. I have NOAA weather by Pandemonium software. We're near Madras. I'm sorry that the cloud cover layer is obscuring. Let me turn it off. The clouds. Okay. No matter what I do, I can't get the font any bigger. They haven't added it, have they? Settings. Okay. Yeah, metric imperial. How about scaling the font so we could see it? Okay. I'll just zoom out a bit so you can just get the idea where we're at. So the real red spot right there, east of Warren Springs, almost on Highway 97, is the Trout Creek fire that occurred yesterday. And winds will try to blow it to the southeast if that forecast is correct. So I think they need to be prepping 97. Let's check out the NOAA weather by Pandemonium software. John Stoker says hi. He sent me a text. He has been watching the stream but unable to participate or mod. I said it was so adorable. He was forlorn. He goes, "Do you want to take my mod powers?" The hell no. Even though your butt banned some people, that was yesterday and this is today. He sat on his phone in his back pocket. It was pretty funny. But no, he's kind and gentle. And I said, "You take a break, man. Whatever you need to do." Yeah, the fire season prep around his place with all of his pine needles and stuff has been nuts. But he's done amazing work with the to get fire insurance certified. El Dorado County is. Dude. Okay, sorry, where's NOAA weather? I didn't uninstall it, I just screwed up my. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to say Madras. We're going to try to find a humidity forecast because they tell you that with the whole, red flag thing. They don't tell you that. Most weather forecasts don't tell you that unless you do special layers. So click on that. Hourly forecast, wind conditions, winds with gusts. Okay, so wind does not pick up in Madras until about 4 p.m. It transitions from 11 miles an hour to a steady 15 at 5, with the wind gusts being 21 miles an hour from the north-northwest, which means we're trying to push the fire to the south-southeast towards Highway 97. And precipitation, here's the humidity forecast. It'll be about 30, let's see, currently 48, starts to dry a little bit 9 a.m. It's 43% at 9 a.m. By 1 p.m. it's 31%, and it's still pretty okay because we have some cloud cover. That starts to drop drastically, and humidity will drop to around 26% by 5 p.m. around Madras there. But look how close Madras is to Shaniko. So sorry I cannot zoom in. I have no idea how to make the font bigger. And even if I zoom in, I don't know how to zoom the words I'm saying. Here's Shaniko right here. Right here. Madras is right here at the crossroads. That's not a long drive. So you've got critical red flag at Shaniko, and Madras is supposed to be like in a way better spot. I don't look. Weather forecasting is primitive. One little wind shift or something, and Madras is in the same kind of condition. So here's the Trout Lake fire in between the hot spot. I don't know what's southeast of it. We should look at that in the map. And look at our wait, where's Scout Topo? Where? There. We should look at the vegetation with the satellite picture. And topos. Yeah, outdoors. God, most of my adult life I called it Madras until somebody flinched and went, ugh. Okay, so there's Madras. Fire activity. There's the Trout. Is it Trout Creek? I'm sorry. I'm becoming stupid tired. It's called the Peeler Trout Creek. It's 1,600 acres. Is 10 hours ago. It ballooned from 500 to 1,600 acres yesterday. So what they said about it on the news was a lot of different agencies like Bureau of Land Management, blah, 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 were out there chasing it. It didn't threaten structures. It's, you know, this is kind of ghost towny, middle of nowhere stuff. But let's look at the satellite. Tomorrow, looks like a farm's in danger. There's structures all over the place to the southeast. Now, it's tumbling tumbleweed territory, man. But guess what tumbleweeds do? I never realized they're invasive species for one. Like they don't belong in the American West. I was like, really? And they detach from the ground in the wind, and when they're on fire, they're like rolling wheels of fire. I was like, yeah, Jon Stoker, we're not taking away mud powers. You deserve deserve break. You're one of the best here, man. Hosting me for weeks as I film. Remember how I was filming the Empire Fire Live? Yeah, there are people that live where the wind's going to try to push the fire. And they've got a nice, if that's still irrigated right now, a nice irrigated buffer zone and a knee-deep creek sort of thing. But who knows what the current status is. So we may have, I really don't know what to make of this. We may have, let's see, fire activity. I mean, 1,600 acres. It was trying to spread to the northwest today, I think. But since I'm not there, I don't really know how defensible that is. How much is that is dirt? How much is it brush from like a wet, spring? Blah blah blah. Do they have a lot of defensive space? I mean, many of these do, but there's some trees and stuff. So I have no idea how to assess the danger to this area. I've just yeah, there's a big power line right away over there. It can have light flashy, fast moving fuels, and so the problem isn't really like, oh yeah, these fires keep burning like a lookout. No, they exhaust their fuel source pretty quickly, but they also run like the wind and race. And so even though you can have an eye on it and you can use your binoculars and see across the landscape and know exactly where it is and call an aircraft or do whatever you're doing, it can outrun you and sometimes just race before cruise engines and whatever arrive. It's the speed that desert fires achieve in complications like tumbleweeds. So let me look back up here. Joe Johnson says, our turn tomorrow. Severe fire warning for Sydney. Is that early? Like, is it starting to get hot in Australia? Because usually in our off season we help Australia, and then you guys help us because you have winter and we have summer. It must be so weird to have Christmas in your summertime. Jake says, well, I put my battle gear on to go to a rail yard and do some cleanup, but my people are on it already. Just had one of the girls come in to steal my truck. They don't need me until payday. Yeah, remember, you've been irradiated, J-Cat. Like, maybe cool it. Do you glow in the dark, by the way? I mean, I'm sorry. I'm just joshing you. It's 90 degrees in Sydney. And oh boy. And I just got approval this morning to have a couple of septic trucks in Australia to have Ontario license plates in Queensland and New South Wales. And I'll have trucks here with Queensland and New South Wales plates in Canada. How does that work? Wow. Okay, so there are structures under threat. I don't know how much of a threat because I have driven through here exactly like 3 times. It all looks the same, but you can't tell what the current vegetation situation is like, level of harvest. Like this is taken when it's been green and irrigated. I don't know if it's that color right now. So, but the fire's at elevation and the wind will be blowing directly to the town with some sort of ferocity with somewhat low humidity. So that's what I mean is just be prepared for anything. I don't know that Madras is any safer than Shaniko, which is not that far away, but Shaniko's in the red flag warning zone. Okay, friends. I think I've, at one point or another, covered stuff. In fact, I should timestamp that so people can understand. The end of my video is we got a new update on the weather in an enlarged, expanded area of the red flag. I'm trying to figure out when I should go live. I want to spend as much time with C-Prob's guests as possible. They were only here for 2 days. Didn't see me at all except last night. Okay, shoot. And so we're supposed to go to a restaurant, one of my favorites tomorrow. Oh, for the love of God, where did I put the page? And I already missed out on the Marrakesh. I don't want to miss out on the Mongolian grill. I don't care if it's horse meat, it's good. I just put sauce on it. I'm kidding. That's just a local joke I make about it. It's got a weird, strange sweet beef, right? So at 550-ish, the new expanded red flag 4, Eastern Oregon, Washington. And then the Madras Trout Creek fire ? Is it threatened or not? We don't have a lot of info about any of the Eastern Oregon fires, not like the West. There's just almost no scanner radio out there. So what the watch duty people do is monitor scanner radio. Joe Johnson says, usually early, how can you have fun on a Christmas party in the freezing cold? Because the weather outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful. That's how. Okay. Now, I think we're good. What is this nail fire? Now, the anvil's got wind, but moisture is reaching the coast just north of it right now as we speak. This Three Buttes fire is in the Coast Range. And was that one of those from the lightning or what? 22 days ago. Yeah, the August 26th lightning. What the hell is this? 26% containment? 117 acres? Okay. So they're working on it. But it's tiny and it's not contained, and it was reported 26 days ago. 23. Is it just because of a lack of crews? Lack of access? It seems like there's a road. Weather, offshore flow. Okay. The last update was 4 days ago. All right. It's in the middle of nowhere in the Coast Range. Hopefully you get some moisture. My main concern is, well, everything along the Columbia. But the buildings right there, the RV Trout Creek fire. So everything else is looking somewhat okay, peachy even. Poetry, what else you got? That's a song there. All right. J Cat says it's called Snow, Joe. J Cat says I had a flat no for swapping plates here and for use in Europe. Why in God's great earth do you have to swap plates across countries? What is that for? Yeah. Joe says I call it freezing. I know it snows in Australia because I saw the Man from Snowy River. And the Man from Snowy River 2, that just traumatized me. My parents said, oh, it's a Disney horse movie. Oh, yeah. They thought The Red Pony was a children's movie. Steinbeck, Grapes of Wrath, like gothic brutality Steinbeck. The Red Pony is not a children's book or a movie. The Black Stallion is also brutal too, with the whole getting shipwrecked and having your dad drown on a ship and tying yourself to a wild horse to survive it. That's the most terrifying shipwreck scene I've ever seen in a movie. The Man from Snowy River, the horse leaping off the cliff scene. Brutal. These are not kids' movies, man. And they went, Disney, must be safe. Okay, in the 80s, Disney went metal. The Adventures of Natty Gann, they said Disney, must be kids. And they were rated G. The horrendous logging accident in The Adventure of Natty Gann, the orphan who is reported abandoned. I mean, her mom dies. Her dad goes to look for logging any kind of job out west, gets a logging job in like supposedly Oregon, but it's filmed in like Vancouver, BC. And he sends a paycheck home to look after his daughter, who's a young adolescent, and the evil beep landlord lady is pocketing the money and the checks and reports an abandoned child, and they were gonna describe her as an orphan and send her to the evil child abusing orphanages. So she runs away from home, rides the rails all the way to the west coast with hobos, and hobos is not a bad word. It's a community of people that ride the rails looking for work. It's totally different than bums or anything like that. It meets John Cusack, which is awesome. His first movie, I think. Adopts a puppy, and it turns out to be a wolf, and her wolf attacks guys in defense of her who want to sexually assault a child, presumably, and then the train wrecks, and she thinks John Cusack is like crushed by the train, and she almost dies in the train wreck. And she goes out west and finds her father at the logging camp, and he was involved in a logging accident, and a guy gets crushed. A tree topper falls off of a tall tree, and he wants even more money to take more high risk jobs. So they're going to blast a train tunnel or something, and he volunteers to be the train tunnel dynamite inserter into the little drill holes. And just as she arrives to tell her father that she's okay and she's going to live with him out west, he doesn't need to send the money home or get dangerous jobs anymore. The dynamite blows up prematurely before they ran for cover. Ah, yeah. Those Disney movies rated G really needed to not be rated G. My parents were like, oh, it's safe. Some of that stuff is the most brutal stuff on TV. But The Man from Snowy River 2, I can't tell you. This guy tames a Brumby and is riding a wild horse, and as dangerous as that is. Some cattlemen trying to take his horse farm away from him, like so they can grab his land and force him out. He refuses to sell, so they hire a sniper, and a dude shoots the horse out from underneath him, and he falls off a cliff. I'm like 5 watching this. Sheer brutality, man. Like it goes toe to toe with today's worst horror movies. Because these are true live action effects, and the CGI or cartoony stuff. Like they train horses to somersault down cliffs, you know. Ah, yeah, exactly. It does snow in Australia because it's called the Snowy River, right, right. Yeah. So hey, Spinny dude, hello. I was just logging off. Sorry. I just wanted to be at midnight, just checking the fires out, and I decided to, stay awake a little bit and chat about a lot of off topics. But I need to get some rest because the winds are going to pick up around 5. That's when I'm supposed to get dinner. Now, if I have them change the restaurant, the guests that are overseas probes guests, I could possibly just leave the restaurant really quickly if it's closer to me. We were going to have dinner in Portland on the way to the airport for them. Portland proper. Like, away from the airport. They did go towards it. But if we stay local or ate in, I'm trying to do both things. Order delivery. Then maybe I could just put the napkin down and be like, okay, I'm going live. I'm trying to figure it out. But I do have to sleep. Sleep schedule got upside down because of that crazy nausea last night. So, I hope for a good day tomorrow, but this scary amount of red flag in the Pacific Northwest. Hold on to your butts. Hold on to your butts. any little fire down there can rip, roar, and race and take out towns tomorrow. With the forecast of essentially 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts, 45-ish, might as well be 50. Because wind gusts are always a little bit higher on like hills and peaks and ridges and local little spots. When they say the wind will be X speed, but they're forecasting a big area. Well, some spots are slower, some spots are higher. It's going to be determined by terrain. And as the situation develops, weather forecasting is not entirely accurate. It's a good guess. But hey, good day, Spinny. So if you got value out of this, anybody who is actually watching, well, we got 304 views or so. Please hit the like button, by the way. 304 views, 34 likes. That'll just help. Yeah, I'm ending. It's 6 hours, and I was supposed to just do it for one and then get to work. But I realized I can't work, like, do my domestic duties. I still have a fever. But I couldn't sleep either. My fever never broke. It's still continuing from yesterday. And it may be a tooth infection because I've got a weird lump behind this tooth. But I flossed like the dickens, and if I wake up and it's gone, it's not a tooth infection, so I have no idea what the fever could be about. Sinus infections usually hurt, and I don't know. Jay Cat says sun should be coming up over the fires now in an hour. But we don't have red flag conditions in the morning. It's the afternoon. That's when the wind picks up and the humidity drops. The sun's zenith and the maximum light, which will help. The wind will dry out vegetation, and so will direct sunlight, especially for eastern Oregon, Washington, where there's no shade. The sun zenith is about 1:30 p.m., and so later in the afternoon, around 4 to 5, when the wind really picks up, is when I should be ready to be at my station. Now, remember, I have guests. I've barely spent any time with them because of Firestream and being ill. So I will be on notice to show up without a guarantee of showing up. I'm hoping everybody's fire safe and there's no lightning. Let's go back and look at the weather. See what's happening right now. We've got some moisture coming off the coast. I'm kind of over the area. I'm just hoping there's no lightning. With the high winds and 14% humidity to 10, any fire that starts out is going to be a mega problem, and it could be a gray fire repeat scenario. The deadly one that just rips through and destroyed massive parts of neighborhoods and towns by Spokane. I mean, the Oregon fire over there, which is weird, it was in Washington. Oregon Road fire was similar and kind of forgotten as the gray one was fatal, but those are the same conditions. Extreme fire behavior. So this is like having a category 5 type hurricane, but it's fires. If a spark happened. So I want to spend time with the guests. Ideally, nothing happens. Everybody's fire safe. The weather doesn't spit out lightning. Anything is pounced on, like any vehicle accidents. And we have a good day tomorrow. But I think I will set the alarm so I could sleep as late as possible into the afternoon. Have dinner at 5. I'll have C-Probe take them to the airport instead of going. So I can be closer to home. Ready to sit down in the chair and go live. Now, it doesn't mean that fires can't break out earlier, but I have to try to figure out how confident can I be with the amount of rest. So if I go to sleep now, so I'd be asleep in an hour, so it'd be 7:30, 7:30, 7:30, 8:30, 9:30, 10, 11. Theoretically, if I was able to sleep for 1 hour, I could be up by around 3-ish to feed myself, shower, coffee, and be about ready to go live if I had to by 4 or 5, which is when the winds pick up. Okay, so that's it. I'll go to bed right now. I do have to eat, but, you know. Joe Johnson says she keeps saying goodbye. No, I haven't said goodbye at all yet. That was yesterday, dear. Last broadcast. I haven't said I'm ending the stream in an hour or anything like that. That was yesterday. I said it was meant to be a 1 hour, but I decided to hang out with you guys because I canceled trying to work and do domestic chores because my fear still isn't broken. So, like, why sitting around hanging out with you guys seemed like a great alternative when you have fear than house chores. I'm pretty sure I'm not confident to balance my checkbook right now with a fever. Numbers with a fever? And Catherine? Yeah. I'll be writing $1,000 checks to the power company when it's supposed to be 100, you know? So, it's today, dear. Monday. Hold on to your butts. So the red flag technically starts it now and ends at 8 o'clock. But the wind does not start now. It's there. It's present. You can see it moving. Whoops, this is not the screen with the... Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, you guys are still on that screen. I'm sorry. I totally forgot to turn it off. I minimized it for myself. So there's a... I'll put it this way. It's 13 hours and 27 minutes remaining of this red flag warning. It started 5:30. So they're saying 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts, but a different weather app says 45. And it means definitely like on the ridge, like near Wenatchee and these places where it's the east side. I don't, people say lee side of a mountain, but I can't remember what that exactly means. I don't think that means east, but the eastern side of the Cascades. Remember, wind will ride mountains like a roller coaster. So as they come down a slope, they pick up speed. So places like Wenatchee is going to have the true 50 miles, 45 and 50, and then the wind will slow down a little bit across the plains, a little. And so they'll get the 35-mile-an-hour gusts. But look, 15% humidity and 10 at other spots. Dear God, ovens aren't much drier. So high winds and that humidity, even though we're having lower temperatures, it doesn't need high temperatures. You never, okay, the 45% humidity threshold is when you start getting to quite bad fire danger. So if you ever see 45 or lower, 45-ish, you're like, danger. I'm comfortable with humidity when it reaches 60. 55-ish is like, oh, that's a bit dry, man. 45, it's like, ooh, okay, fire danger. You get to 35 and below, it's like, that's really bad. And you see something like 29, like, whoa, quite bad. The teens, you see the teens, that's like you smile and you crack your lips. Like, you have to blink a lot more to wet your eyes because your eyes are, your natural lubricant tears are like evaporating. Oh my God, I hate these. Do you see this commercial? Your McAfee license renewal notice. McAfee sponsored. This is evil. First of all, that was the worst antivirus software ever. It just had the best marketing. Can pre-install on people's computers, but did it protect anybody? Hell no. I met John McAfee briefly. He was mad as a hatter. Very entertaining and fun, though. Made so much money off this. But I hate this. The elderly and stuff, I try to get used to computers. They can't tell the difference between advertisement and that's my old one. Like, I don't have McAfee internet, right? But it says renewal notice as if it's a pop-up notification. And they really can't tell the difference between an ad and a pop-up notification, especially if they're designed to look the same. I can't tell you how many elderly people I set them up with computers. Then they call me back and cry and say, Microsoft says I'm infected. I'm like, what? Because these ads will be worse. They'll be like, your computer is infected or your antivirus has a hit. And it might be because of vision problems a lot. And so they click on it, and there's a convincing website that says scanning your computer for viruses or whatever. And some of them like click on things and say, "Oh, I have to renew my McAfee." I'm like, "You don't have it." I don't like these evil kind of ads. I think they should be banned. Yeah. Good night, Larry. Good night. A lot of them are just malicious. Take you to a website where you get viruses. So I don't know. As a computer tech helper, this pisses me off. But John McAfee killed himself. He did after he's accused of murder and went on the run. Like, he got in a feud with his neighbor. He bought a mansion, something in South America or the Caribbean, and told his neighbor to shut up his dogs that were barking or something like that. And then all of a sudden his neighbor's dead. So he faked insanity, he said, when he was arrested and waiting extradition and fled whatever country he was at, was on the run, and later killed himself. Like, and from what I briefly saw of the man, that doesn't surprise me in the least. I wish I had attended the party. He invited me to sit down at the party. And I said, I gotta get going. I want to go see a movie. My boyfriend's at the time, his dad worked with him. Oh. And Symantec was purchased by McAfee, and it was based out of Portland. And so he came over to like inspect the new business. And last I saw him, he was doing multiple shots of vodka, and he probably arrived to the party high on coke. I mean, maybe he was just that high on life, right? When it looked like the party of a lifetime, kind of was a little bit scary. And he goes, "Come sit down. We're doing real authentic Russian vodka." And I'm like, I don't drink. I should have just observed the thing, though, you know? Because he's now one of those larger than life crazy characters like Billy the Kid of the tech world. Or like Jesse James, yeah. Joe Johnson says, wow, I wish I was there. Yeah. J Cat says, where I'm at, we have 2 fire seasons, May and then mid-July to late August. Spitty Dude says, good morning then. Well, okay, this is the way it's going to go. The sooner I go to bed, the better. So I'm going to have my Cocoa Krispies and tuck myself in. And first thing I do when I wake in the early afternoon is check. And I'll determine if I can go to dinner with the guests or I won't take them to the airport, but see if I can. If anything's ongoing, I'll just hop on it, and I will order pizza with the donation money or something, and not go to dinner with them. Excuse me, friends. Now, because when I hang out with these guests, because I've missed a lot, if there isn't a fire crisis, I'm not going to be on till at least after 8, okay? I'm really hoping. And you guys should hope too that you don't see me till after 8. I hate this. Like when I come back for new fire seasons, people say hi, but I hate seeing you online. I'm like, what? Because I'm the harbinger of disaster. Like if I'm online, a disaster's happening. Oh, okay. So everything's. I'm not gonna say if I'm not online, everything's okay, but you know what I mean. Just hope that I don't have to go live tomorrow. I hope I don't either. Now we get we get a wet rain spell coming. We just gotta hang on Thursday or something. But Wednesday I probably am not here. I will be nitrous oxide laughing gas high at the dentist. I have someone giving me a ride, so he probably picking me up and numbed up and drilled out, and I probably would be unintelligible if I even tried to talk. I remember going straight to McDonald's once after the dentist and trying to order like a soothing cold milkshake. And they're like, oh, a double bacon with cheese. I'm like, oh, a Diet Pepsi or Diet Coke? No, not one of those. I just want a milk flick, a 10-piece chicken nugget. Oh, no. Oh, a 20? Oh, Keith, you're so kind. Pizza fun. Yes. Thank you, dear. You're awesome. And thank you, Larry, if you're still around. I think Larry went to bed. Thank you. And, I'll get some Mike's Hot Honey. Oh, and other Catherine news. I thought I repaired my keyboard. Then when I put it back together and it was working okay, well, the next day after the Windows update, it didn't work. The S key died, so I took it apart again, inspected the soldering, tried to flush it with an air canister to see if the mechanical switch had a dust mote in there, because it was so far away from where the spill of the egg was, the other side of the keyboard. Tried to lubricate it and flush it with rubbing alcohol. I dried it out, put it back together. I tried to see if it would be easy to replace one mechanical switch with a soldering iron, and I found out you have to desolder 163 keys or 149, the way it's put together, to just replace one. So I was forlorn. I didn't really want to buy a used keyboard because of EO factor. Who knows what men get up to at the computer when they watch certain things, right? But I found a female selling her used keyboard in Florida for $25 because she didn't have the box or the wrist rest thing, but I have all those things. I have the accessories. And I realized they're removable keycaps. I'm going to pop hers off and put mine on there. Perfect solution. She claims to not used it much anyway. So it's coming from Florida. So thank you for the kind donation money. It's the same identical one I have. So Larry says I'm waiting for you to go. Gosh, I've got minders now. What is this, North Korea? I'm kidding. I do need a minder. I'm one of those people. I sit there with the plate of food and I look down and it's ice cold. And I'm like, it's 3 hours later. I've ignored the food. I am like that. Okay. So, goal, check at 3-ish, 3:30, what the fire's doing. Hang out with the guests and or eat by 5 p.m. 5-ish is when the big wind gusts come up. And go live if necessary. Their plane and stuff takes off by 8-ish. And so, I depending on what restaurant they pick, I can be back. Remember, it's rush hour and they want to eat at 5 in Portland somewhere. That's a disaster plan of its own. But I'll try to talk sense and take out, delivery, something like that. So I love you guys too. Thank you. And thank you for being my minder. I'm just teasing you. And thank you so for the kind donation, Keep, and Larry, and everybody else. And the keyboard has not left Florida yet, but we'll track it. I'll track it. But I'm so sad. Only the S key is broken, and that's not anywhere near the spill. And the solder looks intact. So I have no idea, but I wish something like an F4 key broke. I could live with that. But no, the S, couldn't even type in my Windows password. So it's time to crawl into bed, friends. I used to end streams with Smokey the Bear song. And if I ever had a copyright thing, I just didn't care. Like, go ahead. But I now found out YouTube's gone fascist and or belligerent and streams over 6 hours, and we're at 6.5. If you get a copyright claim on the music, sometimes they can be jerks and say, we just don't want your video visible to the public any longer. I'm gun shy of that. You can't hit the button to just mute the song or trim it if the video's over 6 hours. YouTube could allow that, but they just don't. You guys have allowed me to get a computer that can handle serious video editing like that. That's a big ask of a computer. However, YouTube won't even allow me to use my supercomputer to do it. So, arg. So I won't play Smokey the Bear, and I won't sing it either because my throat hurts. But you guys could go and play Smokey the Bear for yourselves if you really wanted to on YouTube. Classic folk song. And please don't start the debate if it's Smokey Bear or Smokey the Bear. Everybody says it's Smokey Bear is his name. Smokey the Bear is they needed an extra syllable for the song. Oh God, who cares? He is Smokey and he is the bear, like the man, like the bear. So he's the bear to me. These are creepy commercials. Where they tried to make him CGI. Okay, we could play this because this is Ad Council as a working United States government, so it can't be copyrighted, right? Let's see.
Really?
Ugh.
Buzz, what's up, man? You left some leaves burning out here.
Yeah, I just I just came in just for a second.
Come on, man. If it's too hot to touch, it's too hot to leave. You could torch the whole neighborhood.
It's a good point there, Smokey.
9 out of 10 wildfires are caused by humans.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
And no, it's not one of those woke things where they made Smokey the Bear black. It was a series of commercials with a great idea and a creepy execution where everybody's supposed to become Smokey the Bear incarnate because you could be the hero like Smokey is. That's why his neighbor changed into a creepy CGI bear. I would love to remix this, like in video editing class, and make his neighbor scream and barricade the door and call authorities because there's a werebear at his front door. But it was incredibly creepy and backfired on every. Yeah, I believe that's work of the Ad Council, right? Smokey Bear Duck. Yeah, Ad Council. So that's not copyright. Okay. Isn't that weird? Yeah. Yeah, Spinny did last the 29th of August. They took my video down because I played in the middle of the night those clips of Planet of the Apes. So Fox Studios removed it. I could ask them to make it visible. There's no chance in hell they will, though. So, dang it. I thought the video, that the button would be available to just quickly auto-edit it out. And then to my surprise, it says, video over 6 hours, can't do it. So I can re-upload the video. It's 12 hours. We lose chat. That's the problem. You'll see the video. We lose chat. And that's why I repeat people's questions, because that can happen sometimes. So it's just a video. It's a mistake to just respond to people's thing. They've got a bear-looking Smokey now. than that. Smokey the Bear with man boobs, I just can't, he also has gray lips, but he has human hands instead of bear hands, pot belly and man boobs. I would assume like this is a parody. But this was their final product. This aired along with the other commercials. I guess. Let's see what the comments are like. Turned off, yeah, probably because they got so out of hand. But the radio commercials were good. What was that actor who was in? He was with David Spade in that The Emperor's New Groove. He got the deep voice thing, and the radio ads for that were cool. Let's see if I can find radio Smokey Bear radio ads. Person was like, I'd like to report a bear sighting. Oh my god! I guess Smokey's looked worse. That is super creepy as well. Wait a second, is that Smokey with man hands and man boobs too in 1965? Oh, that's radio. Okay, that's a modern one. That's the new one. The 12 years ago Smokey that had man boobs. Ah. Okay, yeah, and then there's like these weren't so bad. This.
Leaving hot coals improperly extinguished can cause a wildfire.
Hey guys, it's Smokey!
It looks as if Smokey is going to use the drown, stir, drown and feel technique. After the first drown, a good stir. Next, another drink. And finally, a close feel.
Is it cool? Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Smokey, catch! Oh, my bad, Smokey.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Okay, it's somewhat cringe, but at least he doesn't have breasts. It's pretty low budget. I just want to find the ones from around 2006. The 50s ones are great. It's from, let's see, 2007-ish. Because I'd like to report a bear sighting. Like where's the bear? He's in the woods, and that's where bears live. Didn't know he was wearing a hat. And he had a shovel, and he had a lot to say about fire prevention. That was a good one. You know. Oh, and Rod Serling did one of those. Yeah, the 2010 original. Ad council. Oh, we'll have to find it later. It's time to sleep. Okay, friends. Hope you enjoyed Creepy Smokey. I thought about a parody of making Chinese Smokey the Bear. He'd be the panda. Oh my god, if only I had friends still in like video production whose specialty was modeling. I was more of an editor, director, writer, and they were the animators and the modelers. Oh man, and our class could come out with some classic stuff. He needs hands for his shovel. I'm sure you could still have authentic looking bear claws. I don't think you need a thumb to hold a shovel. To operate a shovel, yes, but I'm pretty sure a bear could hold their paws are so big they would hold a shovel like a cigarette in between fingers. Okay, now I'm not sure that bears have fingers. Do bears have fingers? Of course, they have 5 fingers, technically toes on each paw. They have a total of 20 toes. I know their thumb is not opposable. But see what I mean? They could hold a... Oh, yeah, their hands are remarkably human-like. They just can't oppose the thumb, but they could hold a shovel the way they are. So why give him creepy human hands? You see? In fact, I have a horror story behind this. Yeah, which maybe we should save for Halloween. Yeah. It's not, I mean, people waking up and getting a coffee don't want to hear the story I have to say about that. Where, so here's the difference between panda bears have a thumb. What? Well, that's right. They manipulate bamboo in their mouth and a radial sesamoid. Huh. Unlike other carnivora, the panda, like all carnivora, has 5 fingers forming a paw, but unlike other carnivora, it eats bamboo, which is the worst survival strategy of any creature ever. Gigantopithecus, the giant Sasquatch-looking hominid, hominin, ape thing, ate bamboo too. Every creature who's ever specialized in bamboo goes extinct because it takes a specialized digestive system. They have to eat a tremendous amount. So they have to be slow in their metabolism and movements. They can't really defend themselves. They have to be huge to defend themselves just because they're not spry anymore. They have to have a smooth and dumb brain because their brain has to use less calories. So they're dumb as a box of rocks, and they're lazy. And in case of panda bears, they're too stupid to figure out sex on their own, so they have to watch porn. No joke. And they can't eat anything else once they're super specialized. So as soon as the bamboo drought things happen, where they have massive bamboo die-offs for climate change events, I mean, bamboo recolonizes like anything, but if their forests turn into plains for a bit, goodbye. And so they're kind of doomed, but they're adorable, so we'll try to hang on to them. So it says, consequently, because they eat bamboo, it has a modified wrist bone, a radial sesamoid into a crude thumb that enables it to strip the leaves of bamboo. It works just well enough to feed a panda. It is not beautifully designed, but crude, clumsy, and jury-rigged. That's not me saying that. That's the whatever book this is. Aha. Okay, so my Chinese imitation Smokey the Panda Bear, can hold the shovel more competently than our native Smokey, who is a black bear, who has a pathetic radial sesamoid. Wait a second, is this the right paw of both creatures? Huh, okay. Yes, it is. Okay, it's fake news to just Smokey the Panda Bear. How dare you call him fake news? J Cat says John Wayne could put out all of the wildfires burning now all by himself before the next commercial. John Wayne? Where's Chuck Norris then? Maybe Chuck Norris could deflect some hurricanes. Ace Squirrel says the Forest Service, circus, and firefighting organizations have huge communitarian influence. I think the C word is worth knowing of. Are you trying to say Smokey is a red? Oh man, I would assume Smokey. Okay, maybe this guy's. Maybe my Chinese imitation, Smokey the Bear should be Smokey the Red Panda. Boom! Drop the mic. I'm out. Tomorrow we'll find out. Later today, if I'm on, we'll find out if red pandas have thumbs. I'm good. Irresistible comedy. I'll be here all week, friends. Okay. So, bedtime for me. Once again, recap. Winds pick up. Quick recap. Winds pick up. We are in red flag right now. Oh, and please look out for this vehicle. 2018 gray Ford on I-5, guys. because the wandering people, elderly, can travel long distances if they get confused. His destination was Cottage Grove. Please look out for a missing person. God, I hope I didn't click away from it. I think I did. I'm sorry. But if you see a gray pickup like that with 61 in the license plate, please call 911 immediately. You see this anywhere in Oregon, Washington, anything, especially around Cottage Grove. And please help spread the word. There's a missing 86 or 87-year-old man. And I'm sorry. Let me. I hope. Gosh, why is he in like Backpage News? This is the one where I saw it, right? It's just. Oh, I feel like a jerk now because I closed it. Okay, Lane County. Just gonna Google it. Missing Lane County man. If you see this fellow, but especially a vehicle anywhere, sometimes they end up on logging roads. I get really confused. They head for mountains for some reason. Please do call 911 immediately, or 2018-ish Ford pickup that's gray with 61 in the license plate. Okay, so to recap the news situation. Red flag is in effect for eastern Washington and parts of eastern Oregon, down to Shannecoe, and far west is Hood River. Winds are already going, but the sun's heat and low humidity dropping and the wind gusts coming up make 4 to 5 p.m. the big critical danger time. So if that's when I'm supposed to be having dinner with the guests going to the airport, I'll try to have dinner closer to home. My goal is wake up by and be around by 4ish. I'll set the alarm at 3:30. But hopefully you won't see me because I don't want to show up unless there actually is. And leave the guests, abruptly, unless there actually is some sort of serious situation, threatening life, property, and people and buildings, Like if there's something in a remote mountain, yeah, it's going to be big and take off, but I don't need to leave the guests behind and cover that if it's remote and whatnot. But I must soberly assess and remind everybody these conditions are the same thing that caused the Gray Fire, which is fatal and erased much of a town near Spokane. Same conditions, extreme fire behavior, up to 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts on some places, especially the east slopes of the Cascades. So hold on to your butts. And the new fire down by Madras, the Trout Creek, there are buildings to southeast of it. The wind won't be as crazy as the red flag area, but situations could change. This has been expanding over the last 24 hours. It's way bigger than I last looked at this situation. So, are you around the area of the red flag? Don't think that your fire danger is much less. Because the forecast can change abruptly. So be alert, vigilant. You see any smoke, you report it immediately. Don't assume somebody's done it. Be vigilant, blah, blah, blah. Check your own property and stay alert. Make sure watch duty gives you notifications, blah, 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 blah. You know the drill. And the best way to be informed about it is you could just turn on scanner radio for your county, the one that says police or fire, and just listen to that. That's the first indication of any problem. And don't assume that a fire can't start really close to you, like the end of your street. And if you're prepared and ready to go, you don't have to think about what to do. And you know what happens. The old saying, if you bring an umbrella, it's not going to rain. So out of all this huge area, the likeliness of you being personally affected just because of the huge area is low, but it's possible if you're in and or around it. So you shouldn't get prepared because you're scared. It's getting prepared means you are not scared anymore, right? You can be prepared, and you're not. And you can be the person who's the calm in a storm and tell others what to do because they'll be running around like little chickens. So there's always parts of the community that just don't prep and they have no idea. And you are their best friend. You are the knowledgeable, prepared person. So Joe Johnson says Chuck Norris lights fire in the bush everywhere he goes. Things blow up and burn. Oh, that's right. I forgot about those movies. Ace Squirrel says Ricky Rapana discovered this new form of global governance in Seattle in the 90s, being tried out as a pilot project. Is a combination of communism and capitalism now gone worldwide? I don't see that, but okay. I see capitalists causing wildfires and corporations. I see capitalistic monopolies that are even against the ideals of capitalism because monopolies are not supposed to have a place in it, being allowed to exist because of an unholy alliance between corrupt officials and places like PG&E. PG&E lines the pockets of corrupt officials. The corrupt officials bail out and save PG&E and screw the victims. That's the worst form of capitalism, called cronyism, also called gangsterism, basically. Legalized gangster racket. Because you have to pay the people that kill your friends and neighbors. So the best government description of an unholy alliance between corporations and evil, corrupt government officials is called fascism, actually. National socialism. People like Henry Ford loved what would say to the big H guy, I love what you did with Germany. Kept a little picture on his desk. Look it up. It's all about business. So communism is the opposite of that. It's about being anti-corporate and the public ownership of most assets, including stuff like power companies. And so having private power companies has nothing to do with communism. So anyway, I took civics. A lot of people need to understand what the difference is anymore. There is something called red fascism, which more likely describes China because they're not true communism at all. In fact, communism means the absence of government entirely, kind of like a hippie-style Indian tribe. Socialism is its in-between transition period where they try to transition to true communism, which has never been achieved before ever. It's supposed to not even have money. The closest true communism has ever been achieved in communities and successful for long-running periods of time has been religious communist societies in the United States with theocratic overtures. The colonies like the Quakers, Shakers, and others. There's a book I have called The Communistic Societies in the United States. They're not all Marxist. There's so many types of communism that's not Marxist. But Marxism is the people owning the means of production, meaning state. There are no corporations. The state owns all in the name of the people. The Societies of the United States. Yeah, this big book. It's purple. It's the Separatists of Zoar, the Shakers, the Oneida, the Wallingford Perfectionists, the Aurora and Bethel communities. Aurora is next to Portland here. The Icarians, the Bishop Hill Colony, the Cedar Vale Commune, the Social Freedom Community, and the 3 non-communistic societies of Anaheim, California, Vinland, and all that. This is an awesome book. So the religious ones are the most successful. And the Amish have different flavors, but they come close in a way, but they also like free enterprise for small endeavors. But the purpose of even free enterprise and profit making is to benefit the community and their religious goals and idealism. So Egypt's government, the most stable it has ever been for thousands of years, was a theocratic socialism. It's like Sumeria, where the priest class rules in the name of a god, and eventually the rulers claim to be divine in origin. So, if you're talking about Marxism and conflating with communism in general, that's not a accurate use of the term. So, I classify, since China has gone full capitalist but state controlled, I classify them as red fascists. So, I don't see communism anywhere in the world except traditional tribes in the jungle type thing. And they vary. I mean, people think the Native Americans were communists, but some of them were, but some of them were wealth-oriented enslavers. I know they wanted to, they oppressed and they made the other smaller tribes get beaver pelts for them so they could get more wealth from the white people and monopolize that trade. And oh yeah, so yeah, you could send me whatever you want in an email. But the this has been my historical studies on the because I study ghost towns. Like Aurora is a ghost town. Bethel is too, and it's just south of Portland. Like Oregon had a lot of free land and stuff, so they came out here, and people have no idea unless you go to like the Aurora Colony Days historical reenactment stuff. That these are communist. They have nothing to do with Marxism. It's, you know, they didn't like industrialism. They liked the traditional lifestyle. So there's many ways to. It's like saying. I mean, it's like. What I'm trying to say, it's a mistake to to blanket out of the same word and try to say it's the same thing. A very vast and diverse concept of government types, where literally any little group can go and create it and be radically different in ideological origin. Like, like Marxism is atheist and female equality. Had a lot of these traditional religious-based communes are not, they're so not. So, um, yeah, you can say anything you want. It's fascinating. But since so many of these failed or were reinvented or evolved, this book is part of the core of my research for ghost towns. So I've been to Bethel and Aurora, but not all of these. The Shakers were also they went extinct because they thought reproduction was evil, all sex was evil, so they are no more. Like some of them want to be fruitful and multiply, and some of them want the opposite. It's all idealistic belief, and it's such a huge rainbow. So no, Marxism is not communism. If that's what most people say. Marxism is a transitionary type of totally new idea of utopia that is impossible. The workers' only means of production, no money and no government, but industrialization and But in the name of Marxism, red fascism has emerged. That describes North Korea, China. Okay, let's putting mayonnaise on your fries is common. It's more of a joke than anything. Uh, but people, there's a lot of propaganda against Seattle. It's trashed like Portland is by a lot of the stupid rioters and extremist leftists who antagonize and the new KKK type groups come to antagonize each other and battle in the streets and riot. And oh god, I'm sick of extremists. So sick of them. And the chaos. But I have to say, I have to make a statement. The Lenin statue in Seattle has nothing to do with anything. It's a joke. The Lenin statue of Seattle has always been a joke. The person who put it there bought it as they were auctioning off pieces of the Soviet Union. Like you could get anything from the Soviet Union when the Iron Curtain fell and everything. It's been a joke. It's a mockery of and a celebration of the USSR falling apart. I've seen these ridiculous. It's like a hipster meme, like check out Linn and Buddy over there, and people take pictures with it. It's not made in America. It's not erected here, and it's not an homage to Lenin. It's a mockery. But I've seen these dumb articles trying to say that Seattle's proof of communist utopia, thing. But if they're getting the whole idea of the statue wrong, what else are they getting wrong? It's like, I don't know. It's like saying the Statue of Liberty is a goddess that some people worship in America's dedication to paganism. You know, that level. But yeah, go ahead and give me anything you want. My first priority is to cover fires at the ghost towns is my other thing. But get the book. It's pretty amazing. I'm not a fan of chaos and the urban riots and the urban fires. I can't stand it. But I also can't stand well, misinformation type stuff. The Seattle was like red anarchy, which is different in communism. So anarchists are a different breed. But they come to Portland and cause chaos during. It's only a 3-hour to 5-hour drive. Well, 3.5 to 5-hour drive. So they come here every time Portlanders do a protest and wreck everything. Half of what's wrong with Portland during riots is Seattle anarchists coming down. And everybody says I'm sick of it. Anyway. But let's hold on to our butts. Time to sleep. Good night, dears. And in a world of chaos and incompetent government, no matter what kind of government is in place, it's incompetent. No matter how you define it or debate it, we have each other. That's why I do what I do, and that's what we do. We have each other. We're Americans. We should take care of each other. Who else is going to take care of us? Red fascists now by population outnumber us greatly. Let's unite. Really? So it's like herding cats, but let's unite. Because divided we fall. So let's pray that we have safety today in a world of chaos. I don't care what anybody's ideology is. They change over time with people's personalities and life experiences. There are some that I don't like, of course. I'm not saying I like everybody's ideology, no matter what they are. I'm saying even if I don't, I'm here to help you. Because we're Americans. I like Canada too, don't get me wrong. And Australia. Yeah. But I'm saying we need to come together and help each other as Americans. We have the same goal. Americans have always had a diverse set of beliefs. That's what freedom is about. The core of America is about maintaining the freedom to have diverse belief systems and having the right to express ourselves and the right to pursue happiness, God damn it, no matter what kind of dangers are out there. And we need to preserve that. That is sacred. And I never knew how rare it is in the world until I did international travel and found out what it's like to be in a place where you have no rights and you can't vote. And if you do, it doesn't matter. No matter how messed up it is here, we are very lucky. Very, very lucky. And we're lucky to live in this age where we have aircraft to fight fires and other things. And when firefighters are a public service, ancient Rome, firefighting brigades were a corrupt thing. The richest person in Rome got that way because he was basically a gangster. And when a fire started in Rome, because all firefighting brigades were private, his crews would arrive at a fire and negotiate how much it cost to put it out while the building was burning. And usually that was everything that somebody had. Like, he bankrupted other people's and enriched himself. And the rumors swirled around that if fires weren't happening, he paid people to make them happening so he could maintain his wealthy income. He went all the way to the top and became one of the co-emperors. I think it was Crassus or something. But we're compared to the way it used to be without public service fire, when you had to pay for protection. Now it's not so bad. Now it's not so bad. The movie's sometimes a great notion is social engineering. Okay, remember the no politics rule? I'm going to reinstate that because let's take it to the emails. I like to discuss ghost towns, and the only thing that I really say about politics, endorsements, or whatever is how does it relate to some candidates like position on fire? Are they good? Do they have good positions or not? But I'm not really in the business of. I don't even enjoy political debates. It's one of those things where you don't really change anybody's mind. Uh, we all have our opinions based on our own personal experiences, what we're exposed to, and that's all going to be different. And it's emotional. There's very little intellectual reasoning in politics. It's you don't get anywhere, especially when people wrap politics and confuse it with their ethicality. Uh, when you see the other side as evil or one side is evil or good, instead of another human being with a different perspective because they have a different life experience, that's when disunity begins. That's when conversations end and conflict begins. So I really dislike the media and I dislike divisive topics. So the no politics rule stands unless it's fire related and very strictly, such as this candidate's position on that was fire mentioned in a debate because we're trying to unite people, and I can't have chat devolve into chaos of somebody arguing or defending this, that, or the other person or party. And if anybody right now thinks, oh, this opposite side or whatever is all to blame and my side is all 100% good, just please reassess. See things individually and don't just go along with any party. History takes dark turns when that is what happens. Blind allegiance and faith and belief without questioning. Always question who you follow. And you can't be fooled, right? So, good night, friends. Well, it's good morning. But I'm going to sleep now. And hopefully you won't see me today until like late in the evening because nothing terrible happened. But hold on to your butts. All the recipe right there is there. We are one spark away from a town erasing mega crisis. So let's stay sober about that, and let's focus on how we can help each other. I'm going to sleep. Hopefully you guys don't see me until late in the evening. Stay safe. I love you all regardless of who you are, where you live, and your current beliefs. I love you as a human being and an American and or human. You deserve to not have this in your life, these fire disasters. We deserve the right to pursue happiness. We can't have this. Wildfires want to get in our way. We are all opposed to them. We must all unite to prevent and fight them. So